equity. And it shows that transformative change is actually politically possible. But I want to be clear, it's hard, right? We have solutions. We know what a lot of the key solutions are, but you're the ones who have to actually craft the policies to get us there. And I don't want to make any mistake that that's not an easy thing to do, right? So there's real challenges around building that. Acting quickly, though, isn't just good climate strategy, it's good governance. And this is due to a key issue that most people are not discussing, which is that speed equals freedom. That is to say, the sooner we act, the more options we have. The longer we wait, the more that we'll be forced into expensive and inequitable corners. So speed equals freedom. The best time to act boldly is now. So I'm going to pass this over to my colleague, Heather Clark, to provide more details on what's actually happening in the foundation here and how that relates to Massachusetts. Heather?
Sure. I'm just waiting for my presentation to load, but thank you, Jacob. All right. Thank you for having us. I want to start by really commending your work on the Next Generation Climate Roadmap, including the insistence on inclusion of the new net zero stretch code, which is incredibly important, as well as the bills that are being introduced in this session. It is clear that all of you understand the urgency of the climate crisis and also its connection to equity, health, financial well-being, and jobs, especially within our disadvantaged communities. As you consider some of these issues, I have heard some say we need to choose between housing crisis and climate crisis, that we don't have resources to do both. As someone who has worked in affordable housing for many years before joining RMI, I want to attest that we don't need to choose. We can create climate smart buildings today. There are wonderful projects in Massachusetts and other states that show us this path forward. These buildings are also climate resilient and safer to occupy in a disaster. So what does this look like? Well, in new construction, this looks like affordable housing developments such as Cambridge Finch and others that were recently supported by Mass CEC's Passive House Building Challenge. I want to point out that these buildings only had a 1.4% to 2.8% increase in overall cost, but the savings were incredible. They had a 62% reduction in consumption compared to even stretch code buildings. In major rehabs, this might look like Moran Square, which is currently under construction in downtown Fitchburg. This project is retrofitting two beautiful, long vacant historic buildings into affordable housing. This will also be the first federal historic tax credit project in the US to achieve Passive House. The project is also using low embodied materials. A retrofit strategy might also look like Castle Square Deep Energy Retrofit, which was the first large-scale deep energy retrofit in the US. It was completed in 2011 in Boston's South End. Led by low-income residents, this project has since inspired deep energy retrofits across the country. This spring, construction will begin on the final phase of the project in Eva White. Deep energy retrofits are strikingly impactful because they cut a building's energy use by more than half.
Be healed.
We're right about on time. We're going to go right on time tonight. Oh, thank you. Look at that. Nice agenda there. Thank you, son.
7 o'clock.
Okay, great. Welcome, everybody. We have a quorum. And so welcome, everybody, to our Tuesday, October 5th, 2021, City of Lynn Zoning Board of Appeals meeting. Mary, would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Mr. Smith?
Present.
Mr. Makua?
Present.
Mr. Wooten?
Present.
Mrs. Krawitz?
Present.
Mrs. Curley?
Present.
Mr. Calnan?
Present.
Mr. Wood?
Present.
Perfect.
All right. Now, regarding the meeting of September 21st, has everyone seen the minutes? Are they okay with them? And if so, can I mention?
Motion to accept the minutes is read.
Hearing no call for changes or additions, Mr. Callan has made a motion to accept the minutes from September 21st. Can I have a second on that, please?
Second.
Second on that, and all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, it's unanimous. We accept the minutes. And the first order of business tonight, the case on top is case number 9947. That is 314 Broadway. And we do have an update on it. It's on a point, but the word from the city attorney, Jim Lamana, is that the city council has accepted the bid that Mr. Tenney has made for the property. And so, and the city council has accepted that. So I'm just not exactly sure how to proceed with this. So I think we're just going to put this aside and hope that we can, Mr. Lamana can.
Motion to continue unless it's ready for a vote. I don't think it is.
Yeah, we'll continue it and we'll just put it to the next meeting. So we're going to motion to continue. Can I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion
Rick.
second.
Can we hold this off to the end of the meeting in case Jim comes in?
Okay. Is that all right, Mr. Callen, with you? Well, in case Jim shows up, we can put this one away. So we'll hold off on this piece of business
Right.
till the very end.
Okay.
Okay, next order of business is 239 Eastern Avenue, case number 9970. This is a request to vary the provisions of the City of Lynn zone ordinance to allow the conversion of a single-family home into a two-family home that lacks sufficient square footage and frontage and is required by the city. That is required, as is required by the zoning ordinance. So we held this over last time, continued it to see different plans. Son, do you want to put those plans up now? And this is
Mr.
Charles
Chairman,
Fry.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
can I make a comment on that? Is there,
Sure.
do they have elevation drawings?
I think they did.
Just all they have is floor plan, right? They don't have a complete set of architectural drawings. It's supposed to show elevations, architectural elevations, what it's going to look like when it's done, so we can be sure we voted the right way.
There goes the elevation. The page before this, I believe that was a section.
No, I'm talking about elevations. It's required.
I believe I saw.
Have to have those to proceed with the building department, I believe.
I'm not sure if they're adding anything to the house. I think one of the requests was not to go into the attic, and it looks like they have a plan that has nothing in the attic. I think they were programming the attic, and they took that out because that was a request by a city council to not go to the attic.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not putting any. I don't think they're putting new architecture on. I think they're just working with the floor plan.
There's Mr. Ty there.
Mr. Chairman, did he file pictures of the four sides of the building?
Let's hear from Mr. Ty. He's here, the petitioner.
Hi, how you doing?
Hi. You wanna address this?
Yeah, so we had sent photos of the house as well with the floor plan. So we're not building any architectural. We're just working with the existing floor plan and just changing the inside.
Mr. Chairman, I haven't seen any photos of that.
Done.
That's it there, right?
We want to make sure that there's no exterior changes. But I haven't seen any photographs of the four sides which are required.
Yeah, the petition, it has nothing to do with the exterior. I think they just want to make the alterations inside the space. So that's the reason why they've submitted.
Yeah, but we don't know that. We have to have a record of how the outside looks like.
Well, that's what its outside looks like, and it's gonna remain exactly that way. That's not what
we have no evidence of that. I don't have any.
It is supposed to be part of the application, you're supposed to submit pictures of all 4 sides of the property.
Well, what are we looking at? Is this from Google only?
No, these are photographs.
Yeah,
Those
these
are
are
the house.
was submitted. It was submitted.
Well, I see 2 sides so far. Part of a 3rd side. I mean, you know,
There
it's
should be more photos.
Huh?
There should be more photos. We gave like 7 photos of the house.
Yeah, I thought I saw a bunch of them before.
Yeah. Maybe you have to scroll down. Can you scroll down more? Is that
Just rotate.
Well, there's
Now,
8.
here's the 3rd side here, but it's not really the full side.
There's 16 pages. It is.
there you go. Just more. That's if you can. That's like it's kind of sideways. You might have to rotate the photo.
You keep going back to page 9. You have to keep scrolling to the other pages. There's 16 pages on this package.
Yeah,
All right, let me just rotate it one way and I'll rotate it all together 180. Hold on a second. Sorry.
No, you're doing good, son. Take your time. There's a good shot of the back there.
Sorry about that. I didn't realize there was more photos. All right, we'll start from the front. This is the front.
That's the backyard.
That's the backyard.
Well, the front's on the
back.
There's 9 photos. There's 9 photos.
There's the right side. Right side. Back side. Not a full back side, but
That's the front.
there's the full back side there.
So bottom line, we have all 4 sides photos that's required.
Well, not completely, but it looks pretty thorough. I can say I saw 3 full sides, and one side was just a portion of the left side. There's the only shot of the left side, but there's a full back side.
Wait. Well, if you go up one. Okay.
That's your right side, front side.
You'll see most of them. Yeah.
There's your full back side there, right?
So
He has about
this
9
is
photos
not-
in here.
This is not considered the front.
That is the front. That's the you see the
Oh, okay.
that's the that's the entrance to the house.
That's the
Yeah,
front of
that's
the
the
house.
front. Okay. That's the front. Someone
Yes.
says that wasn't the front. This is the driveway side. Here's the driveway.
That's a Google image of the house.
This is from the back to the garage.
No, this is the front still. I don't know. We're seeing exactly what we're supposed to be seeing. Front side. This is the left, the right side.
That's the back of the house.
That's
Right.
the back. This is the house. This is the garage. This
Yeah,
is
that's the back
garage.
though.
House is-
That's the back entrance.
This is the garage in the back of the house, and then this is the garage. So
You don't really see the
they
full
might not have this side, but that's their neighbor side looking at
the
the house.
left side. We don't have a left side, no. Okay, so, Mr. Ty, now can you just explain from the beginning now what's going on with this, what you're trying to do?
So we want to. My name is Kevin. My dad is Charlie. He doesn't speak English that well. So I'll be talking for him. So my parents
what's your address, Charlie? Same address?
239 Eastern Ave.
230. Okay, good. You live at 239. You get that, Mary?
Yeah. Is his last name also Ty? T-A-I?
It's THAI. You guys spelled it
T-H-A-I,
wrong.
okay. All right, we'll fix that.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so my parents have owned the home since like 2003, till now. And then my sister, who used to live in South Carolina with her husband, he was in the military. He came to move to Massachusetts 7 years ago in 2015. He's a veteran. They had moved here and they have 2 kids when they first moved here, and they rented an apartment down the street. And then 5 years prior, in 2020, they got kicked out because their landlord had sold their home. And basically, they asked my parents if we can live with my parents until they find suitable housing. And, for the summer. And then summer turned to a year, and now they still currently live there now. But 2 kids later, they have 4 kids now. And my sister, who lives there with my parents, doesn't work, only her husband. He has a good paying job, but they can't find a house that's rentable with 4 kids. And my parents, they still work now. They're around 60, 61, 62. And they're looking to retire in the next 3 years, and they want to stay in the house, but they want to convert the home. So my sister and her 4 kids have their own apartment, and my dad wants to live on the bottom floor and kind of watch the kids too at the same time. Basically, my sister has been looking for a house for a long time, or places to rent. Everything's too expensive, and she can't afford because my brother-in-law he's the one working, and she's taking care of 4 kids. So essentially, my dad doesn't know what to do. So the best option was to convert the home because it's big enough and give their own privacy and to raise their kids. And then my dad and mom can retire at the bottom floor, basically. That's pretty much it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. And we didn't see a parking plan, huh?
Mr. Chairman,
A parking plan?
Yeah.
Well, there's a 2-car port back there, then it could probably fit like 2 more cars. And it's my brother and sister, or my sister and brother-in-law and my parents. So they'll probably 4 cars in total.
Yeah, right. There's good parking space there. Legal, you need 3 legal spots.
So, you could totally fit like 6 cars in there. Easy. But we won't be changing anything. I think we're just adding like rooms on the first floor. That's pretty much it, I think.
And so why do you need to change the status of the building if you're all living there now and everything's fine?
Because there's only 3 bedrooms and there's 4 kids, 2 boys and 2 girls. One of them is in 6th grade. One of them is starting kindergarten. They need their own rooms essentially as they get older. When they get older, and my parents have a room. So there's 3 bedrooms now, so they would need their own bedrooms at one point or another.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Jean.
Sure.
On the first floor, you have 2 proposed bedrooms and a huge existing kitchen and dining area.
Yeah.
When you get to the second floor, you have 3 bedrooms and a kitchen that's 4 feet 6 inches by I don't know what. That looks ridiculous to me.
So so we're looking to turn the current bathroom into like just a kitchen and oven place.
Say that again.
So the proposed kitchen for the second floor, it's got a bathroom, so it's only going to be like this oven and a fridge and kitchen. But then in the living room will be like a dine-in living room. Does that make sense? Because here there's that's the kitchen. You walk down the hallway and the proposed dining room, and then there's already a bathroom.
What is the size of this kitchen on the second floor?
Okay, so I think what is confusing is the opening is 4'6". The kitchen is 11 feet
By
4 by 8. So this is the kitchen size. The opening is 4'6". That's what you're looking at.
That's the door.
Yeah, it's 11 by 8.
11 by 8.
Yes, second floor kitchen is 11 by 8.
To me, that's god awful. A place with 3 bedrooms, that's god awful.
Is it too small? Is that what your comment is?
Of course, it's too small.
But they have a dining room as well.
I'm not talking about that. What woman's going to want with 3 bedrooms and kids going to cook in a kitchen that's 11 by whatever? That's ridiculous to me.
11 by 8. I mean,
Yeah.
the mom's gonna cook, and then nieces and nephew will just eat the food. I'm not sure
Well,
if they're gonna cook.
how big is the bathroom?
There's an existing bathroom to the right of it. I don't know if you see the picture.
It looks a hell of a lot bigger than the kitchen.
It's existing.
It's already there.
It doesn't matter. It's still bigger than the kitchen.
I mean, what's the average size of the kitchen? If it's not 8 by 10, is it 9 by 11?
Well, no, 8 by 10 is still meets the requirement building standards. That will be an ISD question, but 8 by 10 meets the minimum requirement for a kitchen.
Okay.
So you're gonna have 3 bedrooms for 6 people.
3 bedrooms, yeah. So 2 boys, 2 girls. 2 boys will share 1 room. The 2 girls, they're around the same age, will share 1 bedroom, and then my sister and brother-in-law. And my parents downstairs will have 1 room, and then occasionally they'll watch the kids. There'll be 1 room for them to nap in. So basically 5 rooms in total. 2 for the first floor, and then 3 for the second floor. I also sent a email to, I think, Mary, with a photo of my dad and kids and a little story of what was going on. I don't know if you got that, Mary.
I did, and I sent it to my members.
Yeah,
Okay.
we got it. Thank you.
There were a bunch of alternatives that we tried to do. My sister had been looking for an apartment for the past 2 years, and she hasn't found any yet. So this was the other conclusion that we came to. There's not much that we can do just based on the income that they make. And in the long run, I think this is probably better because my dad and mom can be with their grandkids and take care of the kids. So my sister can probably go to work as well. So maybe at one point in the future.
Charlie, how many bedrooms do you have today, Charlie?
3.
How many bedrooms? 3 today. So the 3 is 2 upstairs and 1 downstairs?
No, there's no bedroom downstairs. All the bedrooms are upstairs.
So these 3 are the bedrooms.
Yes.
So you're asking for 2 more bedrooms downstairs.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, because it's misleading when you say propose. It sounds like another bedroom. So these are existing. And you're asking,
the bedrooms downstairs are not there.
I know. These are 3 bedrooms upstairs on the second floor. So this is not proposed. This is an existing bedroom.
That
right?
proposed one. So bedroom 2, it's 2 and 3, that they're 1 room. So we're proposing to put a wall in between to make 1 bedroom into 2 bedrooms, 1 to 2 and 3.
Okay. All right. So this is a giant 1 bedroom that you're proposing.
Yeah. So 2 and 3.
Wall.
Yeah, 2 and 3 is 1 bedroom currently.
So the house is technically a 2-bedroom home. Is that correct?
So the dining living room is the master bedroom.
Okay. So you have 3 bedrooms upstairs.
Yeah.
You're converting the master into like a living space, and then downstairs.
Yeah.
So you're asking for 2 more bedrooms. Is that correct?
Correct. That's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And what were those rooms before?
Which ones?
The
These
proposed-
are downstairs.
The proposed bedroom number 1, that's the living room. The proposed bedroom number 2, there was like a family room. They're together, 1 big living room. They're connected. There's no wall there for 1 and 2. So our proposal is to put a wall between the 2 in the middle. So it'll be 1 bedroom and then 2 bedrooms, and make the family room here where it says proposed living room into the living room.
And what are the dimensions of those 2 bedrooms? There's no dimensions there.
I'm not sure what it should say somewhere on there.
It's existing. I can't really see it, but again, it's existing space. All they're doing is dividing it with a half.
Yeah,
And there's no dimensions on the upstairs bedrooms either.
So the proposed living room, what was that before?
the proposed living room, that was part of the family room before for the first photo, right? Talking about the first floor.
This proposed living room used to be a bedroom. This was the master bedroom right here
Yeah.
on the second floor. And then this was one bedroom here, and then this was one bedroom.
Yep.
Who's gonna live upstairs with the tiny kitchen?
My sister and her kids.
Your sister with the kids.
Yeah. That's the place where we can put the most rooms. We wouldn't be able to put 3 bedrooms on the first floor. And she needs the rooms for her kids.
Yeah, but she doesn't need a kitchen to cook in, does she?
And the space is fairly big. Big enough for a kitchen, I
It
think.
may be big to you, but when you look at the rest of these rooms, it looked like a closet to me.
It's probably a little bit bigger than a triple decker kitchen. If you've ever been in a triple decker house, those kitchens are fairly narrow. The hallway, it's almost similar, but a little bit bigger than that. That's what we're going for.
And what is the dimension, the width of the front of the house?
The front of the house?
Yeah. There's just no dimensions anywhere.
You mentioned the lot or
Go on the first.
front.
Go back to the first floor plan. That's this second floor.
This is the first floor.
What's the dimension from side to side? How about the second floor? Oh, who drew these plans?
Albert Mason. He does a lot of the plans.
Do you think that he could dimension the rooms and give the square footage and dimension the overall building? Is that possible?
Rick, it's Masoni and Company that did the plans. It's an architect and planner.
I can't believe it's an architect and he didn't put any dimensions down. I mean, it should be like, it looks, I don't know. And what's the third floor drawing look like?
Chairman, I'd like to make some comments about the inside. I know this gentleman's trying to work, to get 2 families in. I get nothing against that. I just want to make sure the safety factor involved in there, where there's so many bedrooms. I'd like to find out, is the primary means of egress on A1 in the left-hand corner? Can you ask the petitioner that?
The second floor has 2 means of egress. This is the main
Wait a minute,
stair.
what I'm asking you is, where is the primary means of egress and where's the secondary? The primary must be on the upper left-hand corner, is it?
You're correct.
Yeah.
It comes to a living room.
Pardon me?
It goes from the to the living rooms.
Laura,
primary-
Yeah,
answer?
Yeah, upper left.
the primary
You're correct, Mr.
egress
Callahan.
is sorry.
And, well, Mr. Chairman, all I'm trying to do is find out if they're legal stairways. They don't go through a bedroom or anything, they're continuous.
No, it goes to a living room. It's shown on the drawing. Go back to the
Can
second.
you let the petitioner answer?
Yeah, but that isn't a proper means of egress.
Are you talking about the stairs for outside the house or inside the house?
No, listen to me, because we've talked a long time on this and this other business. The primary means of egress is that in the left upper corner of A1.
A1?
Yeah,
Are you talking
page
about-
A1, architectural one?
This page. You see where it
Okay,
says
and then you're talking about the left corner, where's the left stairs?
yes.
That's an existing stairway.
All right, so that should be listed then as a primary means of egress. So I want to know. Where's the primary and secondary means of egress?
Are you just referring to the entryway to go inside the house?
I'm saying
Yes, sir.
every home and every place that's built in the city has to have a primary means of egress and a secondary.
So if you follow the red arrows in the photo, whoever's making that's the primary egress right there. The front door into the hallway, and there's to be 2 doors separating each house.
All right. So,
upstairs.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I'm asking the petitioner, is that the primary means of egress, and is it entirely within the limits of the building?
Charlie, is that the primary means of egress?
Yeah, so that'll be the entrance going in the front door.
Right, okay.
Right, so that's a primary, but it's within the building. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's inside, yeah. So the front, you would walk in, there'll be a hallway.
But it goes through a room, right? Which is
It's a hallway, right?
No, it goes to the hallway in the second floor. So it comes
and then
up
there's
here.
2 doors separating the. So the
All right,
front door goes to the hallway.
So it's separate. I'd like to finish this and see if we can vote on it. But that's within the confines of the building. Is that right, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, so they both have private doors to go in through there.
Right, so the secondary must be in the lower right.
Yes.
Yes.
Is that it? Does he? Can you ask the petitioner, is that within the confines of the existing building?
Charlie, is that inside the building, the stairway?
Yes.
Yes, here's the wall. It's inside the building.
Yep, okay. Yeah, that's an inside stairway.
Side stairway, so there's no exterior stairway.
No.
No.
It's hard to decipher that because I haven't seen any architectural exterior drawings. So that's completely enclosed. There's no exterior stairway that would be not covered, that would be dangerous in the winter.
I think that's correct, yes.
Yes.
Right, so the architect has drawn these plans, and I'd like to see that seal and his signatures on it. So I know that, like Mrs. Shirley says, that kitchen's a tight site, but sometimes they're like that in tenement houses. Doesn't mean to say it's the right thing, but I know what she's talking about, and I agree, but they're gonna have to live with that, I guess.
Yeah.
There's cabinets in there taking up the floor space. So what is the distance between the front of the cabinets and the wall? I know there's an opening there, 4-6, but can the petitioner tell us how much floor space there is between the front of the cabinets and the wall?
Which cabinets are you referring to?
Well, the kitchen cabinets. The kitchen cabinets.
Oh, the kitchen cabinets.
More than 4'6".
No, 4'6" is the opening going into the kitchen.
That's for the entry.
So from the counter to the wall will be 6 feet.
From the face of the cabinet counter to the wall. Tell me the distance.
From the face to the wall, 8 by 10, I believe, or 8 by 011. I'm not sure how to read that.
No, it can't be 8. It's about 5.
No.
It's about 5.
The distance will be 6 feet.
Okay.
The
counter is 2 feet.
6.
Be 4 or 5 feet or so.
No, 6 feet. But we just measured
6
it.
6 feet.
Yes.
Well, that means that the statement was made that it was 8 feet.
No,
by
8 feet
11.
the whole kitchen.
That's what I'm saying. But the cabinets take up part of the floor space, right?
That's correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
All right. What is left after that to the wall? That's all I
6
want to
feet.
know. Give
We
me a
don't really
number.
know there's no dimensions. It looks like it's about 5.5, 6 feet of
Yeah,
space.
probably 5 feet.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a tight site.
Yeah,
But-
5 feet's okay though. I mean,
I've
it's
seen
tight,
some
but-
kitchens that are like 4
Easy.
feet. I mean,
Can't you take some space from that big bathroom and add it to the kitchen?
No, they're not doing anything to the bathroom.
I
we
said,
don't want
can't
to
they
just.
take- Can't
We
you
don't want to
take-
destroy.
Well, then I'm not gonna vote for this. I'm not voting for that tiny little kitchen for that woman with all these kids. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, the other
If you don't want to make that bathroom a little smaller, look at the size of that bathroom in the kitchen. That's ridiculous. If you can't take some of the space from that bathroom to make that kitchen bigger, I'm not voting for this.
Mr.
Job.
Chairman,
It's more expensive if he has, there's a tub.
I don't care
It's
how
too thick.
expensive
There's
it
so
is.
much
I care
plumbing.
about people living there.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just make a quick comment here, and based on what I'm hearing, I don't know if this body can define or dictate what's building codes or what the international building codes states. That's not our jurisdiction to make a decision on something that's totally
It's
legal.
her prerogative, Flory. If she doesn't like something, she doesn't have to support it.
Understand?
So let me understand something on this. Is that kitchen all going to be new?
Yes.
Uh-huh. And is that bathroom space? So what was in that space where the kitchen is now?
It's a bathroom.
It's a bathroom.
Oh, so you are putting a new wall up.
No, the wall is already there. So that's an existing bathroom that we're going to turn into a kitchen.
Oh, so
The
you have
kitchen-
two
the-
bathrooms side by side?
Yeah. So the bathroom
remember,
next
this
door
was the
a
master bedroom.
bathroom.
And this was the master bathroom for the master bedroom. This bathroom was feeding these 2 bedrooms.
What if you turn? Oh, yeah. What if you turn the what's going to be the kitchen now into the bathroom, and made that bathroom near the kitchen? You got more room. Like,
He
you have
doesn't
more
want-
money.
He doesn't want to spend
What-
the money. Did you hear him?
Yeah, well, I don't think
He
money's
didn't say
going-
he didn't say that. I said
He
this
said
was
it's too
expensive.
expensive. That's what he said. It's too expensive.
No, I said that it's too expensive to move a
I
plumbing
said it
wall.
too. Yeah,
I said that. It's not him.
I mean,
Would
Mr.
you
Chairman,
guys consider flipping the kitchen and the bathroom? Is that a
That would be
possibility
what, to
or?
me, that would be wonderful.
I
the
think.
object is, can that wall between the kitchen and the bathroom be moved? I'd like to ask the chairman through the chairman, can that bathtub be rotated to the other wall to move that dividing wall over? What is the size of that bathroom? Wide and what is 11 by what?
no measurements.
11 by 14.
11 by 14? Well, so where's the 14 dimension? And where's the
This way.
11? Is the 11? Which way?
This way. This is 11
It's 11, yeah.
and this
so,
is 14.
So 14 is the other way, right?
Yeah.
It seems to me you can move the fixtures over, rotate that bathtub, and move that wall over. That's not going to be that expensive. I don't think so. Mrs. Curley has a point there. That should be addressed to see, not see it's going to cost more money, but you can't say because it's there, it can't be moved. It can be redesigned. And then I think everybody would be happy with that.
So is their choice to take this, look at it with their architects to price this, and then they can figure out if they want to do it because they might not have the vote to have the bedrooms? Is that what we should tell them? What should we advise them?
So we had really wanted to make that existing bath to the kitchen. So our architecture suggested we make the current bathroom into what we have now into the kitchen. That's what it was. Exactly what you were talking about. Son and Ten. That's exactly what happened.
Mr. Chairman, I think the best thing is to continue this and turn it back to the architect and see what he can do in the case of this.
We
See,
can't afford to
they
change.
can work magic.
We've talked to the architect about this before. We can't afford to do the plumbing and all the work to do the other way.
Wait a minute. We have to think of safety. We have to think of safety, Mr. Chairman.
What safety concerns would
I
be?
don't-
Yeah, what's the safety
I
concern?
don't know if there's particularly a safety concern with that.
You're right.
What is the
What-
safety concern?
It meets a code, it meets a building code. Yes, you might not like it, but it's right.
Well, he has a choice of having us vote on it and not going through possibly, or going back to his architect and seeing what can be done about it.
Yes, that's what I'm in favor of.
But he's
we've
done that already. He's done the exercise already.
How do you
But
know
he-
that?
I told you guys.
Okay, we want to reaffirm. We want him to tell the board, send a note that it can't be done or it can be done.
Yeah,
we
He said it can be done, Mr. Callen. Anything can be done. It was just he said he can't afford it.
Yeah.
They're willing to live with that.
And my sister isn't putting any money into this.
You see, we have to think of the families too. They need to be, we should go ahead and let the architect make some special redesign. I'm in favor of that, then continue with it. Because it doesn't look like that's a good layout there. So the average, like the toilet room, that can be rearranged and that wall moved a few feet. So it makes it a little bigger in the kitchen.
What are you saying?
Nothing wrong with that. We've done that before. Continue it. That seems to be the only sticking point here.
On the first floor, you have existing kitchen and dining room. Why can't you just put the kitchen upstairs where it says proposed dining room and living area? Why can't you make that existing a proposed kitchen and dining area or kitchen and living area? Dining and living area.
For the first floor?
Well, the plumbing is right there on the first floor. Just bring it upstairs.
No, it isn't. The plumbing is here. This is where the plumbing is.
Well, if you have an existing kitchen
That
already,
can be changed. The plumbing can be changed. That's not an issue. Let's start
I
with
get
the
it.
redesign.
The stack for the plumbing is right here. It's all right here.
That can be moved.
This is where all the plumbing
the
is.
first floor has a kitchen. It says existing kitchen and dining area. You can't take the plumbing from the first floor and put it upstairs?
Yeah, that's a wet wall can be moved. They call it a wet wall.
I mean, I think anything can be done, but my parents, they both work like normal jobs. I mean, they're about to retire. They don't have the money. They put a lot of money into this house already for the past like 15 years. I mean, I don't know. We couldn't take out any more loans to do anything. So this was the best thing to come out with architecture.
So this is roughly where the kitchen down. This is.
Chairman, so we won't be all night on this case. I'd like to make a motion we continue for a redesign on that area by the architect.
Well, the only problem with that is
Mr. Chairman,
to me, if the applicant is willing to accept the kitchen space that they've designed, I don't understand, everyone has their own prerogative. We all, as members, bring our own prerogatives to each case. And so, that's your prerogative, Mrs. Curley. I understand that. I just don't, I just feel like my only objection is I don't like turning a one family into a two family. I don't mind it about the inside of the house. And we're adding bedrooms. It looks like, it seems to me like the attic will eventually become more bedrooms. There's just no stopping that, once you've got two kids, two boys and two girls sharing, two bedrooms, and eventually they're going to need their own space and the attic is just there. And then we go to sell the house 10 years down the line and there's 6 bedrooms in there, So
I don't.
how many times we've been told that, that's not going to happen, and then later on it does. It doesn't help the city at all to add. We're adding, how many bedrooms now? We're adding 2. And we really,
Yes, they're only adding 2 more bed. They're only adding 2 more bedrooms. So they have 3 bedrooms today. They want 2 more bedrooms.
Yeah, that's today. That's not tomorrow.
Yeah, but we're not. That's not what we're here to do. I mean, it's one thing if they're investors and they don't live in Lynn, but they're living in the house. I think that's a totally different scenario. I don't think that's fair to treat it like they're, going out for money. And I don't know if we should be thinking, I think we should be thinking holistically. The city of Lynn needs housing, not, we're worried that they're going to take advantage of the situation. I mean, I don't know if that's really fair, because
basically in the long run, we're just trying to convert the home into a 2-family. My parents are trying to retire, and over time, my parents are not going to be here any longer. My sister will probably get the house, and whatever she does with that house, that's on her. We're just trying to get suitable living areas for my parents and my sister, basically, and my nieces and nephew. That's all we care about. It's all about the nieces and nephew at this point. They have 4 kids. I mean, we're not investors. We're not trying to get money out of this. We're just trying to get suitable living.
Yeah, and I can empathize with that. It's just my feeling is that, it's right for 6 bedrooms or 2 more bedrooms upstairs. And then, that puts pressure on the city that I don't think, I think we should consider those things. And it's certainly
it's fair, because I definitely agree, because 100 years from now, we might not even be here around. So, but that's 100 years from now. I mean, we're talking about
10 years from now. I'm talking 10 years from now. I don't know about 100 years from now. Goodness. So, what is the wish of the board?
Mr. Chairman, we can talk all night and things that don't belong in the statements here. It should be redesigned, and I say that so we proceed with the meeting. You can stay all night on this and that. The architect is the one that can redesign it.
But everything we've done is legal.
Restate my motion that we continue to the next regular meeting.
Mr. Chairman.
Put it in the hands of the architect.
We do have a letter for Council President Darren Sayre on this.
Okay. Can I see that? Is that, can you put that up, son?
Did you email it to me?
I emailed it to you today, son.
I think I have the other one that was canceled. Are you sure it's this one?
Yeah, I have one for this too.
Why don't you text me a copy of it, Mary?
All right, I'll do it right now.
And there was no one else wanting to speak in favor or opposition. I believe we already had that portion of the hearing. There's no opposition, right?
There was no opposition. It was just they built out to the attic, and that wasn't the city council did not want the attic to be occupied.
You send him there?
I'm sending it to myself too.
I sent it to you, Rick.
Okay. I didn't get it yet.
It's not that I'm against this at all. I understand your plight, and I would only want to help you. However, I cannot see me voting for something that has 3 bedrooms, the couple has 4 children, and all of a sudden the kitchen, because of the cabinets, is even smaller. I am not voting for something of that size. I'm just not. It's not fair to the people, the woman that has to live up there, and anybody else that comes after her.
Even if she wants to, she's willing to? Okay, so here's the letter from Council President.
Rick, I have it posted.
And Wood.
No, that's the wrong letter.
Oh, that's the wrong one.
Yeah.
Just scroll down
I
some.
have the letter right here. I'll read it now, okay? This is from Ward 3 and City Council President Darren Sear. Dear Chairman Wood, I respectfully request your honorable body to grant the above mentioned petition with the stipulations that there are no bedrooms or bathrooms on the 3rd floor / attic. We did agree that this could be used as a study and or playroom. Thank you in advance for your assistance in this matter. Sincerely, Darren P. Sear, Council President. Okay, so we had a motion to continue. I didn't hear a second. Not hearing a, what's that? Did I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Second.
Okay. We got a motion to continue then. And a second. Can you call the roll, Mary? The motion is to continue to try to reconfigure the kitchen. Call the roll, Mary. You're muted, Mary.
Mr. Smith to continue?
Yes, to continue.
Mrs. Crowitz to continue?
Yes, to continue.
Mrs. Curley
Yes,
to
to
continue?
continue.
Mr. Callen to continue?
Yes, to continue.
And Mr. Wood to continue?
Yes, to continue. Okay. Thank you, Charles. And I guess do what you can to try to reconfigure. If you can't afford to reconfigure, then I guess you can just come back and take your chances with the board. You know,
The next steps, what we have to do now, I don't understand what are the next steps. We have to pay more money to the architect to redraw the drawings that we've done. We already spent $4,000 just to reconfigure the architecture so that we can't even afford to do
Mr. Chairman, let's move on with the meeting.
I just don't understand.
Yeah,
I think we've done everything legally wise. We've done. I don't know what the next move is. Do we have
so you have a choice. If they vote on it and you fail, your case is dead. It's over.
3 years.
for 2 years, yeah.
You can't do it anymore for 2 years. You can't do anything. So you have a choice. You can either go back to your architect, figure out what the cost would be to swap the kitchen, that he has to redraw it. Hopefully it's $500. Who knows what he's going to charge you, and then come back to the board, and hopefully he'll stamp it so that you can get a building permit. Or you can gamble with the board right now, and your chances could be you could lose, and then it doesn't matter. It's over, and you have to reapply in 2 years. So that's why you should maybe consider this continuing and think about it.
I will say from my position personally, I am, I do put a lot of weight on a letter from the ward counselor. So there's that. So, but okay, so, that's it for this case then. So, we'll put you on the docket for the October 19th meeting, or do you think you need more time?
Can I ask just one question?
Sure.
Before you guys move on. So if we were to go ahead and change the configuration from the kitchen and the bathroom, we would still have to gamble on you guys voting still, correct?
Got 100% better chance.
Okay.
Yeah, it still has to pass our vote, yes, correct.
And the way that our board works is a supermajority. So if 2 say no and 3 says yes, you still lose. So if 1 says no and 4 says yes, it will pass, because you're asking the board to allow you to break the rules for the city of Lynn. So that's why it's going in front of the ZBA is not easy.
Okay, that makes sense.
Mr. Chairman, what if can I ask you a question real quick? What if he brought a letter from the architect, stamped letter, whatever it is, notarized letter, stating exactly the hurdles or the obstacles that he can't do what you guys are asking? Well, not you in particular, but some of the members are asking. Would that be sufficient?
Leave that up to the architect.
Well, I'm asking Mr. Chairman whether that's
Well, I'd like to I'd like to help proceed with the meeting too.
Well,
Okay,
understand.
Roy,
That was the question.
he doesn't need anything notarized from the architect. If he can't afford it and chooses not to go that route, then he just would come back and you know, and see what the board decides. I mean, I don't see what a letter from the architect's gonna be. It's his word. We certainly wouldn't doubt him if he says he wasn't gonna make that investment. He can't afford to make that investment. Sounds like an expensive investment. So, you know, Mr. Ty, you know, I know you got some thinking to do, and so you're on the docket for October 19th, or do you want to push that back to
November 16th or
November?
December 7th.
Oh, there's no meeting on the 19th?
There's the
Can we
16th,
can we do the next one, please?
When is the next meeting, Mary?
November 16th.
Oh, really? Okay.
I thought it was October 19th. No.
October 19th first. You might not have enough time, so if we give you November 16th, you would have some time.
Yeah, but
Okay.
he said, you want the 19th?
I'll do the first, please. We would have to talk to the
October
architect.
19th.
Okay, October
No.
19th? Okay.
November 1st, please.
No, November
November
16th.
1st.
Oh, November 16th. Then.
Okay, so
That's
not
fine.
October 19th. Okay. Okay. Thank you. And our next case,
Kevin, you can send the plans to me also.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary.
yeah, if you can get them to us as early as you can so we can see them before the meeting. Case number 9979, 466 Eastern Avenue. This case, we've had a letter from the attorney Vitale to withdraw without prejudice. Is that letter there? Do you want me to read that letter?
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
let me pull it up. Hold on a second, sorry.
Okay. Excellent. This is dated, slide it just a little bit. I guess October 5th. Okay. Dear Chairman Wood, request is made, and then this is from Attorney Sam Vitale, the attorney on this case. The request is made that the petition filed on behalf of William Butler, owner under agreement for the property at 466 Eastern Ave, be withdrawn without prejudice. The owner has decided not to proceed at this time. Thank you. And that's
Motion to allow
Oh.
to withdraw without prejudice.
Second.
Okay. There was a letter from Councilor Sear on this also. He did.
Rick, you don't have to read that one.
Okay. All right. So yeah, the motion was made to withdraw without prejudice. Do I have a second?
Mrs. Curley seconded.
Okay. Can you call the roll?
Yep. Mr. Makua,
Yes, to withdraw without prejudice.
Mrs. Kravitz to withdraw without prejudice,
Yes, to withdraw without prejudice.
Mrs. Curley to withdraw without prejudice,
Yes.
Mr. Callen to withdraw without prejudice,
Yes, to withdraw without prejudice.
Mr. Wood to withdraw without prejudice.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Next case.
Chair, I'm so sorry, Chairman Wood. I know this might not follow procedure. I'm David Kenj. I live at 470 Eastern Ave. Can I ask you a brief question?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. In the letter, it stated that Butler was the owner under agreement, but I had heard from the current property owner, Rick Peralta, that he hasn't been under agreement since September 16th. I was wondering if the ZBA has any jurisdiction or ability to ascertain if anybody is currently under contract to purchase that property, and if they're allowed to continue operating in the ZBA without that contract.
No, anyone different would have to reapply.
Okay.
And, we don't have any knowledge of any real estate transactions going on over there.
All right. Thank you. Sorry to have bothered.
You're welcome. No problem. Take care. Okay, so next case, number 99810 Dorinda Circle. This is a continued case to vary the provisions of the City of Lynn zoning ordinance to allow the construction of a new 2-unit dwelling on a vacant lot in an R2 district with less than the required square footage, 10,683, where 12,000 is required. The maximum building height pursuant to section 8.1 of the zone ordinance is 2.5 stories or 35 feet. The proposed building is to be 38 feet 1 inch in height. Okay, and is Mr. Attorney Cipolletta here?
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Board of Appeals. James Cipolletta on behalf of the petitioner. I believe when we left off a couple of weeks ago, my client, Mr. Rivera, and his architect were going to go out and either spray or flag the footprint of the building. I believe it had been done, but it was done through the entranceway of Dorinda Circle, and that was not deemed to be practicable by the board. And I think the board was going to go out and take a site visit after the last meeting, and I believe that did happen. So we're not really sure what the outcome of that site visit was, but I do believe that it was remarked for the convenience of the board.
I'll start on this, Attorney Cipolletta. So I went there and I went up Bel Air, and it was very easily accessed from the end of Bel Air Street. But I was surprised what I saw was marked well, but I only saw 2 corners of the building marked. And then there was a very large pile of rubble that had apparently been sort of swept off of the premises where the building is going to be. Even quite a bit of space to the left of where the building was, the 2 markers you can see. There's no way I could see it. Now I'm hearing that there's a wall that is encroaching some 10 feet onto your property. And there's no way that we can continue without seeing the 4 stakes of where that property was, and that really very substantial pile of rubble. A lot of trees were cut, or a number of trees, maybe 6 to 10 trees, thin ones, but you could see they were all cut in the pile. And I mean, it was an unsafe pile to walk on for sure, and a lot of trash in there. And so it was just inaccessible and really unmarked. So that was my experience last Friday. I think I went there last Friday to see that. Did the other members visit and see all 4 corners staked? I didn't get there today or yesterday. Any other members see the property?
Well, I went to look at it and I agree with you. And I spoke to the gentleman and he told me that because of that wall is there, it's 10 feet encroaching on his property, and ISD was going to make the people who put it there take it down. But that the other stakes are supposed to be where the wall is. But that's not helping us.
I agree with you.
What, Terry?
I agree with you.
Do you know the pile there? Have they moved that? I mean, I'm sure you didn't get up there yourself, but
Good night, Mr. Sherman. My name is Carlos Medina. I'm the architect working for Trail State. They did move the pile. We actually spent this whole weekend trying to get rid of the majority of everything that we had there. It's a lot. We have 3 dumpsters already. We piled it as close as possible to the fence of the neighbors that are encroaching, so you could see the as much as the footprint as possible, because they're actually encroaching in some cases more than 20 feet, I think. So it is really hard for you to visualize the whole footprint until those guys are not completely out of our lot.
Don't you think that wall has to come down so that we, I mean, you can't do anything till the wall comes down.
I agree. I agree that it needs to come down, but right now, I mean, we might have, no, that could, we could have a really long argument with those people. And we could have a very long argument, and that can be a really long process with those people. You never know. Even when they're doing something illegal, you never know what you're going to be facing with them. What the situation is going to be. So
I think I'm sorry, Carlos. I just want to jump in real quick just to add. I'm Joel Rubiera with Edge Real Estate, owner of the lot. So Carlos, you can continue. I just want to interject real quick and just say that I spoke with one of the board members. It was with me that you spoke, and I had explained that wall was in the way. With the board's approval to build a 2-family, we would then have the confidence to continue to work with the neighbors to have them remove that wall. I mean, we wouldn't be able to build it anyways until we remove that wall. But Carlos, if you have the encroachment plan, you can share it maybe on your screen, and they can see it. The survey, you see how much they are encroaching and why. Did
you send it via WhatsApp?
It's in. Want me to send it? I have it. Yeah, I'm gonna send it to email now because I'm on my computer.
No, I can see your position where you wouldn't want to remove the wall, but if you were able to just put a stake on the other side of the wall where the the confines of the building are, the 4 corners, because you did a nice job marking the 2 corners on this side of the wall. If I say, you know what I mean by this side, the Bel Air side, where we on your land. I guess it's all on your land, but and I could see you spray painted in between the stakes. That was good, and it just that huge pile was. I didn't have a chance to get back today or yesterday. I should have gotten back then because when I was at the end of the week, and I called Mary
Mr. Chairman
with you guys to get that pile out of there, and so you did. So, that's good faith there. I don't see why you'd have to move the wall before we could make a decision if we could see the 4 stakes. So if you could just get those stakes in there, probably the next meeting. I'm not hearing a lot of opposition here.
You don't need it spray painted, just the stakes.
Well, I mean, you can still spray paint right over the wall and, kind of, go towards it and go on the other side of the wall and spray paint it.
Well, the thing is, we started the cleaning labors. And as soon as we started that, the surveyor tried to get in there to stake it. And no one answered the door. Like, no one allowed him to pass.
Go over the wall?
Huh?
You just go over the wall? It's your land.
No. He walked all around.
Well, that's what I want to point out, Carlos. Carlos, let's point out that the wall from the Bel Air side, it's probably like 20 feet tall, no? Like 15, 20 feet tall.
Oh, I thought it was just from the Bel Air side. You look at it, it looked like it was about 4 or 5 feet tall. It's a rock wall, right?
Is it?
It's over 10. It's around 10.
Okay, 10. Okay, that's better than I thought.
Slope down.
It's stone, isn't it?
Sorry?
It's stone, the wall. Piled stone.
I haven't seen it from the other side, so I can't tell.
Well, from the side I walked, I could see it behind the pile of rubble or debris. It seemed like it was piled stone.
I believe it is. My question to you is, when you go, if we do it, not that we can't, just so you know, what you're going to see is, if we're looking at my fingers, like the 3D. If you're on the land, you're going to have the stakes, and then you're going to have a line, and then it's going to go up the wall, and on the other side you'll have the other stakes. Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah, if we could just see where it was. I mean, that's what we'd like to see where a property is going to be. I mean, we get the gist of it from the 2 stakes that are there. And then I could see it sort of going toward, I saw some paint on the debris pile. But you can't get on the other side of the wall and just put a stake there.
We have to walk around. Yeah, we have to walk around.
He went around. He walked around. He went to the front of the building. He knocked the doors. No one answered. So I was there on Saturday while we were just removing part of the debris.
If is there a professional land surveyor on the job?
Yes.
Yes. Well, they can put the points on the ground. Doesn't matter who says where the wall is or whatever. You go by the professional land surveyor. They can put points on the ground anywhere, and it's legal under the laws of Massachusetts. So neighbors can tell you this, or anyone can get, there's no guesswork in the laying out of that thing. And if they put the points on the ground, draw a line between them, that's all we want.
So is the problem the fact that the fence is cutting off access to that back area?
Correct. And we're going to need to go through private property to get to that point.
So the concern is that it's not resolved yet. So you can't, it looks like you're trespassing. Is that the concern?
Yes.
Okay.
No, you can't tell if they're trespassing. It's up to the land surveyor to put the points on the ground, and no one can stop him from doing that.
No one can stop them if they get to that point through our property, but they need to go around and get through another property, the one that fenced that up, just to mark the point. And those people are a no-show. They never answer the door. So I could break the fence because it's in my land. I could break the fence, open it, and then just stake it and spray paint it. But
you just use a ladder and go over it.
Well, I don't know. I think he will much rather. He's not young. He's not gonna go over it. So I think he would more rather just cut part of it and get some access.
Well, what does ISD say?
Attorney LaMotta, are you on the line now?
They said that they're gonna send. I think they said they're gonna send a notification to all the three properties encroaching into our.
Yeah, I was talking with ISD today, actually, this morning. Tim, I forget his last name, one of the building inspectors there, but he was going to be going there today to put some citations because on the encroaching land, they build structures without permits. They're a shed and a garage, and then the attorney is following up, notifying them that they're encroaching and that they need to take that down.
Can we have our city attorney here, Attorney LaMotta. Can you make a comment on this, Jim?
So this is the first I've heard about it. Generally, encroachment is a private matter where a landowner would be forced to go to land court to take some action. But that being said, if the building is too close and it violates zoning ordinance and setbacks, it is at the discretion of the ISD department to issue those orders. And I think if you remember at the last meeting, there was a property owner that had a violation of a rear setback, and it was ordered either to take it down or get a variance in order to comply with the law.
Recording in progress.
So that's it. It sounds as if Inspectional Services has been very aggressive in this, and more than likely that they've been given 30 days to take down any structures that are too close to the property line.
Okay, so Joel, you're working with the building department on this.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess, what does the board feel like? I generally we like to see that where the building is going to be staked out. I guess I did have one other question. What does it need to go to 38 feet on this? What's exceeding the 35-foot limit that's usually acceptable?
It's just by the nature of the lot, the slope in the lot itself. Just because we have the garage on the first floor, taking advantage of that change, so we can have how we'll call this. Practically, the garage will be our first floor. So our first floor is in the second floor, and as we have a sloped roof with an attic space available for storage, that will take us 3 feet over. And I mean, if you take as reference the Bel Air or any other street, all the other streets are at least 5 to 10 feet under our point zero. So it is really high.
So it's just because of the elevation, it makes it.
Yeah, it's because of the elevation. Because it's I mean, it's not. I have the plans here. the house
That's
itself.
all right. I just wanted, that makes sense. The elevation calls for,
Yeah.
you know, to exceed a little bit. So do you think you guys can get that staked out by the October 19th meeting?
We can definitely have it stake it out. I'm not sure if we can have it spray painted, because I don't know if the structures are on the way, and I don't know if they're going to be able to remove those structures before that hearing.
Oh.
I
So
can.
you think the structures where your stakes are going to be, the corners of your building,
or the stakes, or the lines. They're right there. I mean, they're not more than 3 feet away from the fence, and one is a garage, and the other one is a really big shed. We are missing around 40 to 30% of the footprint. So if I were to project the line, I might be right on top of those structures, or maybe, I don't know, maybe missing them by a feet or something like that.
well, maybe you can put it, you know, do your best and put a
Yeah.
stake. You can put it some kind of a, I don't know, you can put a note on it saying, you know, 3 feet that way or shy or what, you know.
Oh,
Just give us a general understanding of where the footprint of the building is going to be.
Yeah.
He could do that. Carlos, I sent you the, maybe this will help too. I just check your email. I sent you the plan showing the encroaching and the building structure.
By the way, if we were like in a flat lot, the house won't be over 30 feet. So the difference, those 8 feet, is the decking structure of the first floor and the garage itself. That's why it's so hard.
How long have you owned this property?
What's late? Off the top of my head, I gotta look. I'm sorry. I think it was earlier this year.
And did you know that wall was encroaching?
I did. I approached the neighbors and I told them about it. I say, listen, I don't know if they're aware, because I don't know if they did perform the illegal building or maybe the person who owned it before them. But I said, listen, I just purchased this property. This is what we're trying to do. When we did the survey, we realized you guys were encroaching. At the time of the purchase, I did not know. But when the survey came back, it showed that it was very obvious that they were encroaching. And that's when we approached them. And now the attorney's involved. And then we also talked with the city.
Am I allowed to share the screen?
Sure.
I apologize. Am I allowed to share the screen?
Yeah, if you're going to put some plans up or something.
Yeah, just the encroaching. They have that shed there, the deck. And this point is kind of far away, but this structure is the one that concerns me, that we might touch part of it. So I can get the points at the beginning, at the end, but maybe not the whole line, the spray painted line.
So that where is the wall? What line is the wall? That
this one.
That's the wall. Okay, yeah. Huh.
So all three properties are encroaching on the triangle?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That seems a little sketchy.
Yeah, and a lot. It's not like 3 feet.
It's not like one owner. It's three owners that are encroaching.
Well, they probably just never thought anyone was going to develop those woods.
Yeah.
Well, I think they thought that doesn't make any sense. So people have garages and sheds on the property?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how we can vote on this until you get that mess straightened out.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would love you to, but I mean, if that's something that you need that hard after we show that, we can definitely make the effort to put those stakes on site and maybe spray paint. But
you can't build anything until you get this mess straightened out. So
correct. Let's say it would be helpful to have the support of the board, knowing going in there that we have the backing of the board. As we have to go through this anyways, it would be nice and a bit of a relief to know that we have the support of the board going forward, in addition to the support of I think one of the council members as well, and the building inspectional offices. So that would just give me the knowing that we're working towards the goal of building the house. Obviously, we can't build it until, so let's say you guys approve this, we still have to go to work on getting that removed. We'll have the approval, on our desks, so that as soon as we get it removed, we know that we could just go to the building department and for the permit and start building right away without further delay. So that would be.
Carlos, could you just use your cursor and show us generally where the 4 points of the property will be, of the house will be?
I do. I have, wait. Let me just stop sharing this. I'm just gonna open it.
Can you draw on that PDF?
We actually.
Okay, let me see if I can.
Let's do it roughly. And where do you think you're? It looks like you're deficient in square footage, and 3 feet doesn't seem like a lot to me. Just 38 feet one.
I actually don't know how to. What way I have? Okay. Let me just confirm. I have. I'm just gonna open it in my cell phone so I can confirm more or less the size of the footprint.
So the entrance to the lot is up in the top left point of the triangle.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a statement here?
Sure.
Is the attorney for the petitioner there?
Yes.
I can ask him a question.
Attorney Cipolletta? Sure, yes.
Yeah. The lot has 3 corners. Is that staked out now by a professional land surveyor?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right. Now, is the footprint of the building on there? The corners, the four corners.
That's more or less that's more or less the corners that you can see. This one and this one. This one you cannot see, and this one you cannot see.
Oh, do you have
the surveyors will put the marks where they belong, and no matter who says what, that's a professional person that's doing that, and they put the markings on the ground where they belong. Doesn't matter who said.
The surveyor has to climb over the wall, and he doesn't want to do more damage to himself because they've fenced it. They enclosed. They're trying to claim this property by enclosing it on their property. So either he has to cut in their property to mark it, or he has to climb over these walls. That's where the problem is.
I've worked in construction all my life. We've hired professional land surveyors, and there isn't any case that they can't mark.
We can talk.
No matter what is on there. The points are where they belong. That's where they put them.
Well, they can mark it, but we won't have access to the third and fourth points.
Well,
we will never see it.
Nobody can stop them from
they stop the survey.
Let me show you here. So the problem is that he needs to go around this way, take this street, and try to go this way to get this point, and then try to go this way to get this point. He needs to get through private properties just to mark these points because he's not willing to jump over this fence.
Well, that's where he has to work with the building department because they're going to issue citations to those people for trespassing unless they cooperate.
Mr. Capella. Hello.
Okay.
So we agree that the 3 corners of the lot are staked on the ground. Is that right?
Yes. Two of them are not staked.
I don't know why.
The 4 corners of the building are not. Is that what's being said? I don't understand.
No, they're not.
All right.
2 corners.
Any professional land surveyor, nothing stops them from putting those corners where they belong. I've worked with many of them, and nothing stops them because no one can, no abutter can stop them or anything.
Yeah, we can talk to him about doing that.
And I don't understand why.
Put the corners for the house lot, and then it's all over.
Worst case.
Doesn't matter what has to come down or what doesn't. get the points on the ground.
Okay. Can I see that picture again?
Sure.
Dan, how are we supposed to verify it? So we have to get a police escort to go to this people's house to verify the 2 points?
I'll be able to see over the fence. I'll see it. But
and what's the purpose of verifying it to
can I just make
continue
a point here on this picture? I see the surveyors, or is it what is this stamp down here in the bottom right corner? Is that George Collins? Is it?
Collins, yeah.
That's Boston, sir. That's George Collins from Boston Survey.
Yeah, I don't understand why he didn't draw where the building was going to go on this picture. Why didn't he?
We have one. We have one. Carlos, can you pull it up?
Yeah.
But it doesn't. It's separate from the encroaching.
Yeah, it doesn't show the encroaching.
That's okay. At least we can see it.
Yeah, we have the survey though. Do you need me to send it to you, Carlos, or do you have it?
Oh, I have it. I have it with me.
Mr. Chairman, I think that may have been submitted with the original package.
Okay, probably was, yeah. Okay, there we go, yeah. That's right, I do remember that now, yeah. I just wondered what we were looking at. And now...
The encroaching it's more or less all this.
Yeah, so that's good. That gives us a better understanding of it. Okay, so I guess if you can get it staked, then that seems to be our concern here. There has been no opposition to it, so that seems to be the concern of the board. So if you guys,
And I think this point here, I'm sorry. I think this point here, it's right. Oh my God. It's right where the shed is.
That's all right. I mean,
but I'm not sure.
There's something there. We understand. You know, you can get it.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Draw a little line approaching the spot, you know.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a motion here? I make a motion that we grant it and a stipulation that the corners be put in there. That this shouldn't hold up the vote.
Can anyone second that?
I second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Collins, seconded by Mr. Wooten. Mary, can you call the roll? With the stipulation, the motion is to grant with the stipulation that the stakes will be put in forthwith as soon as possible. And you're going to work with the instructional services to get them in, right?
Correct. Yeah, I got to follow up with them tomorrow, actually.
You need them to be the authority to go in there and let these people know they're encroaching on your property. And you know,
I believe they went. So my attorney mailed a letter. The attorney that helped me with the purchase of the property, James is helping us with this zoning. But and then ISD, Tim from ISD, told me this morning that he was going to swing by today and actually put a citation on their doors. Yeah, so we can follow up with them and with the owners too.
Okay, we got a motion on the floor. Want to call the roll, Mary?
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Yes.
Is it somewhere in the back of my mind is there some kind of a law? I'd like to ask Attorney Lamanna, is there some kind of a law that if there's a fence or something that's on somebody else's property that's been there for so many years, it automatically becomes the property of the person who never owned it? Do you know what I mean?
It's called adverse possession, and there is a general proposition that if you utilize land that's not yours and it's known to the neighboring property owner, that you can go to land court and have the land court declare that the property belongs to the person that it had not belonged to, and it should not have been using it. But it does not automatically go. It does not automatically go to the other party. They would have to go to court and get the court to establish that it was being used and it was known by the other property owners, all the property owners, continuously for 25 years.
Yeah, I think it's like 50 or 25 years. It's a long time, and they have to prove it.
One note to that, when we were purchasing the property, the attorney that was representing the purchase, he did go into the records and see that there had not been such claims. And I believe that if it was done, yeah, no, there wasn't like anything like that in place.
But you don't even know if these people realize, you don't even know who did that. You don't know if the people who are encroaching on your property even realize that they don't own that. How did you buy this knowing you had this problem? Why would you do that?
I didn't know. I didn't know until after the survey came back.
All right, well, you have a motion and a second, so.
Rick.
Yes?
Mr. Wooten's not on this case, Mr. Smith is.
Okay.
So he can't make a motion.
Oh, well, he's seconding. Okay, can someone else second?
Second.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Tanya.
All right. To continue the case to or grant it.
Just to approve.
Grant with stipulation.
Yes.
Okay. To grant with the stipulation that everything will be done.
That the posts will be marked as soon as possible.
The what?
That the four corners will be marked as soon as possible.
Okay, that the four corners will be marked as soon as possible. Mr. Smith?
Just to grant with the stipulation.
That the four corners will be marked as soon as possible.
Yes.
Mrs. Crowitz?
Yes.
With stipulation. Mrs. Curley?
Yes.
Mr. Calnan?
Yes, to grant with the stipulation.
And Mr. Wood?
Yes, to grant with the stipulations. All right, thank you, gentlemen, and good luck with the project.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
He's going to need it.
You're welcome. Can you put the agenda back up? I haven't actually. Okay, so the last case, the first case number that we held off on, so that's good because Attorney Lamanna is here now. So this was case number 9947, 314 Broadway. And this was an administrative appeal of the cease and desist order of August 7, 2020 relating to the building permit issued by the city of Lynn. So Attorney Lamanna, can you update us now on this?
Absolutely. So at the last city council meeting, which would have been September 28th, the bids were open. There was only one bid for the property, and that was from Mr. Tenney, who is the petitioner here in this case. It's been continued, as you know, multiple times. So the City of Lynn City Council voted to sell this piece of property over to Mr. Tenney. That was the holdup and what caused inspectional services to issue a cease and desist. That he had originally been given an easement that allowed him to have a portable shed and some dumpsters. And what he was looking to do is to put a permanent structure there that did not comply with that easement. So this ultimate sale to Mr. Tenney will accomplish what he wants, and will put this matter to rest. I did get early this evening, the mayor signed that council order. So it's the city solicitor, George Michaopoulos, will be putting the deed together. There may be some subdivision needed with Ralph Reed because it's a smaller lot out of a larger lot, which is the Wyoma Square lot. But I would anticipate Mr. Tenney is satisfied with the ultimate result, that he's going to be able to own the land outright. I would assume he would be withdrawing the appeal, given the council vote and the mayor's signature, and it's just a matter of the ministerial task of dividing the land up with a survey and selling the land to Mr. Tenney.
Hallelujah.
How do you suggest?
Mr. Chairman, can we proceed with a vote to lift the?
I'm asking Attorney Lamanna how he suggests we proceed on this.
Yeah, I would make a motion we proceed on it.
Well, what Mr. Tenney is looking for is to overrule the order of the inspectional services. So that order will become a nullity once it's in Mr. Tenney's possession. So I think between now and the next meeting, Mr. Tenney in all likelihood would voluntarily withdraw the petition. There's no need to challenge the cease and desist because Mr. Tenney is going to be allowed to do whatever he wishes. So approving it would be overruling Mike Donovan's order, which we believe was a correct order at the time. So I would not recommend approving the petition. I would give Mr. Tenney the opportunity to withdraw the petition since
I withdraw my.
Okay, thank you. So then we're best for case is to just continue it again tonight.
That would be, he could formally withdraw it. You wouldn't see it on your agenda moving forward.
Right. So we'll continue tonight, and probably next meeting he'll withdraw.
I would venture to guess there would be no reason to challenge the petition because he's paying money for this property, a fair market value for the property that allow him to do what he wanted to do, which would be a shed for his surplus equipment.
Okay. So then can I have a motion to continue?
Well, the motion to continue.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion to continue in a second. Rick, can you call the roll?
Mr. Wooten to continue to October 19th?
Yes, to continue.
Mrs. Crowitz?
Yes, to continue.
Mrs. Curley?
Yes, to continue.
Mr. Calnan?
Yes, to continue.
Mr. Wood?
Yes, to continue. All right, that concludes our business for tonight. Thanks,
Rick?
everybody.
Motion to adjourn.
No. Rick,
Yes.
don't forget
Yes.
about Aaron Clausen.
Oh, yes, okay. So at the end of our next meeting, our city planner, Aaron Clausen,
Recording stopped.
has requested that he Zoom in with the members of the zoning board to go over zoning issues. So if everyone can leave a little time at the end of next meeting to meet with our city planner Clausen. All right. Is that it, Mayor?
Sounds good.
That's it.
October 19th.
I have one other thing I'd
Sorry.
like to.
Wait a minute, Terry
I
wants
thought it would
something.
be fun if we all got together and had a barbecue. What do you guys think? Team building.
I think it's illegal. Unfortunately, I agree with you. I think that would be great. But it's a violation of the open meeting law.
Oh, it is. I did not know that.
Yeah, because I think that's a great idea, but those are the laws, and we're not supposed to violate them. So, anyone else?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. Callahan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
All right.
All right, everybody. Have a nice. I think we have a long weekend.
Aye.
Good night, all.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Take care.
And existing leases could potentially be adapted to account for these new requirements. One other point that I do want to make is that the oil and gas heating systems in our existing buildings are creating harmful pollution that is linked to asthma, heart attack, stroke, other health problems. It's being released directly into the places where we live and work. Just earlier this month, the Harvard Chan School of Public Health released a new study demonstrating that poor indoor air quality affects health and productivity significantly greater than we previously understood. And when I submit my written testimony, I'll include some links to that study. I highly encourage the committee to review it. Curbing emissions in our state's commercial buildings is critical to meeting our climate goals and building the net zero emissions economy. The series member companies are already taking a lot of steps to invest in new technologies that are going to reduce emissions at their facilities and transition away from fossil fuels. But we need policies that build on the ambition of the Net Generation Roadmap to spur that kind of innovation. And I think the Better Buildings Act is one such policy. series urges the committee to report favorably on the bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, John. Are there questions of Mr. Carlson? Hearing none, we will again thank Ceres and wish it well in its very important work. And we would like to hear from Deidre Cummings now from MassPIRG.
Great. Thank you, Chairman Barrett and Chairman Roy. My name is Deirdre Cummings. I'm the Legislative Director for MassPIRG. MassPIRG is a 45-year-old nonpartisan and nonprofit consumer advocacy organization, and we have a long history of supporting energy conservation and appliance efficiency and working for a cleaner, healthier environment. We're fully supportive of the Better Buildings Act filed by Representative Robinson and Senator Roush, which will require the owners of large buildings, offices, apartment buildings, labs, universities, and hospital campuses to report their energy use to the state and then take steps to make energy wasting buildings more efficient. I do not want to take up the time and repeat my colleagues' testimony and their expertise on this issue, far greater than mine. I do want to say that the Better Buildings Act, we think, is a win-win for the Commonwealth. As first, it'll help save tenants, both residents and businesses, money in their utility bills. I think it was Senator Roush who talked earlier about everybody's been in the building, including some in the State House, quite frankly, that where you have to open the window in the middle of winter in order to regulate the temperature while the heat then continues to blast even higher. And then second, we think the bill clearly will protect our health and the environment by tackling climate change. And so for those reasons in the testimony given previously on this issue, we wholeheartedly support the passage of the Better Buildings Act.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cummings. Are there questions of MassPIRG? Hearing none, we want to thank you very much for your participation today. And move on to Fred Bunger from the Wellesley Climate Action Committee, if Fred is with us.
Yes, hang on, I'll get the camera on. Thank you. Yeah, I'm a member of the Wellesley Climate Action Committee, and we have a buildings working group, and we've been vitally interested in what we can do to reduce the emissions in town, particularly in buildings. Wellesley's adopted greenhouse gas emission reduction goals consistent with the IPCC federal and Massachusetts state goals. To achieve the town goals, we depend upon the state to adopt laws and support regulations that encourage energy conservation as a means of reducing emissions. All of the laws that have been discussed today are aimed in the direction we support. In Wellesley, 56% of greenhouse gas emissions are from buildings. The nearly 6 million square feet of single-family residences, condominiums, and apartments have an average energy use intensity of about 70,000 BTUs per square foot per year, as compared to a current building code of around 30. The 10+ million square feet of commercial, institutional, and municipal buildings emissions have an energy use intensity of over 100,000 BTUs per square foot per year versus current building code of about 40. To meet emission goals, we have a long way to go. So a range of solutions are needed to help the largely older building stock in Wellesley reduce energy consumption and emissions. Many of the proposed bills are necessary. They are necessary to meet the town emissions goals. Net zero building codes will be helpful in the future, but Wellesley new building construction is less than 1% per year. Building turnover in Wellesley is around 3% per year. So the House Bill 3334, and I've forgotten the Senate bill, are aimed in that direction and would be very helpful. And we're particularly interested in an act relative to better buildings, H3366 and 2232. We just kicked off a voluntary reporting program in Wellesley. We had 30 people involved. So Again, thank you very much for holding this public hearing and giving me a chance to speak on behalf of the town of Wellesley. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bunger. Are there questions of Mr. Bunger? If not, sir, we want to thank you very much for troubling to testify before us today. Good to hear from municipal governments.
You're welcome.
Municipalities. And following in that vein, the committee would next like to hear from Jillian Wilson Martin, who's the Sustainability Director for the town of Natick. Ms. Martin, are you with us?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
Excellent. Thank you for having me. And I was pleased to see my colleague in Wellesley, Mr. Bunger. I am Jillian Wilson Martin, and I'm the Town of Natick's Director of Sustainability, and I appreciate having the opportunity to speak to you in support of the Better Buildings Act. I speak today as both an advocate for the priorities identified in Natick's Net Zero Action Plan, which this bill would directly advance, and also as an employee who has had the responsibility of fulfilling the same type of energy use disclosures that are required by this act. And I do that for more than 800,000 square feet of commercial space, and I've done so for approximately 7 years. In Natick, the majority of our emissions come from buildings, and nearly 50% of those building emissions come from our existing commercial buildings. As part of our action plan, similar to what you heard from Mr. Sanders in Lexington, Natick is working on a disclosure requirement that's nearly identical to the Better Buildings Act. We are seeking to require large commercial building owners to first report on their annual energy usage and also to complete projects that reduce their greenhouse gas emissions every 5 years. We're not alone in supporting this approach. In addition to Lexington and Wellesley, I know that colleagues in Ashland, Westboro, and Arlington have similar priorities, and I'm sure there's others out there. And I personally believe that it will be better for businesses if we create consistent requirements and reporting practices across our state. It will also be easier for them to access data if we do this from a state level, because we'll be able to have greater partnerships with our public utilities. In regards to my role as an energy manager, I want to tell you how easy and beneficial it is. I think it's a misperception that tracking energy use would be a burden to property owners. And the reality is that reporting on energy use is really a benefit. The Green Communities program requires essentially the same practice by municipalities, and we report on our energy use annually in the same way that this bill would require large commercial businesses. Tracking our energy use has led Natick to identify opportunities for energy efficiency and renewable energy, and that's driven us to complete projects that are saving us more than $500,000 a year. And many of these projects are not supported by grants. They're projects that we identify because we see that our buildings are using more energy than they should. We investigate that, and that leads to opportunities that we pursue. So with these benefits in mind, I ask you to vote to act on behalf of property owners and municipalities on our climate, and vote in support of the Better Buildings Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson. Are there questions? I do have one. Please permit me. Let me clarify. What is the town? Is this? Do you work for the town government in some capacity? And exactly what current initiative exists today, as opposed to things that you're attempting to get off the ground?
Sure. Yes, I do. I am an employee of the town of Natick, and I manage our Green Communities designation here in Natick, which is, as you are familiar with, the DOER program. And existing today, we track our energy use for all municipal buildings, which represent most of the large buildings in Natick. There's actually very few buildings, I think, in any given community that you would be creating this reporting requirement for. I did some analysis in Natick, and it's less than 200 buildings in Natick. However, those buildings are responsible for a very large amount of emissions in our community. In terms of what we're doing now, we're reporting as a municipality, and we have a working group with other communities that are interested in pursuing a regional approach to this energy use disclosure requirement. We have not adopted one yet, but we are working on it, and it's listed as a priority action in our net zero plan, which is endorsed by all major boards and committees in Natick.
Walk us through briefly, and just as a representative property. It's not representative in terms of commercial industrial activity. I appreciate that it doesn't house life sciences companies or technology companies, for example. But walk us through how you imagine this would play out with respect to the Natick Mall.
Sure. Well, with the Natick Mall, there is a mix of owners who operate their space in the mall.
Now, aren't there lots of, if you want to be legal about it, aren't there lots of long-term commercial renters, tenants?
There are, yes. I can't speak to the specifics of the Natick Mall because I'm not involved in their lease agreements. But there are a lot of long-term commercial tenants there. And then there are some sections of the mall that do own and operate their property.
So when you use the term owners, you actually, in your head, you may actually be thinking of long-term commercial tenants, such as anchor stores sitting in a mall that's owned by a third party.
Well, in Natick, some of our anchor stores actually own their section of the mall.
But some don't.
Agreed.
Do you have a sense as to the proportion of commercial retail property occupied by long-term tenancies as opposed to used by owners?
My suspicion is that it is more long-term tenants than it is owners.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Martin. We appreciate your taking part in today's hearing.
Thank you.
We would now like to hear, if we might, from Paul Dale of the Massachusetts Sierra Club. Hello, Paul.
Yes.
You're muted at the moment.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Am I echoing?
Yes.
Perhaps you could call on another speaker and call me back, or let me fix my echo problem here.
We won't be able to call you back immediately, but we'll see.
No, well,
we'll move on to another witness.
Let me see if I can proceed then.
Why don't we move on at the moment to Mr. Charlie Herrick? I see Charlie's with us of the National Consumer Law Center. Charlie, I think you want to testify on behalf of a number of bills that, with respect to the so-called PACE program.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Chairman Roy, and I'm pleased to be testifying before my representative, Kate Lippert-Garabedian. My name is Charlie Herrick. I'm a staff attorney at the National Consumer Law Center, and we are testifying in opposition to two PACE bills near identical, H3275 and S2218. The National Consumer Law Center is a nonprofit advocacy organization that since 1969 has used its expertise in consumer law and energy policy to work for consumer justice and economic security for low-income households. We oppose these two bills because they place consumers at great risk due to the lack of any consumer protections in these bills, and because existing award-winning Massachusetts programs already provide adequate tools for homeowners to finance energy efficiency. These two bills authorize the Department of Energy Resources to develop and implement regulations to establish residential sustainable energy program, basically modeled on, I'm assuming, PACE programs in other states. Of greatest concern to us is that the bill contains no consumer protections, even while authorizing a financing program that will burden consumers with debt that includes a lien being placed on the consumer's home and the potential for foreclosure. California, which has the oldest and largest residential PACE program, included extensive consumer protections when it first adopted PACE, and actually added further protections in response to deceptive sales practices that harm consumers. John Oliver's program, This Week Tonight, detailed a broad range of problems families have faced who have accessed PACE funding, and that's in their June 21st, 2021 episode. I included a link in our written testimony. Notably, Renovate, one of the first companies to offer PACE loans and an early lead proponent of spreading PACE model to other states, filed for bankruptcy in December 2020. Renovate recently entered a settlement agreement with regulators to have its license revoked based on allegations and substantiation of allegations of fraud. Given the many complaints that have been lodged against PACE programs by consumers, Congress mandated that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau adopt regulations addressing the ability to repay, that is, can a borrower really repay that PACE loan that is being offered? The Massachusetts PACE bills are a solution that makes little sense, particularly in Massachusetts, as there is no problem obtaining financing for energy efficiency measures at a zero interest rate and without having a lien placed on the home. The HEAT loan program offered by MassSave provides $100 million in interest-free loans annually and makes it one of the largest residential lending programs in America. I have 30 seconds more, Mr. Chairman. I'm almost at the end.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Moreover, the loans are offered by local banks, not out-of-state for-profit companies motivated as much by generating profits for global investors as by concern about climate change. So in conclusion, NCLC, on behalf of our clients, strongly opposes these bills because they contain no protections for consumers, because PACE loans have unquestionably harmed borrowers elsewhere, and because Massachusetts has a more than adequate existing energy financing program, that is the HEAT loan program. And we have submitted a written testimony with more detail and citations. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of Mr. Herrick? I have one, Mr. Herrick. Do you have a perspective that you consider to be as informed with respect to the operation of the current PACE program and its impact on small businesses?
No, in our experience, commercial borrowers are used to borrowing money for other purposes and are a little more sophisticated in the transactions. We have seen almost no problems of which we're aware in commercial loan programs around the country. Most of the problems that have arisen, and we are really familiar with the California problems, are the contractors haven't been closely enough regulated. So in the HEAT loan program, you have a utility that's making no money off the contracting or the financing. It's in their interest to actually enforce good rules because it only blows up in their face if there are bad actors. In California, PACE loans are securitized, sold on the global market, and so there is an incentive to go as big as possible, as quickly as possible. And there's been a lot of targeting of communities of color, limited English speakers, and low-income people. And personally, I think that's what took Renovate down, is that they went too quickly to scale and didn't control their contractors. I have great respect for how the HEAT loan program has rolled out in Massachusetts and the way the community banks operate that program. I think that provides the money we need and the safety we need for consumers. And I appreciate that question.
Thank you, sir. Additional questions of Mr. Herrick? Hearing none, we'll thank you. And ask whether, and we're going to return to Mr. Dale soon, but I want to ask first of all whether Michael Doty from Greenworks Lending is with us and prepared to testify.
Yes, Chair Barrett, I am here.
Why don't you take the floor, sir?
Thank you. So, good morning, Chair Barrett, Chair Roy. First, I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to testify on behalf of H3276, an act to expand the eligibility of commercial property assessed clean energy. My name is Mike Doty, and I'm the director for Greenworks Lending from Newveen in New England. Greenworks Lending is the national leader of CPACE across the country, having provided CPACE financing to over 400 commercial properties with investments totaling $500 million across 26 states. These investments have enabled building owners to reduce costs by $720 million and prevent over 1.1 million tons of carbon dioxide from being released into the atmosphere. This is the equivalent of taking over 240,000 cars off the road. Headquartered in Darien, Connecticut, Greenworks Lending has a deep commitment to the communities of New England. Greenworks is proud to be the first CPACE provider to have funded a project in Massachusetts. Since 2016, when this body adopted CPACE legislation, we have seen it evolve into a highly effective national program for property developers and building owners to invest in resilient, renewable, and energy-efficient technologies. CPACE is a successful financing tool that has benefited the existing building sector by reducing energy costs, improving building values, and cutting energy waste. Unfortunately, under current statute, only existing buildings are eligible, not new development. There's an opportunity in the state to drive those same economic and environmental benefits for new buildings by amending the current legislation so that new construction is eligible for CPACE. When developers are investing in the construction of new buildings or renovation of previously vacant buildings, it is important that CPACE financing is an option for them to consider. At this juncture, developers begin purchasing equipment and making decisions about building design, as well as what equipment to purchase. Having the ability to access CPACE funds will motivate them to make a choice that produces a more efficient and resilient building. These types of projects have accounted for more than 60% of the public benefit our organization was able to facilitate in 2020, an estimated impact of over 1,300 jobs, among other things. States including Connecticut, New York, Pennsylvania, and most recently New Jersey have all authorized and updated their standards regarding the use of CPACE funds on new construction or gut rehabilitation to ensure the full benefit of higher cost energy efficiency, renewable energy, and resiliency features may be funded with CPACE. Only Massachusetts has not. The proposed legislation you have before you will help bring Massachusetts in line with other states in the region by using existing standards already in place in Massachusetts and allowing CPACE to be a catalyst for more private investment in clean energy, low carbon building construction and renovation. The stringent energy codes in Massachusetts that have been adopted and are being considered by this committee have put Massachusetts as a leader in the sustainable future for its residents. Bringing in these standards for CPACE is a common sense approach to engage members of the developer community to further their adoption of green building practices as an industry standard. And I hear my time here, so just wanted to say we will be submitting written testimony with more detail. And by passing this legislation, you will significantly further carbon reduction, job growth, and economic activity for all those who live and work in Massachusetts. Thank you again for the time.
Mr. Doty, I'm going to invite you to comment on Mr. Herrick's remarks of a moment ago, and then I'm going to invite Mr. Herrick, if he wishes to comment on your remarks. I want to make sure that committee members are able to distinguish, if distinctions are to be drawn, between the bill you're now advocating and the extension of PACE to consumers. Do you have a comment to make about Mr. Herrick's testimony of a moment ago? And can you help
I do.
committee
I do, and I really appreciate
what we're talking about here?
Yeah, I do, and I really appreciate the opportunity. I didn't want to derail. Of course, my dogs start barking. Derail the opportunity to discuss the tenets of CPACE, but importantly,
we don't understand the acronym, by the way. We don't know PACE from CPACE necessarily, so we want to make sure that we understand the distinctions you're drawing.
Absolutely. So CPACE stands for Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy, and the bills Mr. Herrick was speaking out against would establish RPACE programs, which stands for Residential Property Assessed Clean Energy. CPACE is only available for commercial buildings, and as Mr. Herrick mentioned, and I agree with, those are loans for individuals who often own multiple properties, who have a level of sophistication with debt and investments in their buildings that would go beyond some of the communities that were impacted by RPACE legislation across the country. Also, the scale of the loans is different. So the amount of actors and eyes and professional eyes, particularly on the engineering side, tend to be much greater on commercial PACE programs, which is why I believe, and I agree with Mr. Herrick, that there haven't been any consumer protection concerns with commercial PACE across the country. And Greenworks Lending, our organization, only participates in commercial lending. So I won't speak to the details of residential PACE.
Let me ask a follow-on question just to make sure the committee understands this. Why were new buildings exempted from the PACE program when the legislature originally legislated PACE? A sort of a brief answer, if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. So it was, the original legislation was passed in 2016, and PACE was originally thought for a way to address the built environment. And over the last 5 years, it has evolved to effectively address the new construction environment as well. And I think that it's just a standard that was missed based on the time that it was originally considered till now.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Herrick, do you have any comments on Mr. Doty's testimony with respect to new construction?
Yeah, just briefly. And Mr. Chairman, as you know, we don't hold ourselves out as experts on commercial, but we have looked at it. As you know, it is much easier and less expensive to incorporate energy efficiency at the time of new construction. So to the extent CPACE has worked in the built environment and has not created consumer problems, and again, we haven't seen any, it would seem to me to make sense to expand it. I will emphasize also that the model of how it's delivered is so fundamentally different. You're talking in the commercial space of sophisticated owners who aren't going to go ahead and do anything to their building without being careful about it. In the residential space, we've had truly fraudulent contractors lying that it's a government program that's going to cost you nothing, targeting communities that speak Spanish. You're just not going to see that in the commercial space. These are fundamentally different models. And I want to emphasize that California not only had very extensive consumer protections, it's an original bill, but then amended the statute with extensive further consumer protections precisely because of the problems I've testified to. So I encourage you to think separately about CPACE, and we have no objection to where Mr. Doty would like the legislature to go.
Are there questions of Mr. Doty from the committee? Hearing none, we want to thank you, sir, and we want to thank you both for testifying on this issue and helping us keep some key distinctions in mind. We're now going to move to consideration of S 2132, an act instituting a governance structure for Mass Save. Is Mr. Michael Goldman of Eversource in the House?
Yes, I am here, and I believe we were going to do this as a panel with a colleague, Chris Porter from National Grid.
Terrific. We'd welcome you all as a panel. And then if Mr. Dale's prepared to testify after you folks, we'll hear from Mr. Dale, who had some trouble technologically with us earlier. I see Mr. Dale on camera. Are you prepared to testify after Eversource and National Grid?
Yes, I believe I am. Thank you.
Right, thank you, sir. Thank you. I will look forward to hearing your testimony. Mr. Goldman, why don't you proceed with Mr. Porter or Berthelm?
Very good. Thank you so much. I think, Chris, if you'd like to go first, and then I will follow up with some complimentary comments.
Absolutely. Thank you. Chair Roy, Chair Barrett, members of the committee, thank you for the time this morning. My name is Chris Porter, and I lead energy efficiency program strategy, policy, and planning for National Grid. I appreciate the opportunity to be back before your committee this morning. First, I'd like to express National Grid's support for the Commonwealth's efforts to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. I'm proud to say that Mass Save has been a leading driver of GHG emission reductions in the Commonwealth over the last decade, and we are grateful for the legislature's leadership in providing the framework through which those results have been achieved. Yesterday, in recognition of a decade of Mass Save's success, the program administrators released our Path to Carbon Neutrality report, an overview of how our nation-leading energy efficiency programs have contributed to progress towards the Commonwealth's net zero goal. Highlighted in that report, over the last decade, our programs have resulted in weatherization of over 250,000 homes and counting, nearly 3.8 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent greenhouse gas emission reductions, the equivalent of taking nearly 800,000 cars off the road. For every dollar spent on energy efficiency in the Commonwealth, customers have realized $4 in benefits, resulting in a collective $27.4 billion in benefits to Massachusetts residents and businesses over the last decade. In 2020 alone, our programs also led to $200 million in annual bill savings for residential customers. We believe that these results demonstrate that the Mass Save program administrators are uniquely positioned to engage customers and to drive residents and businesses in the Commonwealth to take the actions at the scale necessary to achieve our collective ambitious decarbonization goals. We also believe that the current Mass Save governance structure fundamentally works. Responsibility by the program administrators for delivering savings, subject to a robust stakeholder process and strict regulatory oversight, is directly linked to accountability for the program administrators. We're also not content to rest on this track record and recognize both the challenge ahead as well as the mandate to refocus our efforts beyond energy efficiency in order to enable the transformation of the heating market in Massachusetts. We are committed to implementing relevant provisions of the climate legislation passed and signed into law earlier this year, including a substantially increased focus on reducing emissions from the building sector. To this end, we are implementing an intentional three-pillared strategy working with customers, HVAC contractors, and distributors and manufacturers to fundamentally transform the heating and cooling market in Massachusetts. In many ways, similar to how we have transitioned the lighting market to LEDs over the last decade. As highlighted last week in our presentation to the Massachusetts Energy Efficiency Advisory Council, the current draft of the Program Administrator's 22 to 24 three-year plan proposes $894 million in electrification incentives, including for the first time incentives to promote customer conversion from heating with natural gas to electric heat pumps. If I could have 30 more seconds just to conclude the point, I'll wrap it up. Thank you. This budget, we believe, will lead to the installation of high-efficiency electric heat pumps at nearly 50,000 households and at over 60 million square feet of commercial industrial space over the next 3 years. As alluded to earlier, there's also been a focus on equity in the course of the next plan. In written comments, we'll provide details on the specific detailed commitments we're making on that front to address serving many of the sectors highlighted by previous commenters. I'll just conclude by saying that addressing the climate challenge before us will require action at an unprecedented scale, and Mass Save program administrators are up to the task. Thank you again for the time today, and we look forward to continuing to partner with the legislature and with our other stakeholders across the Commonwealth in creating affordable and equitable clean energy solutions for all.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Mr. Goldman.
Yes, good morning, Chairman Barrett, Chairman Roy, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Michael Goldman. I'm a director at Eversource Energy, supporting our customer energy programs. I'd like to use my time today to talk about the success of Mass Save and the current level of rigorous oversight and reporting requirements that the Mass Save programs are subject to. These requirements mainly have their foundation in the Green Communities Act. Every 3 years, the Mass Save program administrators, or the PAs, are required by law to develop and file an energy efficiency plan. The PAs work in close coordination with the Energy Efficiency Advisory Council, the EEAC, Department of Energy and Resources, the Attorney General's Office, and other stakeholders to develop the 3-year plan. The first draft of the 3-year plan must be submitted to the EEAC for approval or comment by April 30th, with an additional draft shared with and vetted by the EEAC prior to finalizing plans that are then submitted to the Department of Public Utilities for review and approval by October 31st. The department is subsequently responsible for reviewing and approving the plan. This is a fully adjudicated process that normally involves a large number of interveners. The EEAC is the reviewing body of energy efficiency of load management resources. The EEAC has the ability to review and comment on demand resource program plans and budgets. Members of the EEAC include one member representing each of the following: residential consumers, the Low-Income Weatherization and Fuel Assistance Program Network, the environmental community, businesses, including large C&I end users, the manufacturing industry, energy efficiency experts, organized labor, the Department of Environmental Protection, the Attorney General, the Executive Office of Housing and Economic Development, the Massachusetts Nonprofit Network, a city or town in the Commonwealth, the Massachusetts Association of Realtors, a business employing fewer than 10 people located in the Commonwealth that perform energy efficiency services, and the Department of Energy Resources. The program administrators have consistent reporting requirements on plan progress and implementation both to the EEAC and Department of Public Utilities. By my count, there are at least 23 publicly accessible reports filed each year. The PAs are required to submit quarterly reports to the EEAC demonstrating progress on the plan, and the EEAC meets monthly to discuss energy efficiency matters and is open to the public. During these monthly meetings, the PAs present dashboards with extensive data. Just last week, over 150 people were in attendance at the EEAC meeting. This year, the EEAC also hosted topic-focused workshops and listening sessions on the 3-year plan development in addition to the regular monthly EEAC meetings. Upon completion of each year of the 3-year term, each program administrator submits an energy efficiency annual report to the DPU that details its performance during that year. Upon completion of each 3-year term, each program administrator submits an energy efficiency 3-year term report to the DPU that details its performance during the applicable term. Should a program administrator not be found to reasonably comply with the plan, the department can open an investigation and levy a fine on that program administrator. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today about the Mass Save programs and affirm the Mass Save program administrator's commitment to the achievement of the Commonwealth's decarbonization goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goldman. Are there questions of Mr. Goldman and Mr. Porter?
Yes, Mr. Chair, just a couple of follow-up questions that I know that the roadmap bill has some additional requirements on Mass Save, and I'm wondering how those will be addressed in the upcoming plan that you have for 22 to 24, and what can we expect to be different about Mass Save in the next 3 years?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Roy. Mike, maybe I'll start and then you can chime in. I'd say the primary change, and is reflected in the draft numbers that we presented to the EEAC last week, really reflect the greenhouse gas reduction target established by EEA and expected of the plans. And so the plan that we put forward, and that will continue to be refined, through our ultimate filing at the end of October, will demonstrate, we believe, a credible pathway to achieving that target, with a significantly increased focus on building electrification than has historically been the case through these plans and through our programs prior to the implementation or the passage of the Climate Act, but that ultimately present, again, a credible pathway to achieving those targets, while, as always, balancing all of the considerations that we're charged with in developing and administering the programs, including equitable access to and receipt of benefits from the programs, and being mindful of bill impacts and other impacts on the customers who pay into and ultimately fund these programs.
I would just quickly reiterate a point that Mr. Porter touched on, which is a prioritization towards greenhouse gas reduction goals. I think that what you will see in this October plan is a plan that complies with the letter we received in July of this year with the target from the Secretary of EEA, and a plan that really focuses on not just greenhouse gas reduction emissions, although that's certainly one of the priorities or the main priority, but then also some of those other very important topics like equity, like workforce development. So I'm very excited to be able to share that plan shortly.
Just one follow-up. I'm sure you're well aware of some of the news reports that have called into question some of the things that MassSave is doing, and in particular, one of the rebate forms suggesting that the program does not recommend heat pumps. Can you give me some response to some of those criticisms, and let me know if we can expect some changes with regard to those particular concerns in the upcoming plan?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the question. And so, let me start by saying that, in the appropriate settings, the program administrators absolutely believe that heat pump technologies can meet the full heating needs, of homes in the Massachusetts climate. The specific language that you're referring to is that historically, the program administrators have not recommended that homeowners installing heat pumps move directly to what's known as a full conversion, essentially removing an existing heating system and installing a heat pump fully in place of that heating system. That should not be interpreted as a lack of support for building electrification or high efficiency heat pumps as a form of heating. On the contrary, we're very supportive of that. We'll be much more supportive through incentives and budgets in the upcoming programs. While air source heat pump technology is not a new technology, the market in Massachusetts is still relatively nascent. And at this stage of the market development, we feel that it's absolutely essential that the early adopting customers who install this technology have a positive experience with that technology and become evangelists with their friends and neighbors and colleagues for air source heat pumps. That happening is foundational to the success and the long-term growth of the building electrification market in Massachusetts. And so at this stage of the market, our experience has been that in most situations, a partial displacement or a hybrid system is more likely to lead to that positive customer experience. But certainly, we're going to continue to evaluate that, and changes to that will be reflected in program changes coming with the coming in the next term.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the update and look forward to seeing the plan as soon as it's available. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to ask the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are there additional questions?
I see that Senator Pacheco has his hand up.
Oh, yes, Senator Pacheco, by all means. Senator Pacheco, I'm sorry, and I should know this. Well, in any event, Senator Pacheco, why don't you ask your question now?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Senator.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm in a different location, and I am glad that I got on right now, because the Mass Save program has been something, Mr. Porter, that's been very much of a concern to me. As you know, the administration's 2050 decarbonization plan came out even before the new emissions reduction mandates in the next gen roadmaps were codified, correct? So, I mean, the administration had a decarbonization plan out before, calling for 1 million homes to have retrofits and doing about 100,000 homes a year. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes, Senator.
And you're aware, as the House Chair just indicated, that after an investigative journalist looked at where we were on that, I think they came up with a total of 457 homes. Are you aware of that?
So I'm aware of that reporting, though I think that that number is, a quite incomplete look and picture of the current situation, because it was narrowly focused only on these full displacements. If you look at the entire market, inclusive of the partial displacements, not only have the program administrators delivered, many multiples of that over the last several years. We have also,
Mr. Porter, if I can stop you. Would you agree that it's woefully lower? The outcome is woefully lower than the 100,000 homes or properties that would be retrofitted under the decarbonization plan?
So I would reiterate the program administrator's support for the decarbonization goals laid out by the Commonwealth and the targets that have been produced by EEA. I'll also say that the plan that we shared with the EEAC on September, and that will ultimately be submitted to the EEAC for consideration in October and to the DPU at the end of October, will meet the overall decarbonization target that has been assigned to the programs by EEA.
Well, let me just say through the chairs to you and Mass Save, I hope so, because what I see so far is a program that, as you know, the utilities have had a lot to do with, and a lot of foot dragging here in terms of achieving even the administrative goals that were put in place by the administration. I am pleased to see that the secretary ended up reducing in writing to Mass Save a pretty stern letter asking for a lot more improvement. And I hope that we get that improvement that comes back, because we're talking about a climate crisis here. And everybody, including the utilities, have got to get moving. We've got to take all these words and these all this philosophy and everything else we talk about and turn them into action, like yesterday, is what we need to do. And so I would certainly appreciate that happening and would like to see that plan and would like for you, if you could, to share with this committee. If you don't agree with the investigative journalist report, I would like to see those numbers that you guys are looking at, and share them with this committee that has jurisdiction there, so we can take a look and track, if you will, what the outcomes are, because that's what's going to need to take place.
Thank you, Mr. Senator. Could we just hear back so that we can continue?
Yep.
Certainly, and thank you for the question. If I could respond briefly. So, of course, we're happy to share that data, much of which is publicly available on Mass Save data. With respect to the perception of foot dragging with respect to electrification by the program administrators, what I can point to is that right now we are operating under the 3-year plan that was developed with stakeholder input, submitted to the DPU, supported by DOER, the Attorney General's office, and approved. That plan in 19 and 20, the last 2 full years that have elapsed, suggested that we would deliver roughly 5,500 heat pumps to roughly 5,500 homes that would be used to displace an existing heating source. Actual data to date for those 2 years, so 19 and 20, we have nearly doubled that target, and we've delivered 10,000 homes. Again, obviously, the full displacement number is lower than that, though still in line with the targets that were part of the plan. But the broader picture of what we've kind of think paints, I hope, presents evidence of something other than foot dragging, and rather, on the contrary, an aggressive commitment on the part of the program administrators under the structure of the plan that we're operating under right now to drive this market and to transform this market. More importantly, I'll just reiterate what the EEAC, what our stakeholder council saw last week, and what will be part of the final plan that is submitted, again, is a dramatic expansion of those efforts, and an effort that is in line with the greenhouse gas reduction targets ascribed to the programs by EEA.
All right. If we could have somewhat shorter answers and shorter questions, that would help us. Mr. Goldman.
Yeah, I would just want to very quickly add that we are not waiting for the October plan to ramp up our efforts as it relates to heat pumps. If folks have driven down the Mass Pike recently, you will have seen very large billboards that support or that promote heat pumps. We are rolling out marketing and advertising and customer awareness and education campaigns as we speak. We hear that call for action yesterday loud and clear, and we started even before yesterday. So that is ongoing.
Additional questions of Mr. Porter and Mr. Goldman? I have one or two myself, and first of all, I want to thank you both for appearing before the committee. I noticed in your answers to date to Representative Roy and to Senator Pacheco that you made significant reference to the executive branch, to EEA. You made significant references to the Energy Efficiency Advisory Council, and we appreciate both, but almost no references to your accountability to the legislature. As you know, it was the legislature, not EEA, that required the secretary to set an emissions goal for the forthcoming 3-year plan. It was the legislature, not the EEA, that required that this next 3-year plan take into account for every initiative and every program the social value of greenhouse gas emissions reduction. It is the legislature, not the executive branch, that now requires that EEAC, in inquiring and scrutinizing your quarterly reports, consider the social value of greenhouse gas reductions achieved. And it's the legislature, not EEA, which requires that, in fact, your quarterly reports themselves report on the social value of greenhouse gas emissions reductions achieved in your ongoing initiatives. You seem fixated on your relationship with the executive, and it's proper. You're mindful of it. You don't seem to truly be aware that both EEA itself and Mass Save in particular is a creature of state law that was legislated. Do you think about as much?
Certainly, it certainly didn't intend to create a perception to the contrary. And in fact, we recognize, starting with the Green Communities Act, ultimately through the Global Warming Solutions Act, and then most relevant to this discussion, the climate bill passed earlier this year, that has been the leadership of the legislature that has put the frameworks and the legislative frameworks in place that have enabled the success of these programs. If I could point maybe to one specific example of where that has had an impact already on the design of the programs, the inclusion of the social cost of carbon and how we calculate cost effectiveness for measures and programs. To date, we have not provided incentives to customers transitioning from a natural gas heating system to an air source heat pump, because under the legacy methodology, that was not a cost-effective measure to offer. With the inclusion of the social cost of carbon in our benefit cost analysis as a result of the legislature's leadership on that issue and the inclusion of that in the Climate Act, those measures are now cost-effective under the program's green terms. And, for the first time, starting in the next plan, enhanced incentives will be in place for customers making that transition in the same way that they've been in place this term for customers transitioning from oil or propane.
Thank you very much. I want to give Mr. Goldman a chance if he wishes to expand on any of these answers.
The only thing I'd like to add is that we are very happy to continue to work with you and the committee and provide information and make sure that we are giving the committee everything they need from our end as well.
I have an additional question. Earlier this year, a marketing presentation by the Natural Gas Division of Eversource surfaced. This was a presentation that was actually given to an audience of Eversource partners. The Natural Gas Division of Eversource had slides, and I'm quoting from them, that said that, quote, everyone needs to contact legislators in favor of continued use of natural gas as a residential and industrial commercial fuel. Another slide suggested that the industry should, and I'm quoting, take advantage of power outage fear that might come about from a proper or an appropriate or prompt transition away from natural gas. You're familiar with the slide deck. I can appreciate that other people from natural gas quickly stepped in to do damage control, disavowed your natural gas division's exhortations to its customer base and to its business partners. It seems to me that Eversource, though, is internally divided. I don't doubt that there are people in Eversource who appreciate that the natural gas division is out of line, but the natural gas division is a big chunk of Eversource's business. So I'm assuming that there are a good many internal conflicts and that there is no resolution yet of these conflicts, which bubbled up only 4 months ago. Mr. Goldman, where are you in containing a huge natural gas division that disagrees quite clearly with some of the higher ups in the central office? How, given this internal conflict, are you going to realize the emissions reductions goals that we need and help residences and business move quite decisively away from natural gas?
I guess I would slightly disagree with a little bit of your premise, because I don't think there's a conflict. I don't think that presentation was representative of the company as a whole. And I think you've heard a lot of senior leaders from Eversource come out and say that publicly. I think what you're hearing today through our energy efficiency programs, we are bought in on electrification. We are all in. we are pushing these programs forward as hard as we can. I think that'll be reflected in the next 3-year plan submission. And like I was mentioning earlier, we've already started. We are pushing education and marketing material to customers on the benefits of heat pumps and electrifications. We're putting up billboards. You're seeing it kind of manifest itself already. So I think that presentation again was not representative of our position, and we're pushing forward as hard as we can on some of these other fronts on electrification.
On July 28th, Mr. Goldman and Mr. Porter, a consultant hired by the Energy Efficiency Advisory Council, gave an in-depth report to the EEAC on your new plan, the first iteration of it, or the iteration of it drafted and released in April of this year. The consultant for the EEAC said flatly in its slide presentation, quote, "The April draft plan, greenhouse gas reductions, will not meet the state's targets." The consultant went on to say that your electric programs, and these are the new ones proposed for the next 3 years, anticipated 285,000 metric tons of greenhouse gas reductions, whereas the secretary, complying with the new legislative mandate, called for you to achieve 504,000. The shortfall was 218,000 metric tons of pollution that your own draft plan for the next 3 years failed to anticipate. Similarly, with respect to the gas programs, there was a significant shortfall. I can appreciate that under duress, you're now rushing to change those plans, but this is no longer, we're not talking about the current 3 years. We're talking about your own work effort in anticipation of 2022 to 2024. Given that you released those plans in July and that the Climate Act had been signed in March and had become effective in June, when I asked you whether you think of us, what struck me is that your draft plan for the next 3 years seemed oblivious of the fact that we had passed major new climate legislation imposing new responsibilities on Mass Save specifically, and requiring the secretary to set sublimits for residential building and cooling and industrial commercial building and cooling. Why this seeming disconnect between the reality of the rule of law and the design of your Mass Save initiatives for the next 3 years?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator. I think there is largely a timing issue here. So the slides that you shared, which are accurate, were in reaction to an initial draft plan that was submitted by the program administrators in April, in advance of more explicit direction and targets by all of our stakeholders, including EEA. And so, I think that the demonstration of progress in that plan, frankly, is a demonstration of the process working. Explicitly under the Green Communities Act, the PAs are charged with submitting an initial draft plan early enough in the process such that stakeholders have the opportunity to weigh in.
Mr. Porter, but the bill was signed in March. Your draft emerged a full 30 days later. You don't seem to regard the legislature as a power even superior to your stakeholders. We write the laws. It was in place before you released your first iteration of the 2022-2024 plan. I'm not browbeating you. You truly seemed unaware of the importance of state law.
I regret that is the impression that we've created. It's certainly not. It's certainly not the case. I hope that you and everyone on the call can appreciate the scale at which these programs operate. Nearly a $3 billion program under the current term The draft that we've submitted for the next 3 years will bring this to a $4 billion program. Given the level of planning and input that is involved in developing those plans, while a month, I'm sure, seems like a long time, in the context of developing a draft of sufficient depth and quality to be a useful data point for the legislature, for stakeholders, for the executive branch to react to, takes time. And so, again, I believe that what the council will tell you, what I hope that you'll hear from other stakeholders, and that you'll see in October, is that, we have listened to that feedback from everyone, including the legislature, and the updated numbers that we provided last week, and ultimately the numbers that will be incorporated in the plan, will represent a full reflection of our understanding and embrace of our obligations, with respect to the will of the legislature.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. I appreciate that. Mr. Goldman, do you have anything to say?
No, I don't have anything to add to that. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to let this go, but I'd point out to you that the bill signing occurred in March. The bill's passage had occurred months earlier. So you guys had lots of notice, and that you did not seem to be interested in what we were doing as a legislature. So in any event, are there additional questions of Mr. Porter and Mr. Goldman? Hearing none, we will proceed on. We want to thank both of you. Good luck in your work. I hope you have influence within your respective organizations. I'm not sure you do, but I hope you have influence within your respective organizations and can bring your personal commitments, which I don't doubt, to bear on your organization's commitments, concerning which I have many doubts. Thank you for testifying today.
Thank you.
We're going to hear a testimony with regard to S2226 and S3365, an act providing for building justice with jobs. And I want to recognize Senator Pacheco before we get to a very long list of listed witnesses here, because this is Senator Pacheco's bill, if I'm not mistaken. And if he wanted to make a brief opening statement that would set the stage for all the people, many people to follow on this bill, we would love to hear from him at this time.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Chairman, through you, and to Chairman Roy and all the members of the committee. Thank you for taking me out of turn. Today, I'm reaching out to testify in favor of an act providing for building justice with jobs. Senate 2226 and House 3365, an act providing for building justice with jobs would establish a residential retrofitting plan to electrify and provide energy efficiency upgrades for a total of 1 million homes over the next 10 years here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This critical legislation is designed to curb residential emissions by codifying the administration's stated goal of retrofitting 1 million homes over the next 10 years, as outlined in the administration's 2050 decarbonization plan. The adoption of ambitious residential emission reduction policy has become an increasingly critical need as our ongoing climate emergency has continued to become more urgent and apparent here in the Commonwealth and throughout our world. Moreover, the need for substantive policies capable of guiding our state's overall emission reduction effort has become all the more indispensable following the legislature's updated emissions reduction requirements of reducing emissions 50% below the 1990 levels by 2030, 75 below 1990 levels by 2040, and net zero emissions by 2050. Our statewide emissions crisis is a serious crisis in and of itself. According to the most recent Asthma Capital's annual report 2021 from the Asthma and Allergy Foundation of America, which lists the top 100 worst cities to live with asthma. Massachusetts, unfortunately, has more cities in the top 20 than any other state in America. Any other state in America, Mr. Chairman. And as always, disenfranchised communities with higher proportions of low-income, ethnic minority populations have been bearing the brunt of this crisis. These populations have similarly endured more significant economic hardship brought on by the COVID-19 crisis compared to other communities in our state. Meanwhile, existing retrofit efforts here in the Commonwealth are woefully inadequate and have yet to yield substantive progress. According to the recent article in the Boston Globe that we were just talking about a few minutes ago, only 461 homes were converted to electric heat last year. This past July, Mass Save program administrators announced their 3-year plan to address their glaring gap by installing 17,000 heat pumps a year before raising to 27,000 per year in year 3. With roughly half of those existing systems still supplementing fossil fuel heat. Mass Save's plan to merely add modern thermostats and additional insulation, air sealing in many residences would fail to treat over 50% of the emissions from each of its residents. Addressed. Under this grossly inadequate strategy, the Commonwealth's projected emissions reductions would virtually flatline over that 3-year period. Despite definitive legislative action and administrative ambition to reduce emissions, this, unfortunately, this is not the type of progress that we need. We need to really get going retrofitting and move us forward in an aggressive way. It is in no small part the product of a retrofitting program financed by entities and run by administrators with fundamental conflicts due to the financial interests of the publicly traded corporations they represent. More generally, though, it is the product of a statewide retrofitting effort in the absence of adequate, accountable leadership, and it is a serious problem. The Act to providing for building justice with jobs would address these problems by addressing the Building Justice with Jobs Task Force, dispatching its members with responsibility and designing a strategy to retrofit 1 million homes over 10 years. This task force would be comprised of appointees representing a diverse array of advocacy community members, some of which you will hear from today in terms of the strategy, and the subject matter experts. The task force would also have a crucial ally in developing nuanced financial strategies needed to support the achievement of its overall retrofitting goal. Massachusetts Clean Energy Center. The legislation would give Mass CEC the authority to establish a green bank or a green financing tool or institute a energy savings contract tools in a manner similar to the Department of Energy's ESCO program. Under these long-standing contracts, the resources for energy efficiency or retrofitting work on residential property could be secured through long-term financing that leverages the property's anticipated energy savings. The federal government is another critical ally supporting Building Justice with Jobs Task Force in its central mission. Legislation authorized Building Justice with Jobs Task Force and the Mass CEC to maximize the acquisition and capitalization of federally sponsored resources. The bill's language is intentionally agnostic as to the form of federal support. The American Rescue Plan, the Building Back Better Plan, the ongoing federal budget reconciliation process that is being discussed as we speak, would all qualify as potential sources, as would any future federal earmarks for electrification, residential retrofitting, or energy efficiency updates. I'm almost through, Mr. Chairman. Federal and state leaders, including the Massachusetts congressional delegation, are important allies, aligned with the Building Justice with Jobs plan. At the federal level, the Building Justice with Jobs plan, in part of the Thrive agenda, led by U.S. Senator Ed Markey. In association with the New England Renews Alliance, the Building Justice with Jobs plan is also part of a regional effort among other state governments in our region of the country. This is a coordinated approach with the Renew New England Alliance, an entity that has pulled together critical stakeholders in support for legislation across several critical neighboring jurisdictions. In conclusion, this is a critical piece of legislation designed to tackle a significant portion of our statewide greenhouse gas emissions by retrofitting residential homes. This coordinated effort would also prioritize energy efficiency upgrades, job creation, and environmental justice communities. And it is designed to leverage federal and state financial resources in order to maximize the impact of available funding. I am in favor of the passage of this piece of legislation, and I would be pleased to answer any questions of the committee. Now may not be the appropriate time. I know you have a busy agenda and so many people that have come together to speak on this piece of legislation. I think it's critical, especially in light of the conversation we had prior to the beginning of this testimony, that we start to look at a more aggressive way of implementing the energy efficiency that we know makes the most sense, bringing down the demand for energy in the first place. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I know that there are so many people involved here that have been putting a lot of work.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate it very much. Are there questions of Senator Pacheco? We want to thank you for bringing this legislation to our attention, Senator. Before we move on to the many witnesses signed up, I want to recognize two people I overlooked earlier. One is Paul Dale. And before I get to Paul, who's now prepared to testify, I want to recognize even earlier Mr. Steve Cowell, who's with Energy for the Future, because he has comments on Mass Save, the subject matter that we just covered with witnesses from the utilities. Is Mr. Cowell here, and is he prepared to testify on that subject of Mass Save and Mass Save governance?
Okay, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, very quickly. First, I want to really just say I've got tremendous commending and respect and appreciation for the fantastic work that Senator Barrett, you and the TUE committee did on pulling the roadmap together. It is the most aggressive and best piece of legislation in the country. So that's where I'm starting from. E for the Future, we used to be called Conservation Services Group, and we ran Mass Save residential work here, and we did it in 26 states. And we're responsible for 3.5 million homes being retrofitted. We changed our name, and we basically sold our assets to get more resources to help move this agenda, to assist all of the great people who are trying to really make this work. I just want to say that the roadmap has achieved a significant change, which is that it took a while for it's not easy to come up with a whole new plan in a matter of weeks. So I do appreciate the time and effort it took for the PAs to sit back and say, okay, now what do we do? How do we change this? How do we put the numbers together? What they came up with is I think, a great improvement. They went from 2.9 billion to 4.1 billion, 39% increase in costs and 70% increase in benefits. Okay, that's good. Is it going to solve all of our problems? No, we have to keep moving and keep working. And some of the legislation has been talked about today, around the roadmap and, enhanced codes is very good, and I support it. But I think at the same time, if we added a new bureaucratic or administrative structure on top of the existing one, which is very extensive between EEAC, DOER, DPU, and just to be clear that the utilities, the PAs, were working under the requirement of the Green Communities Act to be cost effective. And the analysis of cost effectiveness, we've done it. We've worked very hard at this all over the country. And the administrative, the PAs were using a cost of carbon, social cost of carbon of $135, which is higher than any other state, right? But it's not enough to really get cost effectiveness. A customer switching from natural gas to a heat pump is not cost effective for the customer or for the economy, given the current cost of carbon. We have to step back and use the roadmap to rethink and reanalyze how we use the cost of carbon, and how do we explain to customers, you're doing this for the environment, you're going to end up paying more for your energy, but it's important for the community to do that. So look, that is my concern. I think we need to work with the existing structure. We need to continue to let that structure work with the EAC, et cetera, and we have to work with the DPU and this concept of cost effectiveness balanced against and with the roadmap. So I think that's critical to do. We are working hard on a project on heat pumps because when we ran Mass Save, the ductless mini splits that were getting put in, we were getting tons of consumer complaints and anger that it wasn't working. One room was hot, one room was cold. There are 8,000 approved heat pumps in Massachusetts to consider. So how do you decide which of the 8,000 options should go into which house? This is not a check the box easy. It takes time. We are working with Mass CEC, NYSERDA, DOE, and we're working with the PAs to try to really make sure we know how to do this right so that customers, and we're doing a major study to do this. We really have to get it right. But we do have to get it right.
Let me ask.
Sure.
I can appreciate that you're trying to, that it's difficult and you're trying to get it right. And I do have a question or two, but I want to invite other committee members, first of all, to ask questions of you. Here's a question I have. 29%, 27% of the buildings in Massachusetts don't currently use cheap, unnaturally cheap, below market priced fracked natural gas. You're referencing the need for carbon pricing to bring the cost of natural gas up to a level that reflects all the external effects and damage that it does. Let's leave that aside for a moment. 29% of Massachusetts buildings don't use natural gas.
That's right.
They use more polluting and more expensive oil heat. I'm not suggesting that every one of those buildings would meet a cost effectiveness test for transitioning to heat pumps, but many would. So why hasn't Mass Save, long before now, explicitly targeted homes and businesses heating with more polluting and more expensive oil? And why haven't we made much more progress in the heat substitution there?
Okay, very good question. And you're absolutely correct that oil and propane customers, it is cost effective to switch. One of the challenges has been how to switch, how quickly. Is the equipment that's being put in capable of really fully replacing that existing fossil fuel system? And that was unclear. We had to do more research early on. This is, again, 5 years ago. The equipment, alternative equipment, was going to be difficult to ensure that the comfort level could be achieved. We've gotten there. We've worked hard. We've gotten there. And the proposal from the PAs is to aggressively switch as many, if not all, propane and oil customers to heat pumps. And it can be done. That's the priority. And it should also be included with weatherization, because you got to weatherize the house to decrease the impact of wind and cold, very cold temperatures, making that house very hard to use a heat pump.
Okay,
so
let's move back. If I could ask a follow-up question.
Sure.
Let's move back to the question of the houses, the roughly 70%, well, it's a little less than that, the 60% of Massachusetts buildings heated with natural gas. How much work have you done to begin to treat those conversions the way we treat the upgrades that are needed to sewerage systems, to where you have a state mandate that at the time of sale, a home must put in a new system to make sure. I'm not talking about systems on the MWRA, but I'm talking about systems that empty refuse into the yard. There's a mandate at the time of sale that the sewerage system, the home system, be up to state grade. Have you explored the possibility of a similar requirement at the time of sale, that a home meet a certain energy standard and emissions reduction standard, so that it could then be financed over 20 or 30 years effectively when the property changes hands?
That's a good question, and that is important. We've supported and worked with, the home energy score, and with actually Pearl certification, which is a national product to help people quantify and communicate the efficiency of not just energy efficiency, but also renewable energy. And we've funded them to do some initial work here in Massachusetts. We need to do that. I completely agree with you that we need to be able to educate. And that's what some of the legislation that's being proposed, which is what 3366 and 3320 are, including that education is critical. But we have to make sure it works, and we have to make sure that it is communicated correctly. And it's been a challenge. We've tried to introduce this legislatively over 10 or 12 years.
And tried to introduce what?
Around a home energy score, mandating a home energy score at time of sale, right?
So you would urge us to take that question up again?
It has not been approved, and and some of the proposed legislation basically does that. I think 3366 does that. And so it does it a little bit different way, but this is a good way. I mean, in a sense, I think I would support that. I think that education of the consumer on their energy use, it has run into opposition from the real estate industry, who see it as a complicating additional requirement that is difficult to facilitate a sale. So those are the difficult challenges we have to balance. Does that help?
It does. I'm thinking specifically about the so-called Title V requirement that occurs when a house changes hands, and
but that's not energy, right? That's sewage, right?
Here's the point. It's a major investment required at the point of sale, and we enable that significant cost to be imposed by having it enter into the purchase price and become part of the price bargain between buyer and seller. Don't we have to anticipate? I'm talking about your comments earlier. You said that cost effectiveness calculations for natural gas mean that the homeowner will never, over the course of years, in reduced monthly bills, completely amortize the cost of switching over from natural gas to heat pumps. So what is a financing mechanism that would enable the homeowner to absorb as much of that cost and extend it over time, so that he or she doesn't have to come up with $40,000 at the outset and make a one-time all expenditure? That's what I'm groping toward here.
And then that is both a very good grope, because it is difficult. Because our analysis, we've actually done this nationally in multiple states to see the difference between natural gas and heat pump economics. We need to increase incentives, number one. And number two is it is very difficult to get the economics for the consumer to put the money in for the heat pump, get rid of the gas, and actually lower their bills. But we have to be honest with people and say, look, this may increase your bill unless we can change the cost of natural gas or modify the cost of electricity. And there was a proposal earlier of the idea of a electrification rate. If someone increases,
so Steve,
decreasing.
I'm going to let this go, but here's what I invite you to think about. I'm talking about septic systems for homes. The septic system often involves a $20,000 or $30,000 investment. It has to be made if the current septic system isn't up to the latest state standard at the time of the exchange of ownership. And that significant investment required of the new owner is amortized effectively because it's made part of the purchase and sale of a property. That's the way we've chosen to handle in the sewerage area the important upgrading of home septic systems that aren't on sewer systems. So I was just grappling for a similar 20 or 30-year financing approach to enable homeowners to transition to heat pumps in instances where they can't rely on a reduced monthly bill as a means of amortizing the significant cost. But we don't have to pursue it right now. You're good too. I know it's a little outside your wheelhouse. Thank you for testifying.
Yeah, I'll take that into consideration and I'll get my team working on it. That's an interesting idea.
All right. Well, thank you, Steve, and thank you for testifying very much. We're going to move to Paul Dale here before returning to a long list of witnesses who wish to testify on Senator Pacheco's bill. Mr. Dale, do you wish to testify at this time on an earlier piece of legislation?
I do, Senator, and I appreciate the opportunity, and I actually appreciate the delay because I actually intend to speak to Senator Pacheco's bill, among others. And
please make it quick. We're really going to hold everyone rigorously.
I do that. So I am Paul Dale, Energy Committee Chair for the Massachusetts Sierra Club. So on behalf of our 100,000 members, I'm here to speak in support of providing building justice with jobs, an act relative to better buildings, and an act to improve outdoor lighting, conserve energy, and increase dark sky visibility. We face an intersecting crisis of climate change, economic inequality, racial inequality. President Biden has created a Build Back Better agenda. Our current incentives for EVs and for rooftop solar have mostly benefited well-off residents with the wealth or property to take advantage of them, those who can buy new cars, those that own a suitable rooftop. The Commonwealth understands the need to address the building sector now, and by implementing the Build Back Better agenda, it's one important step in this. We must target and largely dedicated our efforts to our less well-off residents who suffer first and most from pollution and climate crisis impacts. So the act providing building justice with jobs is an important framework to do that, while other bills, such as an act relative to better buildings, detail some of the technical mechanisms that are required for implementation. The challenge here is to ensure that there is adequate, stable funding for these efforts. So harkening back to what you said earlier to the Mass Save people, we cannot and we must not assume that the state administration will direct adequate funding to support something like the Building Justice with Jobs plan. There is a public analogy with the COVID-19 pandemic. If we had only taken control of the virus when we'd first seen it, we could have avoided the disastrous health impacts. We are well beyond that, as we all know, with the climate crisis. The legislature, and here I'm calling upon you and recognizing the power and the importance of the legislature, must set up the funding mechanisms that are going to be needed for these bills to succeed. And thankfully, we do expect money will be coming from the federal government over the next 10 years. So we must direct a substantial amount of that funding towards these efforts. And before that, before the federal money arrives, we must be ready to receive it. The legislature should immediately at least provide the stable and adequate funding needed for pilot projects to succeed. So we need to fund job training programs and job training offerings. We need to provide the funds sufficient to create confidence that stable jobs will follow the training for those who take the training. And we must fund programs that do provide whole home electrification retrofits with health and safety repairs and anti-displacement strategies at no cost to the residents. So that addresses the question of how are we going to encourage people on different heating sources? We have to provide the incentives. These bills are our chance to build back better by taking the required climate actions.
Thank you, Mr.
So
Dale.
I thank you very much and appreciate any questions or comments you might have.
Okay. Are there questions of Mr. Dale? We have many witnesses on this topic. All I'll say is no cost to the homeowner. I can't wait to hear what financing source is going to be available to pay for that. But thank you very much, Mr. Dale. Let's continue on with a panel that consists of Lee Matsueda, Reverend Michelle Walsh, Brian Doherty, Roxana Rivera, representing organized labor, SEIU, and the building trades in particular. Why don't we, I think you want to testify, do you not, on the Building Justice with Jobs bill?
That's right. Yeah, thank you, Chair Barrett, Chair Roy, and members of the Joint Committee for the opportunity and for your leadership. My name's Lee Matsueda. I'm the Executive Director at Community Labor United, and I am testifying in support of S 2226 H 3365, an act providing building justice with jobs. CLU, we bring together grassroots organizations and labor unions to stabilize and strengthen working class families, right? And communities of color in Greater Boston and beyond. We're a proud member of the Massachusetts Renews Alliance and appreciate the opportunity to be on this panel. CLU also convenes a group called the Green Justice Coalition, which is made up of community-based and environmental justice organizing and advocacy groups. And together we represent thousands of different Massachusetts residents. As a little background, since 2007, we worked on energy efficiency issues in the Commonwealth with the aim of securing a triple bottom line. Our work with utilities companies, the administration, legislators, labor unions, environmental organizations, and others resulted in home weatherization programming for working class communities of color. It dramatically improved wages and job standards for weatherization workers, and it kept tens of thousands of tons of greenhouse gases out of the air. So we continue this work today. We're now have efforts obviously tied to the EEAC's 3-year plan, which has been discussed already. We're working to obviously now implement BERTO 2.0 here in Boston. And we're also excited about a pilot that's building community-owned microgrids in Chelsea and Chinatown. Now, as you all well know, and we've heard a little bit about already, we're living in some really extremely challenging and distressing times that are continuing to expose the systemic racial, environmental, and economic inequities faced by people of color, by people from low-income communities, immigrants, and the working class. There is hope, however. We've made progress with the roadmap bill, as others have mentioned, and on the horizon, we see the potential for federal resources for infrastructure and for jobs. As a part of our path forward and to confront the triple threat we're up against, we have to commit to creating safe and healthy housing and jobs. This is why Community Labor United supports S 2226 and H 3365. This act seeks clear action to retrofit 1 million homes. It would put us on a path to reaching our state's goals and creating healthier housing and families. It would put thousands of people to work, and it can be done in a way that benefits and protects those most in need and those that have been left out of our progress to date. So you'll hear from others in our alliance, including unions on the panel, a panel on environmental justice, and a panel with other experts. I know you feel the urgency to take action. It's a great opportunity for Massachusetts to continue to be a leader on climate policy. So I ask that you please report this bill out of your committee favorably and swiftly. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lee. We'll hear from all members of your panel of seriatim before entertaining questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Barrett and Chairman Roy and fellow committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on H 3365 and S 2226, the Building Justice with Jobs bill. My name is the Reverend Dr. Michelle Walsh, and I'm a member of the SEIU 509. We are part of the Mass Renews Alliance. SEIU 509 represents about 20,000 state workers, social service workers, family child care providers, and non-tenured faculty in Massachusetts. Climate change makes human survival more and more difficult. This falls hardest on those without power in our society. Working people don't have the extra income to rebuild our homes after storms, to move to higher and cooler locations, or to electrify and insulate our homes. This year, Massachusetts passed an important climate bill. It tells us what Massachusetts must do to address the climate crisis. Now we need to find the common sense and the moral will to do so. The Building Justice with Jobs bill is one place to begin. Not only will it make our homes more energy efficient and reduce greenhouse gas emissions, it also will do it in a way that working people can afford. And it will lower utility bills for those whose homes get retrofitted. Not only does it create many jobs, it also calls for strong labor standards, so the jobs will be good jobs, the kind where you only have to work one job to pay the bills. Most crucially, as a moral issue, it prioritizes homes in environmental justice communities, providing relief to those who need it the most, as those who are participating in this panel and beyond will continue to testify today. Let's move from planning to action. As the Rocky Mountain Institute testified powerfully earlier today, Massachusetts has an opportunity to become a leader, and I'll add, from my perspective, a moral leader among the states in this area. We urge the committee to recommend the passage of the Building Justice with Jobs Bill, H3365 S2226. Thank you. We will be submitting this as written testimony, and I'd like to pass it on now to Brian Dougherty from the Boston Building Trades.
You're muted.
Mr. Doherty, you're not audible at the present time.
Thanks so much, Chair Barrett. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. And thank you for the handoff. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to say thank you to Chair Barrett, Chair Roy, members of the committee. My name is Brian Dougherty, and I work with the Greater Boston Building Trades Unions, an organization of organized labor that represents 35,000 working families in the metropolitan Boston region. The Building Trades Unions advance social and economic justice, providing family-supporting wages, healthcare benefits, and dignified retirement benefits to families and to workers and families in the construction industry. We do that as an umbrella group of 20 local construction unions with 3,300 union construction company partners, the highest standard for responsible businesses in the state of Massachusetts. We do this through collective bargaining, where workers have the chance to advocate for fair training, safety, and economic safety throughout their entire careers. We're here today in coalition with the Green Justice Coalition and Mass Renews, and we are proud to be part of this coalition with labor, with community, with environmental justice advocates, and have enjoyed great partnership with elected officials taking a lead here in prioritizing this effort. We strongly support the Building Justice with Jobs bills. This work will create a plan. This work will create a more fair and equitable and cleaner future. Every job in Massachusetts, we know, should be a good job, one in which every worker has a right to be part of a collective bargaining conversation. And that's why we think that whether you're building or operating anything in Massachusetts, you should have those rights. Collective bargaining rights are the best and most efficient way to bring all parties to the same table to figure out solutions that work for everyone. Whether it's workers' rights on the job or in our communities or environmental justice, this is the place to have that conversation. There is a history that that as a standard of the highest responsible business practices are through collective bargaining agreements. And bills like the Building Justice with Jobs is a vehicle that will allow us to have this conversation. And that's why we're here today in full support. This will bring all voices to the table, and we're proud to be part of it. Thanks so much, Chair and committee members. And I will hand it off to Awa to also continue our panel. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Hello to committee.
My name is Awa Hamadou Tabay. I'm 17 years old, and today I'm calling in from Namkeg Land, better known to you as Salem, Massachusetts, in the Point neighborhood in support of H3365, an act providing for building justice with jobs. I'm also policy lead for the Massachusetts Youth for Climate Coalition and the Massachusetts for Climate Justice, formerly known as Boston Climate Strike, and field advisor for Our Climate. I would like to remind this committee the meaning of the word justice and what it implies. And that is that in some contexts, historically, there has been wrongdoing towards environmental justice, locations, and populations. An unfair approach to how we talk about fighting against the climate crisis is the lack of equity extended to those it disproportionately harms. This bill succeeds in the intersectionality demanded to address the climate crisis rightfully. As a Black, low-income immigrant, above all else, what I want is safety. In the United States, my safety is threatened at all times, threatened due to my identities and ways I hold space. And I'd like for this committee to understand that to me and many others, safety is fundamental to the justice we are long overdue. That is what this bill provides, safety. Contrary to popular belief, safety for environmental justice communities is not the introduction to more policing, but rather primarily the security of basic needs such as green housing and jobs that supports a less environmentally racist society. This bill allows for an increase in employment, accessibility, quantity, and refines the air quality in lower income class, of which are primarily of color communities. What this bill does to UE Committee is the heart of justice, acknowledging the generational pains that have occurred and doing all that we as a society can in the present to undo such damages. I urge you to take it upon yourself and think of this country, and in particular, the state of Massachusetts, the indigenous land it occupies, and the Black and brown low-income people it has exploited, and how this bill will work to mend the scales of injustice that taints this country and state's legacy, and use all that to drive your ultimate decision. Thank you. And now I will pass to Colin Killicking from the Disability Policy Consortium.
Hello. Can everyone hear me? Okay. Thank you so much, members of the committee, honorable chairs, for your time. I am executive director of the Disability Policy Consortium. We're a statewide civil rights advocacy organization run by and for people with disabilities. It may seem surprising to see a disability rights organization testifying about an environmental bill, but it really ought not to be, because our community is often in the crosshairs in times of environmental crisis. As we've seen in disasters like hurricanes, the people with disabilities who are often left behind to die when evacuation measures don't take them into account. When temperatures rise, people with medical conditions that leave them less able to regulate heat will increasingly suffer. And above all, people with disabilities in our state do not have reliable access to affordable, accessible, integrated housing, which is critical both to alleviating the pains of homelessness and to ensuring sustainable communities. That's why I'm particularly excited that this bill, the Justice with Jobs legislation, directly addresses this problem and the severe inaccessibility of housing in Massachusetts for people with disabilities, in part, specifically by looking at conversion of buildings, right? If we are going to sustainably increase the supply of housing in this state, we will need to turn mills and factories and department stores that have been shut down into housing. But under present state law, when those buildings are converted, even if they're torn down to the bare studs, 95% of those units can remain completely inaccessible to people with disabilities. This legislation would close that loophole, would put measures in place to ensure that that housing is made accessible so people with disabilities can age in place. And it puts people with disabilities onto the committees formed to ensure that this critical state response to our climate crisis represents the needs of people with disabilities. So thank you very much for your time, and please support this legislation.
Thank you, sir. Is there a transition here to an additional speaker, or should I call on a witness?
I believe that is, oh no, it's Terang.
Hi, I'm Tarang Shah, and I'm a representative from Sunrise, Worcester. Worcester is an extremely environmental justice city by the statewide map, 82.5% of Worcester lives in an environmental justice area. And common to a lot of cities across the country, we see a similar inequality across the city where certain areas of the city have much higher asthma, diesel particulate matter, and rates and fewer street trees. And in order to address these problems, building electrification is necessary. We live in these areas, we have a lot of refugees, a lot of people who are minority, low income, and non-English speaking. The higher temperatures are caused in part by inefficient appliances and emissions, and of course the pollution from gas leaks. This job this bill would allow people to work to gain economic employment and address the economic justice. At the same time, it would also allow us to address these sorts of disparities where the temperature of the city during a heat wave in certain areas, in these environmental justice areas, is 15 degrees Fahrenheit hotter than areas just 2 miles away. This is common in cities, but I'm familiar with Worcester. We need to address these inequities, and this bill would do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we hear from another witness on this topic? I think.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Chairman Barrett, Chairman Roy, and members of the TUE committee. My name is Judy Diamondstone. I'm a member of Neighbor to Neighbor and Renewable Energy Worcester. We are coalition members of Mass Renews Alliance. I'm also the chair of the Worcester branch of the NAACP Climate Justice Committee. I am speaking today in support of Building Justice with Jobs, House 3365 and Senate 2226. Worcester is the epicenter of triple deckers. Built in the 19th century, many of these multifamily rental properties are now in disrepair, poorly insulated, rife with toxins, mold, vermin. Health disparities map onto sections of the city with old and unrehabilitated housing, where the majority of renters are Black, Brown, and members of our immigrant communities. Buildings are also the largest single source of greenhouse gas emissions in Worcester. The NAACP Climate Justice Committee embarked on a project to address racial disparities in the built environment, targeting the homes most in need of upgrades while preserving affordability and connecting those in our community most in need of jobs to the jobs that would be created. We came smack against the programmatic and political realities of affordable housing development, piecemeal programs, inadequate funding streams, entrenched interests in housing as an investment opportunity, not as a critical need for the healthy, stable community we deserve. That is why we are thrilled to support Building Justice with Jobs, a connect-the-dots approach to retrofitting rental housing with protections for renters, protections for workers, and an eye to developing new sources of funding for this important work. Thank you so much for having me, for hearing me, for your time this morning, and I'll submit this testimony as written testimony as well.
Thank you very much. We can hear from the next witness if you are teed up. I think Jean-Luc Piette maybe.
I just wanted to make sure that Nelly Medina, who's also on the list for the EJ votes impacted, if they're not here, then I can definitely go ahead.
Nelly, are you with us?
And Nelly had the flu. I'm sorry. I thought that she had reported that.
Okay.
We hope she feels better soon. Why don't we hear from you, Jean-Luc?
Okay. Thank you to the Joint Committee. I am Jean-Luc Piette, president of the North American Indian Center of Boston. NACOB is Massachusetts' oldest a member of the Mass Renews Alliance and a member of the Massachusetts EJ Table. I speak in favor of 2226, H 3365. This bill is important to Indigenous peoples because when we divest from extractive economies that exacerbate carbon emissions, we must invest in impacted Black, Indigenous, and people of color frontline communities. We must emphasize that building justice with jobs task force appointments must be made in consultation with tribal governments, Massachusetts Commission on Indian Affairs, and the North American Indian Center of Boston. Building Justice with Jobs plans includes a detailed, comprehensive program for how to train new workers in order to eliminate the labor shortages in the relevant professions as quickly as possible. Further, the plan will identify sources of funding, including but not limited to federal funding, which is relevant to residents who are members of federally recognized tribes, and financial savings from increased energy efficiency. NACOB, through our Employment and Training Department, participates in the Massachusetts One-Stop Career Center Network. Regarding project labor agreements, NACOB expects to consult on the use of apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship programs, on housing emissions renovations. We further expect to consult on goals or requirements to promote workforce diversity for housing emissions renovations. NACOB looks forward to working together towards the active participation of Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities in this critical environmental justice initiative. I'm going to hand it off to our expert panel now, starting with Lisa Cunningham, architect.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and to Chair Barrett and the committee and Senator Pacheco for sponsoring an act providing for building justice with jobs. My name is Lisa Cunningham. I'm a town meeting member from Brookline, where we've been trying to advance building electrification legislation in order to meet our climate goals. I'm also part of an active group working with a number of municipal and climate leaders throughout Massachusetts to advance building electrification, which is so urgently needed to address our climate crisis, as well as an architect whose practice has been based in Brookline for the past 30 years. This legislation is designed to create jobs and generate savings in the very environmental justice communities that need it the most, including cities like Worcester and Salem, which we have been working closely with. The effects of our climate crisis are borne disproportionately by our most at-risk population, including minorities, the poor, and the elderly. Making our buildings healthy and affordable to heat and cool results in immediate and demonstrable improved health outcomes, as well as advancing our climate goals. Buildings are the second largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in the state, and they are actually responsible for a majority of emissions in our urban areas. Both the state of Massachusetts and the federal government have set a goal of reducing our carbon emissions by 50% in the next 8 years. That's by 2030. This goal is a political goal, but not a scientifically sufficient goal. According to the International Panel on Climate Change, a UN International Panel on Climate Change, a 65% reduction by 2030 will give us only a 67% chance of staying within the 1.5 degrees centigrade warming, which scientists have agreed is critical in order to avoid the most catastrophic effects of climate change. But we are not even on track to meet these insufficient targets. We cannot afford to perpetuate the disconnect between the state's well-established need for robust retrofitting efforts and the less ambitious goals we have seen put forth by the Mass Save program administrators. And yes, as we have heard today, and I can attest to as a practicing architect, National Grid and Eversource continue to incentivize installing gas systems, promoting an energy source that we know is as dirty as coal, as well as installing systems that we actually need to be ripping out. This legislation proactively incorporates input from the Mass CEC, but it avoids pinning the plan for retrofitting decisions making on Mass Save, which would be involved in the process by being allowed to bid in, but would no longer be the sole arbiter for the Commonwealth's retrofitting efforts. Again, as we have already heard, Mass Save lacks the capacity to ramp up and successfully complete 1 million retrofits in 10 years, or in 8 years, let me say. This bill gives the state direct ownership of this urgently needed work. Critically, this legislation also gives Mass CEC the authority to establish programs and entities designed to provide funding for the Building Justice with Jobs plan, including but not limited to a green bank to provide capital investments, and a program designed to use financial savings derived from increased energy efficiency. I urge the committee to support and advance this legislation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. I would like, because this is the the expert panel, and because I know you, Lisa, have experience in this area, I want to pause here and ask whether the committee has questions of you, since you and your fellow expert panelists serve as a resource, I know, to all the groups involved here. Is there a question of Ms. Cunningham? I have one quick one. I am looking at some of the details of the bill that we're now covering. And even outside environmental justice populations, I think some language here provides, the Department of Housing and Community Development would finance an energy audit, and then housing emissions renovation up to half the cost of the renovation. This would be for presumably every house in Massachusetts, right? Even outside EJPs, and offer a 10-year zero-interest loan sufficient to fund the remaining half of the renovations. I don't know what percent of the entire housing stock would be encompassed by these mandates, but it would seem to be considerable. That is presumably a huge amount of money. What is the financing plan here, since we can't really just finance this in the hopes that there'll be an infrastructure bill coming out of Congress or a budget reconciliation act? You're really anticipating that this continue for years. So help us think about where the money would come from.
Well, I think the state, I've got to say, I'm not an expert in this particular question, so I would defer to some other people who might be able to answer this question a little bit better than I can. But I will say that this is something that the state really needs to come up with a plan for financing. So that's something we've run across roadblocks in our work with Worcester, that there's not sufficient state financing. And so obviously there will be some money coming in from ARPA, but and the idea of providing a green bank is also a great idea. But maybe Hank Keating or Sarah Dooling can provide other answers to this question.
Fair enough. Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate it. You're going to hand off
Thank you.
To other witnesses, perhaps, on this expert panel?
Sure. I'll hand it over to Sarah Dooling.
Great. Thank you, Lisa. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Fabulous. Wonderful. It's lovely to be here this afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to provide comments today. My name is Sarah Dooling, and I'm the Executive Director of the Massachusetts Climate Action Network. Can we empower and mobilize our advocates to realize local clean energy solutions and coordinate local leaders to support state efforts to accelerate, which we've heard a lot about today, an equitable clean energy transition? I'm speaking this afternoon to encourage the TUE committee members to support equitable decarbonization of our building stock in Massachusetts by supporting S2226, H3365, the bill we've been talking about thus far. And I want to emphasize that I have been listening to communities across the state from the more than 65 chapters share with me that retrofitting their aging, leaking housing stock is a top priority for their health, for their finances, and also for reducing harmful emissions that worsen the climate crisis. I've heard from folks in Falmouth, Andover, Lawrence, Chelmsford, Worcester, and towns as well in Western Mass that have been saying that they need to upgrade their existing housing stock so it is affordable to heat and cool, that their homes are all electric without any fossil fuel powered appliances, that will ensure healthy indoor air quality and allow these communities to say that their buildings are their core climate mitigation strategy. The people that stand to benefit, and many of the panelists before me have emphasized this, the people that stand to benefit the most from retrofits are those living in communities that have been historically underserved by state energy and utility programs. These are folks living in environmental justice communities as well as low-income residents. And these are the very people that are prioritized in this legislation. Scaling up the retrofitting of homes to 100,000 per year for the next 10 years, which is what this legislation aims to do, is an explicit goal, already articulated in the administration's 2050 decarbonization plan and in the draft CECP. As we all know, buildings are the second largest source of carbon emissions in the state. This bill will develop a plan to reduce annual statewide housing-related emissions by 50% by the year 2030 and eliminate housing-related emissions by 2050. I want to talk briefly about a recent article that I found really insightful. Retrofits, as we all know, are about reducing energy use and reducing carbon-based emissions. However, retrofits are about so much more. And one of the more powerful speakers before me emphasized the theme and the urgent need for safety. One more minute. This recent study conducted by Harvard, published in the peer-reviewed journal Energy, quantified what they refer to as the non-energy benefits of retrofits of public housing. So they observed the expected results that retrofits generate financial savings. However, these researchers also observed some surprising results, that the retrofits actually created cooler neighborhoods, that the retrofitted buildings were more resilient to increasing heat because they were more insulated. And lastly, they found that the retrofit homes had improved indoor air quality compared to pre-retrofit data, and that this improved indoor air quality led to a reduction in the transmission of airborne diseases. I'm going to close by saying this legislation is also designed to create jobs and to offer union-sponsored programs to upskill, reskill, and train workers. The big picture is that this legislation will generate...
Sarah, if you could wind up.
Yep. Real financial savings, reduce harmful greenhouse gas emissions, and create jobs in the very communities that need it the most. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Sarah. You know, I do want to ask all witnesses to stick to the 3 minutes. I think we're all familiar with the bill at this point. I think witnesses have done an able job. So why don't you focus the remaining comments on things that we haven't heard yet, because I believe that the committee has been very attentive and knows what it's heard and appreciates what it's heard. What additional things are there to think about? I don't know who's next, but I'd like to direct that request to him or to her or to them.
I believe I'm next. Mr. Chairman, this is Mark Dian from Newton, speaking in favor of the bill that the last several witnesses have been speaking in favor of, and I will attempt to say new things. One thing I will say, which was not in my notes, is I want to congratulate the chairman, Mr. Barrett, and the committee for a victory that was achieved today that has passed without notice, which is a month and a half ago, the utility's position was that conversion from gas to electric heat pumps was not cost effective. And today, without a lot of fanfare, they said it was now cost effective. And the difference is they recalculated things counting the social cost of carbon emissions, which is something that as I recall, Mr. Barrett personally injected into the legislation that was passing and insisted that we all support and adopt. And I think occasionally we do things that really work, and that should be noted. So congratulations, Senator Barrett, and to the committee for making that happen. We believe that retrofitting buildings to zero emissions is an expense of approximately $25,000 to $30,000 per unit. That's on the basis of our own analysis and discussion with the low-income weatherization agencies that are doing it. So that if we talk about getting building emissions down to zero from the residential housing sector, that's what we're talking about. $25,000 to $30,000 at current prices going forward. That's a significant amount of money. It's more than Mass Save now finances. And it comes to significant amounts of money. Going forward, one of the advantages of this bill is that it sets forth a goal that is substantial and extensive over time and allows for cost reductions as the result of the mass production that we envision. We envision 100% subsidy for low-income housing, as is currently the plan with Mass Save. And with the related low-income weatherization, we expect that for the market base, there'll be a mixture of incentives and lending and personal homeowner expenditure that will cover these costs. So we expect the costs to go down. We expect the participants who can afford to be borrowing some of the money. That is the reason that we support the idea of the Green Bank. And I would recommend that the committee look at legislation to allow utility on-bill financing of some of these projects. As far as I know, the most successful heat pump promotion program in the United States is done by the Tennessee Valley Authority, where for essentially no money down, they will put a new heat pump on your bill, on the bill that goes to that house for the remainder of the thing. They have over 50% penetration of heat pumps in that market. Obviously, we will have to refocus and repurpose mass save funding. We'll have to draw from federal funds to make this happen.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. I'm sorry, you were going to say something?
I would say on the mass save question, there's a lot of support in our bill and others, and Senator Barrett's bill himself, for more oversight of mass save and a discussion of its role forward. I want to just say that we are skeptical, but we are trying to be open-minded about whether mass save can play this role due to the conflict of interest between basically driving residential gas out of the market and the participation of gas electric utilities in the governance of mass save. We would put it forward as a challenge to mass save. Can they be a major player in this, or are they going to be, as they denied today, being foot draggers?
Yeah. Thank you, Mark. That is a good question. Can mass save be saved? We will have to see. And they do bear a heavy burden, because I suspect there is a lot of internal corporate controversy and division, which makes them conceivably or arguably poor choices to continue to lead the overall effort. In any event, our next witness, that may be the end of the panels.
That's the end of the panels.
The only thing I want to ask whether there are questions of this expert panel from committee members. The only question I would proffer to you all does revolve again around this matter of financing. I think the call for 100% subsidies probably would result in an overall cost that the state government could not meet. So I hope that the advocates will consider what combination of financing, including self-financing, will have to be mandated here. I don't think incentives will be enough. I imagine we'll have to impose a requirement, just as we do for septic systems when homes change hands. These things raise alarms at the outset, but are accepted after the fact. Homeowners have to accept the idea that just as the septic system needs to be upgraded, perhaps, so does the energy system in a home at the time that it changes hands. And then slowly, over the course of years, we will get the housing done that we need to get done. This isn't going to happen through a massive top-down government program of giveaways, although there should be subsidies to help, and there should be low-interest loans to help, but even a loan involves an expense that in this case would have to be mandated on the homeowner or the home purchaser. You pay back the principal, but it's still money you wouldn't choose to expend if you were given a choice. And I suspect that we're coming to these very difficult questions of trade-offs, right? If you have a comment, by all means, feel free to offer it. But I'm beginning to think that carrots alone aren't going to carry the day.
I mean, we'd be happy to work with the committee, and we are thinking about these things with you. I would suggest adding to the tools at hand. There's regulation about you could mandate that heat pumps be basically air conditioner replacement be heat pumps, which would be a very modest cost for somebody who's replacing a failing air conditioning system. The difference is minor, but a huge impact in terms of putting heat pumps into people's houses at rather rapid pace. Air conditioners fail at the rate of about 4 or 5% of the total involved every year. And there's no audit. Anyway, I would just suggest looking at that avenue as well as the one you've suggested as part of how we could work together to make this happen.
Thank you, Mr. Dyan. Interesting suggestion. A radical, but then the times seem to require are thinking about things we were not thinking about in earlier years. Thank you, sir. If I could continue to work down our list of witnesses on behalf of an act for building justice with jobs, I see Mr. Hank Keating, whose name has been invoked several times earlier. Is Mr. Keating here?
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hank, you're breaking up a little bit. Hank, I think you're coming in very faintly. If I'm representative. Tell you what, we're going to move on to another witness or two and then return to Hank when he's with us. Is Jonathan Grossman, who's part of Mass Renews. Is Jonathan with us? How about James P. Collins IV? I know Sue Butler is with us.
Yes. Hello.
Hi, Sue. How are you?
3 minutes now?
What's that?
Shall I take my 3 minutes now?
By all means.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be here speaking to you. Thank you for the opportunity to support H3365 and S2226. Justice with Jobs is really important. I am a visiting scholar at Harvard Divinity School on climate and morality. I'm past president of Green Decade Cambridge. I've had many roles with regard to energy efficiency and particulates. I founded the Home Energy Efficiency Team, and I testified on behalf of the Mass Nurses Association with the state against particulates. I've worked very closely with Jonathan Bonacore at Harvard School of Public Health on the dangers and risks, particularly to urban populations from particulates, which cause cardiopulmonary disease and dementia. We do not need a large urban population of poor demented people, and we need to be very careful about that. By changing from gas, which is in no way natural, to an electric-based energy system in a house, we rid the atmosphere in the cities of particulates, which we really need to do. I have long experience in that process. I got my first energy audit in 1979, and I own 2 buildings in mid-Cambridge, 7 apartments total, 13,000 square feet. I air sealed and insulated the building, cutting the heating load by 25%, which allowed me to put in geothermal systems which heat and cool the apartments for my tenants. My tenants and I all subscribe to 100% renewable energy, electricity through the city's program, and we are now 100% off carbon fuels for our housing. I did that as a single mom, a nurse working part-time, and a landlady who was careful with her rents, accumulated some debt and spent some savings. And I think the foot dragging on this is just unbelievable. Your program is excellent. Building jobs for people who need jobs is superb. When I was president of Green Decade Cambridge, I worked with Jonah DeCola, who working with youth built affordable housing in Roxbury out of structurally insulated panels, used it as a training opportunity for the young Black men in the area, and worked closely with the Carpenters Union. That was over 10 years ago. We should have been doing this long ago. We need to be much more aggressive, and this act is really an excellent act. The training is very important, particularly with regard to insulation. The humidity issues within a building can be massive and dangerous, and if you don't have adequate airflow and that building accumulates humidity, you get rot. And the best example I have of that is my carpenter Claudio put his ladder against a wall to check a window, and the wall was so rotten the ladder fell through it as he climbed it. So there can be a great deal of hidden moisture accumulation. You need really good training for the people who need the jobs, and all the other gains that will be available to environmental and economic justice communities who deserve this action. Thank you. I can't hear you. I've been trying to speak to other things from your usual.
Senator Barrett, you are muted.
Thank you, Sue. We'll entertain questions every 3 or 4 witnesses here, so I want you to stand by if you can.
Sure.
We'll try to hear at this point from Mr. Hank Keating, whom we had hoped to hear from a little earlier. If Hank isn't yet with us, we will move on to Jonathan Grossman. Is Jonathan with us? Or James Collins? Not yet, I guess.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm here in place of James Collins.
Oh, very good. Okay. Mr. Oppenheim, 3 minutes. So we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you very much. So I am Gerald Oppenheim. I am counsel to the Low Income Energy Affordability Network, LEAN, and we appreciate very much this opportunity to address, as currently drafted, bills H3320, 3341, 3365, and S2152, 2226, 2132. LEAN, as many of you know, is the network of community action agencies that deliver energy efficiency to low-income families across the Commonwealth. LEAN agencies have successfully delivered energy efficiency under federal programs since 1975, and for 40 years integrated federal programs into a partnership with utilities that evolved into Mass Save with your adoption of the Restructuring Act in 1997. The objectives of these bills that we're addressing to substantially increase efforts to reduce greenhouse gases are critical. Care should be taken to preserve the scale, uniformity, efficiency, and expertise of the existing uniquely successful structure without placing a difficult financial burden on individual households, which gets exactly to the financing and scale issues that have come up so often today. It will take an additional $500 million a year for each of the next 10 years. That's $5 billion, B with a billion, just to serve low-income households living in buildings with 1 to 4 units. Used EVs, another $4.7 billion. That's additional non-ratepayer funding that will be required over the next decade, more than $9.7 billion altogether to electrify just every low-income household for heating and transportation. LEAN and Mass Save have installed already a comprehensive suite of measures at large scale, yet at no cost, to about 500,000 low-income households in every corner of the Commonwealth, by a diverse workforce in 21 languages, with full project management and strict 100% quality control to guarantee results, warmth, safety, and customer satisfaction. Measures save low-income households as much as 40%, and the economic value of health benefits alone exceed weatherization and heating project costs. All low-income funding is distributed across all parts of the Commonwealth proportionately to poverty, serving all EJ communities demographically proportionately. 84% are renters. Every public housing authority has been served.
Okay.
But I might just have 10 seconds more.
Sure.
As well as 84% of state-identified multifamily buildings. Disrupting or dismantling the team of thousands of professionals it takes to achieve this would cost time and be counterproductive in many other ways. So we look forward to working with you on all these bills and ask you to please consult our written testimony for additional detail.
Thank you, Mr. Oppenheim, and earlier Sue Butler. Are there questions of Ms. Butler, Mr. Oppenheim? I'll be candid. This idea that all these improvements have to be delivered for free at a time when we have a flat state income tax and at a time when the proposal to create a graduated one already dedicates the money to other purposes, I don't see how bills this sweeping are anywhere near affordable. let's hope that we have an overwhelming Democratic U.S. Senate elected next year and an overwhelmingly Democratic United States House of Representatives elected next year, because absent that, I don't see how we afford this. But that's just a comment in the nature of a question, one that Mark Diane has already attempted valiantly to answer, and I appreciate it.
Well, three chairs.
If I respond for a moment, I found using the existing incentives to be very helpful, and I put in some myself, but what we have is quite successful.
So you absorb some cost, in other words, Sue, which is my point.
Right. It's my responsibility.
And now and by extension, it's the responsibility of the individual homeowner. If the individual owns a home, whoever owns the house is going to have to contribute something into the pot.
Yep.
Yeah, I would only say that there, of course, and three cheers for your hope on the federal level, but there are people for whom that's just not possible. And as a Commonwealth, we still need the greenhouse gas reductions that fixing their homes would provide.
I agree. There are such people, but it needs to be 20% of the state, not 35%, not 40%, not 50%. So the line drawing here becomes key, seems to me.
Yes, line drawing is always very difficult, but I agree. That's something we need to work on.
So thank you all, and I'm going to move on and invite Lillian McCarthy to testify from Our Climate, if Lillian's with us. If Lillian is working at connecting to us, I'd like to see if Paul Popenchak, 350 Central Mass, can be with us. According to my list, these are the witnesses who had signed up in advance to testify on behalf of 2226 and H 3365. Your testimony collectively has been most stimulating, and I want to thank all of you who testified on behalf of these two bills. I do want to move on, if we can, to hearing legislation, an act relative to energy, conservation, H 3361. Sabrina Patterson, is she in the House?
Yes, I am here. Yes, I am here. Hello.
Why don't we hear your testimony now?
Thank you so much. Well, I was prepared to say good morning, and now I will say good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for having me today. I'm testifying in support of House Bill 3361, an act relative to energy conservation, and urging a favorable recommendation by this joint committee. I want to point out at the outset that this bill is actually an identical refile to HB 2917 from last session, which did receive a favorable committee recommendation. So I would just respectfully urge the committee to take the same action this session. House Bill 3361 seeks to eliminate an outdated sunset date on the use of energy monitoring systems in multifamily housing. So the Energy Restructuring Act of 1997 expressly granted the owners of residential properties the right to operate an energy monitoring system, which we refer to as submetering, for heat and air conditioning if the system was installed prior to July 1st, 1997. But there's no rational basis for the inclusion of an arbitrary date of 1997. And coupled with the fact that modern systems are much more effective and accurate today, House Bill 3361 strikes the sunset date and thereby making energy monitoring systems installed on any date permissible in the Commonwealth. Submetering occurs when an owner of a multi-unit property with a single meter uses a computerized monitoring system to allocate energy usage to each individual unit. The submeter accurately measures the energy consumption in each unit, whereby owners then bill each occupant for the cost of their unit's individual consumption. Responsibly allocating energy resources in this manner promotes energy conservation and fairness among residents of each unit. By way of background, the current law already grants the owners of residential properties the right to submeter for heat and air conditioning if the energy monitoring system was installed before July 1st, 1997. And just as a side note, water submetering was authorized by the legislature in 2010. Moreover, municipal health departments at one time had the ability to grant variances for properties installed subsequent to that date. However, the Department of Public Health had at one time issued an opinion letter ruling that submetering violates the state sanitary code. In a Superior Court decision ruling on the matter, the court found the property owner's argument in favor of submetering to be persuasive, but that the proper forum for clarification is the legislature. This was the Freeman versus MIT case back in 1997. As a result of the regulatory structure being so kind of convoluted, business owners have ceased installing energy monitoring systems in new developments, losing significant conservation of gas and electricity throughout the state. So we would just urge support for this HB 3361. I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, it's an identical bill to last session, refiled for this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much for testifying again. Do we have questions of Ms. Patterson? Hearing none, we'll move on, except that I may have, and I apologize if this was the case, I may have not seen a raised hand from Senator Pacheco. It didn't show up on my screen, but my staff tells me that Mark may have been raising his hand. So if Senator Pacheco's here, and all right, well, we'll continue to move on. We're now going to hear some testimony. Oh, I'm sorry. Do I hear somebody?
Yeah, that's me. I will. I'll wait till you get through this testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Senator Pacheco, you may want to speak now. The next several witnesses are on an act to improve outdoor lighting and increase dark sky visibility. So it would be appropriate, if you wish to make an additional comment, to make it now in connection with the bill we just heard.
Yeah, I was just wanting to put on the table, as you know, with energy efficiency and the so-called ESCOs that are out there in the Commonwealth that have been working with school departments, all kinds of financing mechanisms where you do the work up front and it's really financing the project over a period of years and they pay with the savings. And a big part of the Building Justice with Jobs piece and the financing, your concern, which I don't disagree with. I think that some of what you had to say does need to be addressed, but a lot of it is being addressed in the suggestion of ensuring we have the right financing tools available to CEC or the creation of a green bank so that you can float the financing, and the financing of the construction of what needs to be done actually is paid by the savings. And in many, in particular, the environmental justice communities, and Mark Diane could go into it in detail, but we're looking at numbers where you could have as much as 50 to 70%, 75% savings in terms of energy costs for the homeowners or the landlords that own the property. So you're talking about huge savings, where those savings can be applied to this issue. But we can talk about it further, and I believe that is an issue we need to get you some additional backup on. But it's not unusual in the ESCO world to see. As a matter of fact, they sign contracts up front guaranteeing.
Let me put a question to you, Senator, if I might.
Yep.
First of all, I appreciate your comment, and let's waive most of this discussion for later. But I'm hearing increasingly that natural gas service is actually focused on cities. Natural gas pipes don't tend to extend out to rural areas. So most of our homes are heated with natural gas, and most of those homes are in the denser populated places, close in suburbs like the ones I represent, and places that are even closer to urban locations. I'm told that a 20 that an investment in a heat pump for a multiple unit dwelling or for an individual home in my district and in homes districts denser will never pay for themselves. But it has to be done anyway, because we simply have to get multiple unit dwellings and individually owned homes off natural gas for the most part. So I'm groping, and I do invite the help of everyone here. There aren't going to be 70% savings over time. In fact, so far as I can tell from many buildings, and as you know, the answer to this question is highly individualized. It's very hard to generalize. But for many urban buildings, there will be no savings at all because we subsidize cheap fracked natural gas as a country when we should not do so. So unless we impose carbon pricing on that cheap fracked gas and bring it up to the economic level that it should occupy, we are confronted with the fact that putting in a heat pump, if you heat with gas, will lose money no matter how you finance it. The monthly bills will be slightly higher, and of course, there's still a substantial requirement of an upfront expenditure in the first place. We have to find a way of financing it, but not because doing so is cost effective in the conventional sense. It's only cost effective when you import a price of carbon, which is artificial, because we don't have a price on carbon. I've submitted bills for a year to impose such a price. Those bills have not succeeded, at least not in a conference committee situation, although we did well in the state Senate itself, Senator Pacheco, for which I thank you and others. So we've got to do this, but unlike all the cases we confronted to date, this is not a money saver given the indirect subsidies we provide for natural gas consumption. So let's continue this offline, as it were. But we're dealing now with a different situation than all the past situations of this kind that we've confronted. That's why the homeowner is going to have to shoulder some money for the greater public good, just as the homeowner does when she buys a house with a septic system. She never makes the money back, but the world is a better place. It is a tax, in other words. It is not a subsidy. So let's talk about it. But at the time, we've got to move on to an act to improve outdoor lighting to see whether there are witnesses who wish to testify additionally. We've already heard from several legislators. If are there witnesses who wish to testify on S2147 or H3306, an act to improve outdoor lighting and increase dark sky visibility?
We would like to have Dr. James Lowenthal speak first for our bill.
All right, very good. 3 minutes. Let's try to be faithful to that requirement at this late point. Yes, I'd love to hear from the doctor.
Very good. My name is James Lowenthal. I'm a professor of astronomy at Smith College. I'm here in my classroom right now with my students in astrophysics. I'm president of the Massachusetts chapter of the International Dark Sky Association. I'm speaking in favor of H3306, S2147, the so-called dark sky bill. There's a general assumption that more light is better and that more light is safer. Decades of studies have shown that that assumption is simply not true. But along with the advent of cheap, bright LED lights, that assumption has led to higher and higher levels of outdoor lighting. In most parts of Massachusetts, darkness at night is now a rare thing. This bill does not propose eliminating lights in Massachusetts, just implementing common sense controls on them to minimize their negative effects. What are some of those effects? You'll hear more from Dr. Mario Motta about the serious impacts on human health of bad and excessive lighting. But light pollution, especially blue light, is also devastating to wildlife. Dark nights are one half of the world's natural ecosystems. We can't take the water out of wetlands and expect frogs and salamanders to survive. Similarly, we can't destroy the night with light pollution and expect any wild animals to thrive. 3/4 of mammals are nocturnal. Artificial light at night disrupts all their essential activities, including feeding, mating, migration. For diurnal animals, light at night disrupts their sleep, which is essential for good health. 40% of birds migrate, and 80% of those migrate at night. many of them using the stars to navigate. In the presence of light pollution, migrating birds get disoriented and drawn off course. 100 million to a billion birds die every year in the US due to light pollution. These effects are all widely recognized in the scientific community. The International Union for the Conservation of Nature issued a resolution this month on taking action to reduce light pollution with 8 recommendations, including avoid overlighting, avoid upward lighting, minimize blue light. A major new report to the United Nations called Dark and Quiet Skies makes 13 similar recommendations. All of those are fully consistent with the content of the Dark Sky Bill. And light pollution wastes energy and money. The #1 largest budget line item for the Central Services Department in my town, Northampton, is electricity, mostly to operate streetlights, and that's after the conversion to LEDs. Much of that light and energy are wasted by poorly designed lights. When we water lawns, we keep the water on the lawn. We don't spray the water off the property and on all the neighboring streets. Likewise, we should keep light at night down where it's needed, not sprayed all over the place, including into the sky. Fortunately, light pollution is easy to fix. Sorry, I'm nearly done. Could I just have another 30 seconds?
Sure.
Great. Thank you. It's easy to fix. This bill says publicly funded lighting projects just have to follow current best practices. Not too blue, properly shielded, no brighter than necessary. It says the DOT needs to put light only where it's needed, not everywhere. And it says utilities need to charge cities only for the electricity they actually use, so cities have an incentive to dim their lights at night, not a financial penalty. Does this mean our cities have to remove lights? No, they just have to adhere to best practices when they install new lights. Does it mean cities will be dark and dangerous? Not at all. It's a dark sky bill, not a dark ground bill. In fact, our cities will have better, safer light. It's a cost-neutral bill. It has broad support. 31 co-sponsors, Sierra Club Mass, and other leading environmental and public health orgs. Over 1,600 people have signed a petition. We don't need more light. We need better light. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. And greetings to you and to your students. We're pleased to have them as a part of this hearing. Are there additional folks, I know there are, who wish to testify on this piece of legislation? I admire the self-restraint here, but
I think I'm next. Hello, everyone. Shall I get started?
Sure.
Good afternoon. My name is Avalon Owens, and I'm a biologist studying insect conservation at Tufts University. I live in Cambridge. I've researched the effects of light pollution on fireflies and other insects for the past 7 years, and I want to say a few words in support of the Dark Sky Bill. Fireflies are magical. They're ambassadors of natural wonder. So many of us have memories of chasing fireflies as children. They're a huge part of New England culture, and they're disappearing from many places where they were once found. My work shows that light pollution hurts fireflies. Fireflies flash to communicate with each other, and when lights go on, they go off. It's like the flick of a switch. No communication means no reproduction, which means no more fireflies, and that's exactly what we're seeing. And fireflies are only the most obvious example of how devastating light pollution can be for wildlife. If you've ever stayed up late on your phone in bed or used a full spectrum light to pull yourself out of the Boston winter blues, then you know that seeing light at the wrong time can make your body think that it's daytime or summer. Well, when moths or bats think it's daytime, they go back to sleep instead of mating, foraging, controlling our pests, or pollinating our plants. When songbirds think it's summer, they develop too early in the spring and migrate too late in the fall. And plants and insects are the most vulnerable of all. They're so small that a single light can change their entire habitat, and they can't close their eyes or put up curtains. It doesn't have to be this way. The Dark Sky Bill will help ensure that our lights become dimmer, warmer, which means less visible to insects, and shielded so that light only goes where it is needed. The fireflies do not need it. Reduction of roadway lighting in low traffic areas in particular has the potential to instantly and dramatically improve these vital natural habitats. But updating the lights in public parks, such as the Alewife Brook Pathway right by my house, will also make a difference. It could bring fireflies back. I've previously worked with the government of Taipei City, Taiwan, to install to install dim, amber, shielded lights at firefly reintroduction sites in public parks right in the middle of the city. The fireflies came back, and elderly residents were able to see them again after more than 50 years of darkness. You can't put a price on that kind of a thing, but you don't have to, because environmentally friendly lighting saves money and the planet. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Avalon, and we'll continue with testimony on this topic. I do want to say that due to a pre-existing doctor's appointment, I'm going to have to leave it promptly at 2, but the House Chair, Representative Jeff Roy, has graciously agreed to continue to hear testimony, and I apologize in advance for my impending absence. With that, I do want to hear from the next witness on this topic.
Yes, I believe I'm next, and I can do a telehealth conference for you, Senator Barrett, if you wish. I'm Mario Mata. I'm a cardiologist out of Salem, Mass. In the partner system, and I'm a trustee of the American Medical Association, which is the governing board of the AMA, and therefore I can speak for AMA policy, which supports the principles of House 3306, Senate 2147. I'm also a past president of the Massachusetts Medical Society, which strongly supports these bills to be passed. The MMS has formally sent a letter to this committee in support. I'm here to tell you why these leading medical societies support the lighting bill as is that's before you, for health reasons. I'm sure many of you notice glare disability from unshielded lights at night. Glare leads to safety issues with many drivers, especially the elderly. All LED lights should be properly shielded to avoid this hazard, and blue emission should be avoided as blue scatters the most, causing the most severe glare. The reason why many elderly can't drive at night is not because they don't have the ability to drive, it's because we have poorly designed outdoor street lighting. It doesn't have to be that way. High blue 4000 LEDs are a road safety hazard. Outdoor streetlight spills into bedrooms at night, and high blue content has been shown to suppress melatonin, which adversely affects human health. This leads to an increase in some serious health consequences, such as sleep disturbances, an increase in certain endocrine cancers, such as breast and prostate, an increase in diabetes and obesity rates, and some psychiatric disturbances. These health effects are now well established by multiple studies worldwide. One of the best studies was done right here in Massachusetts by Harvard, where 110,000 nurses were followed for over 15 years. Those with the highest streetlight spillage into bedrooms had a 15% increase in developing breast cancer compared to those with the lowest streetlight exposure. This was controlled for indoor lighting. This was specifically outdoor lighting spilling into the bedroom. Another Harvard study showed the same effect with men and prostate cancer. These advanced cancer rates have led the American Cancer Society to advocate for limiting nighttime blue exposure. You may ask, why would that be? The answer is that light at night suppresses melatonin, a hormone we produce at night, and 4000 K blue light suppresses melatonin 10 times more than warmer light. We make millions of new cells daily. Some are bad copies that do not function, and others can be cancerous. Melatonin during the night acts as an immune system adjuvant, helping our immune system to clean up bad and possible cancer cells that have been developed. Lights do not cause cancer, but light at night suppresses the cleanup function of our immune system. I'm just about done, allowing some cancers to get started. That's why blue light at night is bad for human health. The 2017 Nobel Prize in Medicine was awarded to the 3 researchers who elucidated the biochemical pathway that shows how all this occurs in humans. Excess light at night adversely affects animals as well as humans. I urge you to pass House 3306, Senate 2147, as does the American Medical Association, the Massachusetts Medical Society, and all leading medical societies. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I much appreciate the time you've given to this. The next witness on this topic.
Hi, my name is Tim Brothers. Thank you to the committee for allowing us to speak. I live in Pepperell, Massachusetts, with my wife and 2 young children, and I'm the observatory manager at MIT's Wallace Astrophysical Observatory, where I'm speaking to you today from Westford, Massachusetts. And I'm also the vice president of the Massachusetts chapter of the IDA. So the first point is that our nighttime environment continues to brighten at an unsustainable rate. Over the last 8 years, the sky above Westford has brightened by 25%. That's 3% per year, well above the national average of 2.2% growth rate for light pollution in this country. These changes are having a detrimental effect on our education, research, and K-12 STEM community outreach programs at MIT. Similarly, in Pepperell, the light pollution is increasing at a rate of 6% per year, approximately 3 times the national rate. This unsustainable growth is 12 times the population growth rate of the town and is likely more to do with several poorly implemented state-subsidized lighting projects that shine light directly upwards in our town. At this rate, we will lose our view of the Milky Way in Pepperell in 5 years. My second point is that doing the right thing does not cost more. In this case, it will in fact save money. As we did successfully in Westford in 2019, shortly after our testimony last session, we used this very bill as a roadmap to choose appropriate lighting for our rural town. In addition, we developed a roadway demonstration of 5 different LED fixtures and 1 existing high-pressure sodium fixture. The public feedback was overwhelmingly in favor of the warmest possible lights available, the 2200K, similar to the color that we experience now with the high-pressure sodium. From the survey results we gathered, we learned that one particular light won in every single category: glare, color, visibility, overall preference, and that most residents preferred a 50% dimming value over the 100% full illumination setting. By dimming, we will save 75% of our energy use versus 50% if we had not. Also, to settle a question posed to us by this committee 2 years ago, it also happened to be the most affordable option using several metrics, including lumens per watts per fixture and the lowest purchase price up front. So to put it clearly, this was the cheapest option available. It was also the most preferred and the most environmentally friendly. So while LEDs continue to become more efficient and use less watts, the tariffs still charge a flat rate of 25 watts. So for example, with these exact same lights, with Pepperell's lights, if we choose 12 watts at the 50% dimming rate, we are still being charged 25 watts. A disincentive towards cutting our energy use. This bill will fix this and realize significant additional savings for our communities. Last time I told you of my children's love of the starry skies of Pepperell and that I worried that the next generation will run out of night. Today I report to you that if we do nothing today, we will soon see that to come to pass. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your attention to this important issue.
Thank you very much, Professor Brothers. Tim, at this particular time, I'm going to absent myself and hand the metaphorical gavel to Representative Roy. We will invite questions from legislators to all of you, but I thought I would hold the questions until we had gotten the whole picture from a panoply of witnesses. Thank you, Chair Roy, and I want to thank all of you who have testified so far today, and I apologize for my need to leave early.
Well, Senator Barrett, thank you very much. I wish you well in your appointment, and we'll see you soon. The next witness I see from this panel is Kelly Beatty. Kelly, if you're ready, we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you, Representative Roy, and other members of the committee. I'm going to be quite brief on this. You've heard many aspects of this bill discussed, and you know, the people you've heard from, we've been advocating for this bill for a very long time. And one of the takeaways that I have gotten in listening to stakeholders like other reps in the legislature and from lighting people, even people who run town management, a lot of lighting has been installed, street lighting in particular, that is not very good. And unfortunately, most towns do not have people on their staffs who have any familiarity with lighting whatsoever. So bad choices get made inadvertently and with unintended consequences. Had this bill been enacted 10 years ago, and we were pushing for it 10 years ago, a lot of this could have been avoided. And as was pointed out by Senator Cream at the outset hours ago, Massachusetts is the only New England state that has never passed statewide outdoor lighting legislation. This is a bill that has the backing of the same lighting professionals who once opposed it. And in fact, we've been having discussions with them. Senator Cream mentioned some minor amendments that we are proposing to make in this bill that will make it even better, and we have their support. And in fact, this bill has drawn attention nationally from lighting advocates and lighting professionals, and it's being watched as a model to other states. So, Representative Roy and other members of the committee, I encourage you, you have a very challenging task here. Some of these bills that have been presented today are unbelievably complicated, and I don't envy you. This is not one of them. This is a standalone bill. It is a win-win. It will save communities money. I encourage you and the rest of the committee to report this out favorably in the most strongest terms at your earliest convenience so that we can get on with it and start doing the right thing for the Commonwealth. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony. I appreciate it. Are there other folks on this particular panel? If not, let me see if any of our committee members have questions for the members of this panel. I'm not seeing any hands up, but I do want to recognize, I neglected to do it earlier, but Representative Hawkins, who's a House member of the committee, joined us quite a while ago. So with no questions for that panel, I'll move on to the next witness, which is Katrina Shepard. Katrina, are you with us? I am not seeing Katrina in the list of participants, so we will move on to Gail Walker. Gail, are you with us? I am not seeing Gail in the list of participants, so let me move on to Clint Richmond. Clint, are you with us? I am not seeing Clint in the list of the participants, so I will go to Jess Nahigian. Jess, are you with us? I am not seeing Jess Nahigian in the list of participants. That is the complete list of all witnesses who registered and signed up to testify. Is there anyone here who's on the call at this time that did not get reached? Well, with that, I want to thank everyone for participating in the hearing. I guess I got about 3 minutes worth of work today, but thank you all. This was a tremendous learning experience. Some great testimony was heard today, and we will take these matters under advisement and look forward to speaking with you soon. And at that, I'll call this hearing to a close.
You're watching Lynn Community Television, Lynn's public and government access station.
And welcome to the the second Structural Control Services Commission hearing. And just want to thank everyone for coming. And we have some excellent presenters today. I think we're really diving into the details about how patrol services works, and really appreciate the questions both from commissioners and guests. And so I think we will go right into presentations. Everybody's time is precious. So the first presentation we have is from Undersecretary Andy Peck. Really glad that you could join us today. And I believe the presentation is on the MIEP waiver. Is that correct?
No, but I could talk about that if you want. I think that's some really good work that highlights a lot of the good stuff that we're doing across systems. But
My apologies. Yeah, what you were going to present is great.
Okay, so there were a couple of questions at the end of the last meeting, and actually, Senator and Rep. Vargas, I have a restrictive housing oversight committee meeting at 11, so probably have to jump off at about 10:40 if that's okay with folks. But the last meeting that I had attended, there were some questions around kind of the relationship between the parole board and the DOC. So I was going to talk a little bit about that if you want. And there were a couple questions around reserve conditions and things like that, and how the DOC and the parole board work in synergy. So if that's okay with you, I can talk about some of that stuff if you want.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Okay. So whenever there's a positive parole vote, the local CPOs, the reentry CPOs, are given, I think it's weekly lists from parole about straight reserve votes or conditional reserve votes. So if there's a conditional vote, the incarcerated person is brought before a classification board within 30 days. And the purpose of the classification board is to try to meet the conditions set by the parole board. So that could be, spending some time in lower security or things like that. So, or specific programming. So within 30 days of a conditional vote, that person is before a classification board at the DOC. So if it's a straight reserve vote, it goes, immediately into reentry planning. So the incarcerated person and the CPO reentry folks. So at the DOC, there's correctional program officers who are specifically assigned to reentry tasks, and this is their job. And what they do is they basically help prepare a release plan for that person. So they put together a home plan with that person. They work with folks out in the community, programs, resident programs, treatment providers, things like that. So they put together the plan that then gets submitted back to parole, and parole then, reviews the plan, approves the plan, or denies the plan. So there is a monthly discharge meeting every month at every institution for the reentry folks. That include treatment staff, programming staff, medical staff, and those plans are actually being prepped in advance of parole hearings because they know when the hearings are coming up. So even before someone goes before a board, the folks on the inside are actually preparing the plans even before they hit a board. So if they get a positive vote, those plans are already in progress, and it just kind of speeds up the process for them in an effort to get them out sooner. So the CPO staff, as well as the parole staff, institutional staff, they work to develop a reentry plan, a community support plan. They do all types of discharge planning, whether it be residential programming, connecting to providers and treatment providers, MAT, all in the community. They work on identity documents. Senator, as you know, we've been working on a pilot with DOT to obtain state IDs for folks, incarcerated people who are in need of those IDs. We've been doing that since December. I think the last time we spoke, I'm sorry, I don't have the exact data, but I think it was, we had given 84 or had issued 84 state IDs to people leaving our facilities since December of 2020. I should have this data, but it was, I think it was probably as of May, I believe, was the last time we checked on that. So we'd given about 84 state IDs to people leaving the institutions from December 2020 to May of 2021. That's something new for us. It was something that I know was a something that you wanted to focus on. We felt it was a critical need. So the CPO staff, the reentry staff, and the parole staff work on ensuring that all the proper identity documents are in place. And it's a state ID, it's a birth certificate, social security card. They work on ensuring that people are signed up for Mass Health. So within 30 days of release, we can register people for Mass Health. So once they hit the street, Mass Health is activated and folks have health insurance. There were questions last, and I'll stop right there. Are there any questions before I go forward?
Let's see here. Okay. And if people have questions, if they want to raise hands, I don't see any questions right now, so let's keep going.
Okay. There was a question about people who get reserve conditions. And there specifically, it was about lifers. And I guess the question, in the context of the question, it was they can't go down to like a lower security. Lifers, anyone who has a life sentence, who receives a positive parole vote or a reserve vote, once that reserve vote is given, again, it goes back before a class board within 30 days. Lifers can go down to lower security if they have a reserve vote. So to make that really clear, and right now there are actually 39 lifers in lower security. So there is a DOC policy that prohibits a lifer from going down to minimum or lower security unless there's a vote. So there's really, folks on the call who may not understand, like the lower security, people can just walk right out a door. So it's a security issue. The belief is that if there's a positive parole vote, that person has an enormous amount of incentive to stay in the facility and do what they need to do because they've received a positive vote. So that is that's a DOC policy. The other question I think that came up was around sex offenders. So statutorily, sex offenders are prohibited from going to a pre-release. There is no policy. Well, actually, I should say the DOC policy is that the sex offenders can go down to lower security. However, their policy is that it has to get reviewed by the sentencing DA, because the DA might want to move on a civil commitment. So if they get clearance from a DA or notification that they're not going to move to civilly commit, then they will move folks down to lower security. They also have to, in addition to that, they have to complete all aspects of their treatment on the inside too. So another and I don't have data on this, so I apologize. But if there are conditions that the board might set, and it goes back to a class board and it's determined that the conditions can't be met, the DOC will typically go back to parole and say, we may not be able to meet these conditions, but we can provide alternatives to that. Many times they will go back to the parole board and they'll have a change of vote. So they will present the alternatives and then the board will go in, change a vote, and then change the reserve conditions. Any questions on that?
Not see any questions.
Okay.
I think Senator Colette Santa had her hand up, like in the video, but not necessarily in the chat. I seen her waving her hand.
Yes, I just want to add a comment to the conditions. Actually, the correctional program officer from DOC is present while we are conducting the actual hearing with the inmate, and we know in real time if something is possible or not, because we're going to get that information right there when we're conducting the hearing.
Excellent. Thank you, Colette.
Any other questions from anyone? Okay.
Okay. So if there aren't any other questions in that regard, there are a couple of things that I would like to kind of bring to the commission's attention. There was a question last time, I believe it was from Liz Matos from PLS, and it was about, I'm paraphrasing, but it was essentially about revocation or removing folks and pulling them inside if there's non-compliance around SUD. So there is, and myself and Kevin Keefe have been working on this probably since about December with Mass Health and BSAS from DPH, as well as folks from HHS, trying to work out a way to address that very issue. So part of the issue is that, when folks are going through, if there's non-compliance issues around SUD, and folks will progress through the graduated sanctions, there comes a point in time when residential or acute detox is necessary. And what happens is that most of the folks are on Mass Health, so member benefits. We try to use those member benefits to get someone into a detox program. The problem is that, as you know, there is a significant SUD problem, not only just in Massachusetts, but nationally. People on who are on community supervision get in line with everybody else. So it's a numbers game. And there are times, and what also needs to be kind of highlighted, and sometimes gets glossed over, is that some of the folks on supervision have other criminogenic risk factors, and that the substance use actually elevates those criminogenic risk factors, which makes them more at risk to reoffend. Those are all handled individually. It's all a case-by-case basis. And again, there are numerous interventions trying to, correct the problem before it gets to this point. But the issue is they have to kind of get in line with everyone else who's trying to access those beds, which presents a problem. And this is it's not a very large number. It's a significantly, I shouldn't say significantly, it's probably not the right word to use, but it's not a very large number that we're talking about in this case. Nonetheless, the initiative that we're trying to work on is how can we reserve an acute bed in the community just for parole people. We have, and this has been an ongoing issue that we've been trying to address for about 8 months now. I think we have a potential solution. And we had kind of tried to work through a number of workarounds to get to this point. But we really want to address and treat the problem. We don't want to punish a problem. So by trying to create, I think what we're going to potentially do is try to put out an RFR to pay for a bed and subsidize the holding of a bed. And we would need probably, it doesn't have to be a DPH provider, but it would have to be someone that accepts Mass Health. And the plan is to be able to subsidize the bed, the holding of the bed. And then, if someone presents as a need, that provider would then provide a comprehensive assessment. We would, once the person is determined to be eligible, the Mass Health benefit would then kick in and pay for the bed. And then part of that would also include the step down. So that includes the aftercare treatment. That could be a TSS bed, which is a short-term stabilization bed. It could be intensive outpatient programming, but that will all be part of the Mass Health benefit. So we're trying to get creative in how we treat these problems. That is something that I think will be fairly significant. We've asked for money to be packed over in our budget to pay for this. And then we're going to be working with procurement at EOPS procurement, and then the folks at Mass Health and BSAS to try to put together a comprehensive RFR to address that very problem. So, Liz, she made a very important point, and it's something that's not lost on us, and it's something that we're trying to address. So I'm glad that she brought it up. We entered into, are there any questions around that before I go forward?
I know I had a question.
Sure.
Is that how many staff would that funding create?
None, actually. So we would contract, the RFR would go out, and it would be a private vendor who is probably, I'm guessing, it could be a private or a public vendor who probably already contracts with BSAS and probably already provides detox beds for BSAS. So the funding would only be and we would have to work at a reduced rate to subsidize the holding of the bed. So it wouldn't create any staffing or FTEs on the parole side.
Other questions from commissioners? I see Commissioner Syed.
Hi, good morning. Just a question, if we can use as few acronyms as possible in this space. I am not as familiar with the area of criminal justice and corrections, and so I'm definitely having trouble keeping up with the various acronyms, and would appreciate some explanation or explication on what those mean. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Very good point. Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Yeah, like Undersecretary, what's SUD?
Substance use disorder.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I think perhaps you don't know. Okay. Representative Davis.
Yeah, I was going there too with the acronyms, but also it sounds like we need to. I mean, you're trying to. I mean, this is a big deal. I get it. It sounds like we're really, in some ways, we want to do something, but we're not sure how we're doing it yet. That's what I'm getting. I mean, it sounds still like in your voice, it sounds like a little bit of still questioning. You know what I mean? So, something like this, I guess I want to be able to give answers or whatever, or be supportive, but I'm also not being able to really. It sounds still kind of iffy on some of the things that you're kind of saying. Well, we need this, we need that. But if we get, it makes me feel a little bit unsure of really how to go about it, so to speak. I don't know if anyone else feels the same way.
We're pretty clear on the direction we have to go. However, there are a number of different variables and moving parts to it, and we're these are system issues, number of different bureaucracies at play. So we're kind of chipping away at it, and we're peeling away those layers. And we've made some by peeling away those layers, we've actually become more clear on how to go about doing it. So it involves, I mean, we're going across different secretariats and things like that. And, I'm not trying to be, evasive, but it can get kind of complicated. This is definitely, I think, the path that we can go down. And it's taken some time actually to kind of get to this point to figure out, because we looked at a couple other different alternatives that just didn't, for one reason or another, really, we just couldn't make it work. So I hope that answers your
I
question.
guess what I'm saying is, yes, you're trying to answer my question, but I guess, even us being on this panel, we're all different, and everyone in jail has different issues, so they're not all. So I guess that's what you're saying, is that everything, even though could be sexual, could be drug related, could be whatever, all those different elements you're trying to put into a folder that may be, but this folder may be a little bit different because of he has this, and mental health issue, whatever. I guess I'm mumbling, but I'm trying to have you kind of understand what I'm saying. Does everyone else?
I understand.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sometimes I feel just the way you feel, so we just got to keep plugging away at it.
All right. Other questions? All right. Understood. Other parts of your presentation, or?
Sure. We have.
Sorry, we had a question from Kristen, I think.
Yes. Hi. My question is are you focusing specifically on opioid use, or are you focusing across the board on all substance use disorder?
Generally speaking, yeah, we focus on all of it. However, I think opioid use is, really the biggest.
Okay. I guess my concern with that is just that opioid use is very disproportionately white, a more white issue than it is for people of color. So how is that, as you go forward with this, how is this going to disproportionately affect parolees of color who may be dealing with substance use disorder and not able to get, the same accommodations or the same beds or the same treatment because they're not dealing the opioid issue. So I think that's something definitely to be looked at.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, it's a good point. I can tell you that while opioid use might be one of the bigger problems that we deal with. They all have, individual assessments. So everything is individualized, and the interventions and the planning is geared towards the individual. We also work with, I don't know if you guys are familiar with BHJI, but the Behavioral Health Justice Involved Initiative, which is a initiative started through Mass Health. So it was piloted, and I'm getting to your point, ma'am, but the BHJI provides case management services and treatment services to folks coming out of the facilities that have elevated risks of mental health and substance abuse. So those case management services are individually tailored to address the needs. So be it opioid use or other types of substance abuse or other types of mental health needs. The services are definitely individualized and based on individual needs of the folks that we work with.
Okay.
So there were a couple other things that I'd like to point out if I could. The parole board entered into an ISA with the Hampshire County Sheriff around transitional housing and kind of halfway back services. So the sheriff had a pre-release facility that he wasn't using. It's a 36-bed facility, and it's a pre-release facility. So, it's outside a wall. It's on his grounds. But during COVID, we were looking at trying to create additional pathways for release for people who were appropriate release, who might be struggling with, a home plan or housing or things like that. So we are going to use it. We have a handful of folks in there, so we've already implemented the program, but we're going to use it as transitional housing. And we also have, at some point, we still have to develop it a bit more, but using it as what we would call a halfway back program. So someone who might be struggling in the community and maybe struggling with some non-compliance issues, we can bring them back there instead of bringing them back into a facility. So it's kind of an intermediate step. It's probably part of a graduated sanction where we try to stabilize, we try to plug in some services, and then try to plug in some more community supports for those folks. And it keeps people out of facilities. And the goal is to stabilize folks and keep them in the community. So that's an ISA that we had, and I think in the early to late, probably late winter, early spring. We have, in one important, there was an issue around, or a question around releases and reserve releases. So we had in 2020, if I could just present some data, we used transitional housing through the CSG money. That the CSG is drawing a blank on it's an acronym. Council of State Governments, exactly. So there's money that lives in probation, and they manage this reentry housing money, and they have a contracted provider. So we have tapped into those funds. So in calendar year 2020, we put 135 people in those transitional beds through the CSG money at probation. And then we also the parole board entered into a contract with MASH, which is the Mass Association of Sober Housing, and that was May of 2020, and it was in response to the COVID epidemic. But since from May of 2020 to the end of the year, so end of December 2020, they put 212 people into those beds. So essentially, in calendar year 2020, we had transitioned 347 people into transitional or support community beds. At the end of May, so January to May of 21, we've put an additional 92 into those transitional beds. We've put an additional 103 into the sober housing beds. So we've made a very significant focus, and we've made it an emphasis point to create more or different pathways and create more robust resources to try to get people out once they're receive a positive vote. So those are some fairly significant numbers that I kind of wanted to bring to your attention. The other one was our use of.
Mr. Undersecretary, can I ask a question? So where are those beds, and who is in charge of those beds throughout the state?
So probation manages that the CSG money. So I think I seem to be correct in a lot of this because I'm not super familiar with that end, but I believe they've contracted with Community Resources for Justice, so they're their vendor. So that end of it, I'm not really involved in, but we're allowed to make referrals and use those beds. And then MASH is the Mass Association of Sober Houses. So they work with BSAS and kind of manage the sober houses, and they certify the sober houses. So these are programs that are certified through MASH and BSAS.
And what's BSAS?
That's the Bureau of Substance Abuse Services at DPH.
Thank you.
Sure. It's another significant data point that I would love to share is the use of the community correction centers. And the Office of Community Corrections is kind of an offshoot of the Mass Probation Service, but they operate community correction centers. I think they've changed the name to Community Justice Support Centers, but they're community-based. They provide a number of different services, a range of services for people in the community. It's an excellent resource for folks in the community on supervision. We, in calendar year 2018, they had about 70 total referrals. And we've really made an emphasis in the last couple of years of community-based supports. In FY 2020, they had made 217 referrals, which represents over a 200% increase in referrals to these community-based supports. So those who aren't familiar with the centers, there's a wide range of services from educational treatment services, all types of educational programming, vocational programming, and just overall general community supports. So that is a fairly significant increase. We've put a major emphasis on that and trying to plug in as appropriate, because there are, we have to focus on dosage and intensity too. So it's really driven by the individual. And if the need exists, we try to plug in the appropriate amount of services and interventions to address those needs. Any other questions around that?
See, I'm not seeing any raised.
Anything else you'd like me to do? You want me to talk about that MIEP waiver?
Yeah, why don't you have the last part?
So, I will do this very high level because it involves Medicaid insurance and it can get complicated. But there is the Medicaid law, I guess, prohibits anyone who's in a correctional facility or a hardware DYS facility from accessing Medicaid or Medicaid. So basically what that means is once someone goes into custody, the correctional authorities have to pay for the healthcare. As you can imagine, it's very expensive. So for the better part of a year, we are putting together a waiver that's part of an 1115 waiver. This 1115 waiver, I don't want to try not to use acronyms, but it goes through HHS. So Health and Human Services submits a waiver to the federal government. I think it's every 5 years they have waiver periods. So we're coming up on that waiver. So we've been working. Now this piece is part of a big omnibus waiver. So there's a number of different requests in there that HHS will submit to the federal government. This is just one small piece, and that's the inmate exclusion waiver. So we're asking the federal government to exclude people in the incarcerated facilities and allow us to use Medicaid funds. So basically what would happen is that we would still have a healthcare budget. So we would expend the dollars, and then as we get, itemized bills from the providers, we then submit to Mass Health. Mass Health submits to the federal government, and then we get an FFP, which is I probably shouldn't use that acronym. It's Federal Senator. You know what FFP stands for? It's money that comes back from the federal government to the state, so they cover the cost of it. So it's a 90-10 ratio. So whatever we submit, we would get 90% of it back. So we're basically asking the federal government to allow this waiver. So the significant part of that is we don't want this just to be like a, trying to maximize revenue. So we've come up with a plan that we will present to the federal government that if you grant this and we get, and here's what we're going to do with the money that comes back. And there's going to have to be, because we're really going to change the way we do business, is it's going to, some of the money will go to administrative costs. Some of the money will go to reinvesting back into services that are only, and there's going to be we're working with HHS to create kind of a menu of services that those things can be used for. So it's not going to go to capital expenses. It's not going to go to security related expenses. It's going to go back to, education, treatment, reentry, things like that. So those supportive type services.
Mr. Anderson,
yes.
All of a service that could be provided if the waiver is allowed.
I'm sorry?
Could you give an example of a service that could be provided if the waiver is approved? What's an example?
It could be anything that's related to education, treatment, or rehabilitation or reentry. So it's we will, the coordinating council will create a menu of those types of things to kind of manage control of that. So a lot of it is to try to create initiatives, try to get people to think forward, so they can come to, it's going to go into a trust, and HHS will manage the trust. So, folks can apply to the trust with a proposal and say, we'd like funding for this. So it will be managed by HHS.
And Mr. Eversberger, you mentioned the coordinating council. So what is that, and who's on the council?
Oh, that's it's basically a group of folks from HHS, DOPS, sheriffs, DOC, DYS, Mass Health, Commonwealth Medicine, who are developing the waiver. So that's the coordinating council. Is just, basically the governance of the development of the waiver.
Thank you. And that's really exciting. I would just say that, for perhaps maybe more advocates and legislators, but there's legislation that's been championed for many years by Senator Chang Diaz and Representative Mary Keefe on justice reinvestment, and it is the idea of sort of spending less on corrections and spending more in the communities and in supporting, formerly incarcerated, persons or people with lived experience. And so this is sort of a bigger movement with the idea that as we hopefully, at least in my opinion, spend less money on corrections, that there's more money that goes to supportive services. So this is sort of a bigger movement that's, came out of the Criminal Justice Reform Act of 2018. So very exciting.
Yeah. I think there's a couple questions, Senator.
Yes. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you very much, Senator. Before the Undersecretary steps away, and I want to thank him for his testimony today and last week, I read through the 2019 Parole Board report. A lot of data, really covers a lot of areas. Is the data in that report available by race?
So the 2020 report is being put together now, and there will be demographics around that. I don't think the report has been released yet, but yeah, there will be.
But I think that'll just be outstanding for our commission to get into the data. And I want to thank everybody for getting that data. When do you expect, when might we be able to take a look at that?
It should be soon. I hate to blame everything on COVID, but COVID slowed it down a little bit, but it's should be forthcoming very soon.
Okay, I see Senator Gomez. Sorry, Senator Gomez.
Thank you, Chairman Eldridge, and I want to thank the Secretary for being here with us. My question, I hate to backtrack a little bit, but I had a question. I represent the Hampden District, which is in Hampden County, obviously, and in Hampden County, we are one of the most arrested counties in the state of Massachusetts. And in my community, I do have a lot of returning citizens that, and you had spoken a little bit about the community correction centers. And I wanted to just ask, what is the most utilized service that individuals that are returning back into the communities utilize? If you can just elaborate a little bit on that.
I'm not entirely sure. I would be taking an educated guess, but I would probably say, behavioral health and substance abuse services. But that's I don't have the data on that, and that would just an educated guess.
All right. And I know you had talked a little bit about transitioning, or when folks transition back into the community, that they come out and return to the community with mass health and services of that nature. One thing that I've seen or I've worked on before and have seen is when some folks kind of come back from being on like regiments and seeing folks on a consistent basis and getting their mental, and you alluded to like mental health and stuff just now. How do you think that we could sharpen and make sure that when folks do return to our communities, because, you know, the impact of recidivism, kind of sometimes it's that lapse in between time, and maybe you can't answer that question, but is that time by the time they see a healthcare professional? And that's one of the reasons, you know, in Western Mass we have that regional equity that I scream at the top of my lungs about, and trying to get folks when they return home into seeing a mental health professional, and because sometimes some folks, you know, you release them with their medication, and then for them to see somebody, it takes so much more time. How do we, you know, is there something that legislators need to do to make sure that in between the time, because sometimes 6 weeks without medication, you end up self-medicating, and then you lapse, and then you jump back into, you know, you end up getting yourself back into issues. Just a little bit about that. Sorry if there wasn't more of a question, if it was more of a statement. I was just looking for more information, because I've had a couple individuals and constituents that have come back, and not to use them as an example, but a gentleman ends up coming back, and he has a lapse from getting his mass health from being incarcerated, but then when comes back to the community, there's like this lapse of like 6 weeks or maybe 2 months before they can see a healthcare professional so they can get their medications in order. And I think that's a strong issue, specifically when coming from, and then you end up seeing Black and brown people self-medicating, or even white people going back and getting back into the system and violating.
I couldn't agree with you anymore. So that process, you know, starts pre-release. It's part of what BHJI addresses, is trying to cement those connections to the local providers, and also providing support. You know, that the community support, I think, is really a critical piece. And I think a lot of what BHJI tries to address is that, but it starts, you know, pre-release, you know, before that person even, you know, crosses the threshold into the community, and trying to cement those links to prevent that very problem that you just addressed or just talked about. So, you know, that was it's been a pilot program that I think was supposed to come to scale. And again, I think COVID presented a few problems with that. You know, and then I think the community justice centers now, I think are very important. And I think, you know, just the numbers that I had presented before, I mean, it really demonstrates, you know, parole's understanding and commitment to that, and trying to connect them with those supports in the community. You know, just one thing that I would really just try to emphasize is that it's individually based. So, you know, we make these individual assessments based on needs, and we try to plug in the right interventions. But the community correction centers, or the justice support centers, are a critical piece of that too.
Chairman Eldridge, I believe that our friend again, Colette Santa, has her hand kind of waving. I seen her hand that she had something to add to the question.
I mean, just to add to, that's great. You know, ultimately, that's what we want. We want them connected to their services. But if there's a client that is living in a facility with medication, or has a medication need, they leave with some medication from the facility. So, and actually they try to leave with some of their appointments already made before they go to the communities. And it's the same from DOC. When they're having those meetings that Undersecretary Peck mentioned, that is conducted every month, the Department of Mental Health is there as well. So we're trying to ensure that the individuals are already connected to those services. And also you need to add that every parole office in the community has a reentry navigator. So if they're confronting any issues with mental health, for example, because of the lapse of coverage, they can assist with that process. But certainly, there is room for improvement in that area.
The reason why I asked that question is, and I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer, is that on June 4th, my cousin was released, and he only had a short stint, right? He had a short stint of doing 30 days. June 4th, he came home, was released like at 9 in the morning. By 12 o'clock, he OD'd and died. And,
sad to hear that.
Thank you. And those are just things that come to mind, that things that I've experienced and things that I've seen in the community is, how do we mandate and make sure that, when we release folks back into the community, how do we get them, and announced to you guys, right? You guys, like you had just said, that you make sure that some of these appointments are made. And how do we evaluate, individuals that, I don't know how we would be able to do this, but evaluate folks that necessarily can't go back into the community, but go back into a sober home or go into a more of a place where, that needs a little bit of assistance. I know here in Hampden County, Sheriff Coach, he does an amazing job with, some sober homes here that I've been able to work hand in hand with him. But just, in the perspective of around the state, because I know the opiate addiction and the crisis is strong. And, with my personal experience with that, that's why the reason why I brought up that question. And the Undersecretary, Mr. Peck, and also Colette, thank you for your answer. And hopefully that's something that this commission can start working through, is making sure that in between that transition of recovery and also transitioning even with mental health post-COVID, that we can be able to make some recommendations to make sure that something solid in transition of just release, that we actually are releasing them into a setting where they're actually going to not be subject to recidivism. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Senator Gomez, and speak for the whole commission. Very sorry about your cousin's passing. Schmidt, did you have another question, or see your hand up?
Yes, I did, Senator. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I join you in expressing condolences to the senator's family. I just wanted to comment that Colette just sent us 2020 data by race, and I look forward to reading through that. Thank you very much. I hope that we might have a chance to discuss this at our next meeting, Senator.
Thank you, Representative. Yep. Thank you to Colette. And I do note, I don't see any other hands raised. I believe Undersecretary Peck has to go. So, Mr. Undersecretary, thank you for the presentation, and thanks to all the commissioners and guests for their questions. Appreciate it.
Thank you for inviting me and the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. This has been a great discussion. If people are okay with it, I'm going to have Director Kendra Bradner present. I see Director Bradner on the Microsoft team, so I'm just going to introduce her. So the special second presenter for today's meeting. I'll read her bio. Kendra Bradner is the director of the Probation and Parole Reform Project at the Justice Lab at Columbia University. The Justice Lab engaged with scholars, policymakers, directly impacted individuals, and students in projects related to community corrections, emergency adult justice, juvenile justice, reentry, mass incarceration, and solitary confinement. Director Bradner leads the lab's work to transform probation and parole supervision in the United States, which includes supporting and convening EXIT, Executives Transformative Probation and Parole. EXIT brings together a group of current and former community corrections executives to publicly call for transformation of the field to be smaller, less punitive, and more hopeful, equitable, and restorative. Through a combination of research, policy development, capacity building, technical assistance, and communications, the lab leverages EXIT members to help states and communities nationwide reimagine their supervision systems. So on behalf of Chairman Vargas and I, we welcome you. Thank you so much for being willing to present, and looking forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Chairman Eldridge. And can everyone hear me okay? Great.
Yes.
I'm going to attempt to share my screen. All right, can you see that presentation? I'm seeing thumbs up. Okay, great. So thank you all for having me, first of all. And I'm glad to be with you today. I wanted to start by just returning to the Commission's working definition of structural racism, which I thought was an excellent way to ground your first meeting. So a system in which public policies, institutional practices, cultural representations, and other norms work in various, often reinforcing ways to perpetuate racial group identity. It identifies dimensions of our history and culture that have allowed privileges associated with whiteness and disadvantages associated with color to endure and adapt over time. Structural racism is not something that a few people or institutions choose to practice. Instead, it has been a feature of the social, economic, and political systems in which we all exist. And I underlined that last part in part because Chairman Vargas had emphasized that at the first meeting. I think it's really important to just keep coming back to this definition of structural racism because a few things that means. It means that the interactions of multiple institutions and systems produce racialized outcomes that are enduring. So this doesn't necessarily require a racialized intent or individual bias from any one person or any one institution, although bias does exist and will interact with those systems, policies, structures to exacerbate racialized outcomes. And, you know, even if interpersonal discrimination were completely eliminated, racial inequities would likely remain unchanged just due to the fact that we live in a world that has been constructed to perpetuate racialized outcomes, or in a way that does perpetuate racialized outcomes, intended or not. And so undoing these practices really requires intentional dismantling of those structures, policies, practices that produce those racialized effects. And, you know, this commission that Massachusetts has undertaken is an amazing first step in that direction. And so I commend you all for establishing the commission, for participating in the commission, for asking hard questions. But I do think I want to keep coming back to that goal of dismantling structural racism because it requires centering the lived experiences of Black, Brown, Asian, Indigenous people of color who experience the effects of that racialized outcomes. And it's really important to keep centering that. So what that means to me is that there can have been many good faith efforts to improve the system that may still fall short if you're not paying attention to how effects differ by race. And so a first step, as you all are undertaking, is identifying the points in any system, in this case, the parole process, at which structural racism acts to produce those racialized outcomes. So identifying points that have racial disparities in inputs, in outputs, are a measurable product of structural racism, but it's only one component. And people who experience racism will say that it's only one component, and there are many cascading effects. And so one recommendation just at the top is, and I shared this with Chairman Vargas, you know, in addition to hearing from people who are sort of experts in the parole process, I'd encourage you all to hear from folks who are experts in how racial inequities and structural racism are perpetuated in other systems as well, because I think that will likely be informative. But folks who do that work of dismantling racial disparities will often be very frank that it's harm reduction. And as that, it's very unsatisfying because it's just taking away harms rather than necessarily providing for liberation of people of color. But that being said, it's a crucial first step. And doing that requires, as many on this commission have raised, data by race and ethnicity at multiple points, which systems are not always set up to produce and can be very difficult. That in and of itself is in many ways a product of structural racism that we don't know just by the dashboards that are available to folks. And so being intentional about creating that data and examining it frequently is one first step. And the other thing I'll say is that while I will share some comparisons to other states, in the work of dismantling structural racism, comparisons to other states may actually not be relevant at all because it's something that Massachusetts experiences effects of. It's something that every state in the U.S. experiences the effects of. And so, you know, just because someone else is better or worse doesn't mean that they're doing it right or that they've dismantled structural racism. So I really encourage you all to stay focused on the experience of people in Massachusetts and focusing on understanding and dismantling those racial disparities that do exist. I'm going to step back just a little bit to just talk about how racial disparities are often communicated, because it's not always completely intuitive. A number or percent by itself is usually not informative. The important element in disparities is a relative rate. So how likely is a person of a given marginalized identity, whether that's race, ethnicity, sexuality, gender, etc., how likely is it that a person will experience a thing compared to the group without a marginalized identity? So in the case of racial disparities, you're looking at the likelihood of Black, Brown, Indigenous, Asian people of experiencing a thing compared with white people. And disparities can deepen or reduce as people encounter different decision or outcome points in the system. And so just to illustrate this, I'm going to go through a brief example. I want you to imagine that in a given state or a jurisdiction, there are 10 people incarcerated. This is a hopeful example. So in this example, there's 10 people incarcerated, 8 of those people are white, 1 person is Black, 1 person is Latinx. That means that 80% of the people incarcerated are white, 10% are Latinx, and 10% are Black. What you need to do to understand racial disparities is understand how that compares to people in the population. So if the population, I'm using the number 87 to keep it round, as you'll see, if 80% of the people in the population are white, 5% of the people in the population are Latinx, and 2% or 2 people in the population are Black, that means that you have very different percentages that you're working with. And the real informative step is when you take these things together and look at racial and ethnic groups by themselves. So of white people, we had 8 white people incarcerated, 72 white people not incarcerated. That means that 10% of white people in this example are incarcerated. Among Latinx people, remember, we had 1 person who was incarcerated, a total population of 5. That means 4 people are not incarcerated, which gives a rate of 20% of Latinx people being incarcerated. for Black people, there were only 2 people total in the population. So although there was that same number, 1 person who was Black, 1 person who was Latinx who was incarcerated, you have a 50% rate of incarceration for Black people. And those percentages are the incarceration rate. And when you get even more granular, you can compare those incarceration rates. So Latinx people are incarcerated at twice the rate of white people. Black people are incarcerated at 5 times the rate of white people in this example. And I put at the top RRI, relative rate index. The relative rate index is a measure that we'll come back to in a minute. It's a little jargony, but it just means this. So an RRI of 2 means what we just discussed, that 2 times that Latinx people are incarcerated at 2 times the rate of white people. An RRI of 5 means that Black people are incarcerated at 5 times the rate of white people. So that's just like a basic introduction to some of the statistics and rates that I'll be talking about throughout the presentation. And I listened to some of the first meetings of this commission. I created this sort of visual just to understand or display some of the things that you've raised. So we're talking about both parole release and parole supervision. And the commission has already identified a whole host of factors that can influence the effects of parole release and parole supervision.
Kendra, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I can't see the slides and it seems like others can't as well.
Oh no, okay. Thank you for raising that.
Yeah, I recently realized that you were referencing slides and I don't see them.
Oh no. How is that?
I still don't see them. I don't know if it's an issue with my Microsoft Teams.
No, I don't see anything either, so you're not alone.
Okay, shoot. Let me try something different. One moment.
It was after your first slide. We saw your first slide, but then I don't think we saw anything else after.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that.
I thought it was by Western Mass Internet. I didn't want to say anything, but I appreciate you jumping in and fixing it.
Yeah, thank you for that. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, can you see that?
No.
Not see anything.
No.
Oh, darn it. It's telling me that I'm sharing it. So let me try one more thing. Can you see that? I can't see you all anymore, so someone has to speak at me.
No, I'm not seeing it.
Right.
Why don't I try leaving and coming back in? If you could see the first slide, that's encouraging. But I've tried what I did at the beginning a couple times, and it's not seeming to work. So
sure.
Let me just come back in.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is good stuff.
Is there any way that we can get that? I didn't see that the last Representative Smith, you asked for something, and I did not see that on the I forget what it was.
Rep Diggs, I got that in my State House email.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, check and see.
I had trouble sending the information, and I asked Mallory to share with all the members of the commission. So I'm guessing that it's in your email.
Yeah, we got For sure. Thank you.
If it's not there, Rep. Diggs, I'll forward it. Just let me know and I'll forward it on to you.
Looks like Kendra's back on.
I'm going to try. Doing this again. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, great.
You want to try advancing it just to make sure it works?
How about that?
Yes. Very good.
Okay.
Advancing, so.
Excellent.
Thank you.
So I'm very sorry about that. I'll share the slides with the commission afterwards so that you can see them. And in this particular arrangement, I can't see you while I'm seeing the slides. So if anyone has a question or wants to interrupt, please just do so by voice. I don't mind at all. Let me just get, so this is our example of a fictional incarcerated and state population. And let me just pause on this slide just so I make sure that everyone understands, because I think this visual is probably helpful. So in our example, we had an incarcerated population with 8 white people, 1 Latinx person, 1 Black person. We get the most understanding of how those disparities operate, and we compare it to the general population, the state population. So in this example, there were 80 total white people in the population. 8 of them are incarcerated, so you have a 10% incarceration rate for white people. There are only 5 Latinx people in the population. 1 of them is incarcerated, so that gives you a 20% incarceration rate. And there were only 2 Black people in the population. 1 of them was incarcerated, so you have a 50% incarceration for Black people. And then this RRI, Latinx people are incarcerated at 2 times the rate of white people, and Black people are incarcerated at 5 times the rate of white people. So I share that just to say, you know, either of these numbers by themselves, how many people are incarcerated, how many people are in the population, are informative, but the most informative piece of information is when you put them together and can understand how those rates differ across people with different racial identities. Can you still see them?
Yes.
Okay. So all of these things, as I was saying, are aspects that the commission has already identified as areas that can influence both supervision and release for parole. And racial disparities at any of these outside points or others can and likely do produce racially inequitable outcomes. And there's interactions among these points. And so I'll come back to this, this diagram as we go. The things that have sort of little yellow boxes around them, and I'm just going to make this as big as possible for you. The things that have little yellow boxes around them are the points at which I'll talk briefly about today. But there's more to say on all of these, and others may be better positioned to talk about some of them. We'll start with incarceration rates. So I took a look at what was available on the census website, the Massachusetts state websites, and we can see that white people are underrepresented generally in incarceration and in parole release compared to the general population. Black and Latinx people are overrepresented in incarceration and parole release, but there's interactions between these points. So although people of color are overrepresented in incarceration, when you move from just general incarceration to people who are released on parole, they're actually underrepresented in the parole process compared to their representation in the overall incarcerated population. This doesn't really give us all the information that we would need to understand those pathways, though, because there's parts missing. So there aren't data on incarceration and houses of correction reported on the state website. There aren't data by race on parole eligibility or parole hearings. Again, this likely exists. It's just not available that I could find on the state website. And transparency in these things can help answer some of the questions that this commission is asking. So that's important to understand. I'll talk a little bit about just the research that exists on racial disparities and release. Parole release isn't necessarily our area of expertise at the Justice Lab. We focus much more on supervision, so I'll spend more time there. And there hasn't been, honestly, a ton of research on racial and ethnic disparities in the release process. But one study of serious young people who were incarcerated found that Black people spent a longer time in prison awaiting parole compared to white people. And those differences were maintained even when accounting for legal and individual demographic and community characteristics. So that's not dispositive of whether that happens in Massachusetts or not, but it's one example of if this is happening elsewhere, it's a good question to ask if and to what extent it's happening in Massachusetts. I'll also just talk about disciplinary records. So as Chairman Eldridge mentioned, one of the areas that we work on at the Justice Lab is solitary confinement. And solitary confinement is actually a much more common experience for incarcerated people than a layperson might expect. Different studies in various states have found that somewhere between 30 and 60% of people who are incarcerated experience solitary confinement at some point in time in their incarceration. And studies in multiple states have found that the experience of solitary is stratified by race and ethnicity and mental health status, and by themselves, and also interaction. So Black men with mental health status, for example, are most likely to experience solitary confinement in these studies that have been done. And that shows up in both disciplinary tickets and the decision to put someone in restrictive housing. The Massachusetts DOC does have a report on restrictive housing usage, and it includes actually a great deal of information. So they report race, ethnicity, mental health status, and disciplinary offense. But because I only started preparing for this presentation a week ago, and that data is reported in a PDF table format rather than an Excel file, we just didn't have the capacity to get that into a usable format and analyze it for this presentation. But it is something I'd encourage you all to continue looking into. And I'll mention some folks at the end. Jessica Symes at Boston University has done a lot of work in this area, and may be a helpful person to hear from in that regard. But I'll come back to these questions to ask, right? Because in order to dismantle structural racism and racial disparities that exist, really the first step, as I mentioned, is understanding. So questions that would be helpful to seek answers to include, are there stratifications by race and ethnicity in the people who experience restrictive housing in Massachusetts, or in the length of time that people spend in restrictive housing? Are there interactions with mental health status? Are there differences across the severity of disciplinary offense? And by that, I mean, some studies have found that people of color are more likely to experience restrictive housing for low-level offenses, so disciplinary charges that don't involve violence, for example, but might be defiance to an officer or something like that. So that's something to look into if possible. And understanding more about how disciplinary infractions are weighted in the parole process, because if they are weighted, if they are considered, and I think based on the presentations before that they are, understanding how structural racism might impact that input can give a better sense of how that might be perpetuating disparities that exist. And in all of these things, I think we want to, again, just keep connecting back to the data and understanding how it exists by race. So another thing that has been raised is hearing waivers. There's a large number of people who waive their hearing or postpone it, but it wasn't clear whether that data is available by race. So obviously, if someone is waiving or postponing their hearing, they might not even, that's taking away the opportunity for release at all. And so understanding a bit more about how that's distributed over race and ethnic identity, and understanding why requests for postponement or waivers are made, and whether that might be influenced by perceptions, correct or incorrect, that people who are incarcerated have about the release process or about the supervision process. I'll talk a little bit about risk assessment inputs, which it applies to both the release and supervision. So we see a very different risk level or risk score distribution in people who are in facilities in Massachusetts versus people who are in the field or on supervision. And I think that doesn't necessarily mean that something is off there, but it does raise some questions that I wanted to raise. So understanding why that's happening would be one point. Again, understanding what the racial and ethnic distribution of those risk scores are, understanding how factors are weighted in the risk scores. And these are things that the commission members have already raised and that I know folks are working on finding answers to. But understanding how those things impact. And then again, just coming back to mental health, any relationship or interaction between risk scores, race, and mental health diagnoses would be important to understand. Now I want to switch over to talking more about supervision, and I'll review some research that talks about supervision rates, term length, violation filings, detention rates, and revocation rates. So nationally, Black and Latinx people are more likely to experience parole supervision. One report found that Black and Latinx people are more likely to remain on supervision longer, and that as time goes on, they're at a higher disadvantage of revocation risk. And across a variety of studies in multiple states, Black and Latinx people had disproportional rates of violation filings, referral to the parole board, and revocation to prison. And the one study actually found that violation filings were exacerbated by discretionary release compared to people who were on parole that had mandated release or non-discretionary release. And now I'm going to talk about one example, which I think is maybe the main reason I was invited to speak, from New York, where we examined supervision rates, detention rates, and revocation rates. So in looking at New York data, and we looked at New York State as well as New York City, we did an analysis of the racial and ethnic distribution of people on parole at 3 points. So the likelihood of being under supervision, the likelihood of detention in jail for technical violations, and the likelihood of revocation to state prison for technical violations. And our analysis found disparities at all 3 points, with the most severe inequities existing at the jail detention phase. And we also found differences where race was a variable along with gender. We found that gender and race had interactions. So men of color, for example, had the most severe disparities. And this chart goes back to that RRI figure that we described in the beginning. So let me just walk through this. On the far left are national rates of parole supervision. So Black people nationally are 4.15 times as likely to experience supervision as white people, and Latinx people are 15% more likely to experience supervision than white people. And I'll say throughout, Latinx ethnicity is not very well documented in criminal justice statistics. And so even with that, there's a disparity that shows up, but it's likely an underestimate because often Latinx people are, it's not a variable that's really available. In New York State, we found higher rates of disparity in parole supervision. So in New York State, almost 7 people who are Black are almost 7 times as likely to be on parole than white people. And Latinx people were 2.5 times as likely to be on parole than white people. As I mentioned on the previous slide, we found the biggest disparities in jail detention for technical parole violations. So in New York, people who have a warrant issued for a parole violation are held in city or county jails. And we examined New York City jail data, because that was the only data that we had available, that was by race, and found that Black people were detained at 12 times the rate of white people for technical parole violations, which is honestly staggering. And Latinx people were detained at over 4 times the rate of white people. So I mention this in part because the House of Correction data in Massachusetts is not available by race. So there are reports of technical violations in houses of corrections in Massachusetts. But without knowing that, I would really strongly encourage the commission to look into detention in houses of correction, because this experience looking at New York City data indicated that may be a place where disparities really show up very strongly. And if you move to the prison.
Hey, Kendra.
Yeah.
It's Rep Schmid. Can I just jump in? You did mention that we could do that.
Absolutely.
On this slide, you do not show data on Asian Americans.
Correct.
Is that because it wasn't available in New York, or that you didn't find it relevant?
It wasn't consistently reported across these points. And unfortunately, often people who are Asian, Native American, they get lumped into an other category, which is deeply unsatisfying and makes it very difficult to compare across points. We did, in the available data, it looked, I have to go back, but I think in the available data, it looked like Asians were underrepresented at a couple of these points, but again, it wasn't particularly satisfying, so we didn't report it.
Okay, thanks for explaining that.
Sure. Any other questions before I go on? And again, I can't see you, so just jump in by voice. Okay. In prison, we still found disparities. They were lower than at other points. Why that is a little hard to say, but there were still disparate outcomes at those points. So part of the reason why I think that this experience in New York may be informative for Massachusetts is that the commission's already discussed Massachusetts has very low incarceration rates, I think maybe even the lowest, and low rates of prison incarceration for technical violations. What those low rates don't really speak to, though, is the possibility of racial disparities at those points. So, and the CSG report that everyone in the field references didn't include detention or revocation to houses of correction in Massachusetts, because Massachusetts is a little different. It didn't include jail data anywhere, but Massachusetts is a little different in houses of correction compared to jails elsewhere, and that people can be sentenced to up to 2 years in houses of correction in Massachusetts, and that's usually not the case in jails across the country. So although jails were not included for any state, they're likely an even more important place to look in Massachusetts because they do function in at least in length of sentence closer to a prison in other states. The other things that I wanted to raise up is that in available data, it does appear that technical violations are a significant contributor to reincarceration. So again, Massachusetts isn't reincarcerating a total number of people, a very large total number of people, but of people who are reincarcerated, a significant percentage of them are incarcerated for non-arrests. So in the 2019 report, there were 514 of 578 people, which is 89%, were returned to prison for a non-arrest violation. And based on DOC admissions reports, 21% of admissions were for parole violations or detainers, 203 people. Neither one of those statistics has information by racial or ethnic distribution, but I just wanted to underscore that, yes, it's good that those rates are low, but it still may warrant an examination of racial and ethnic distribution at those points, because that can have an outsized impact on people's success in the community. So questions to examine about technical violations. What's the racial distribution of people in parole supervision? Same question for people who have violations filed, who are detained for violations, who are revoked for violations. Are there any differences by race or ethnicity in the length of supervision terms? And I raise that because, again, national research or research in other states has suggested that Black and Latinx people are more likely to have longer terms, and that longer terms increasingly disadvantages people of color in terms of their likelihood of being revoked. And one aspect that we didn't talk about, but which I think bears looking at, is, are there any disparities in how long someone is sentenced to incarceration for a violation or a revocation? So again, all of those are just areas to look to better understand how the system is functioning. So I come back to this. The highlighted points are areas where I shared a little bit of information. Not all of this, of course, is specific to Massachusetts. So I've actually given you more work, more questions rather than answers, and I recognize that. But I do want to just come to next steps. You know, more information about all of those points will help this commission do its job. And it is a crucial job because research elsewhere does suggest that racial disparities are likely present at several points. And quantifying those disparities is the first step. So again, absolute kudos to this commission for taking on this really challenging work. Criminal justice data is not easy to work with in any place. Criminal justice data by race and ethnicity is not widely available in any place. So the fact that you're engaging in this and asking these questions and trying to create this data, Massachusetts is really being a leader in this regard. And then, you know, those next steps, those concrete changes that I know you all are committed to, require making change at the points where the most significant disparities occur. And significant can be in terms of size or in terms of the impactfulness for the outcome for that person, whether that's the impactfulness on the likelihood of release or the impactfulness on the likelihood of success once someone is in the community. Other folks that I think might be helpful to hear from who would be better positioned to talk about some of those points. Dr. Sandra Susan Smith at the Harvard Kennedy School of Program and Criminal Justice is actually convening a roundtable on racial disparities in the Massachusetts legal system that'll go this fall. not sure at what point she is in pulling together that roundtable, but I would think it would be helpful to be in conversation with her. Dr. Jessica Symes at BU, who I mentioned, has done work that is likely helpful to this commission, both in terms of solitary confinement and the likelihood of receiving disciplinary tickets or experiencing solitary confinement by race and ethnicity and mental health status. But also a lot of her work focuses on the spatial distribution of incarceration. And so I know, resources in someone's home community can impact how easy it is to put together a case plan, how easy it is to put together a release plan. And she may be able to share some information about how incarceration and other demographic information is distributed across Massachusetts. And third, Dr. Ebony Ruland at the University of Cincinnati has done more work specifically looking at parole release, disparities in parole release. And that's an area that I didn't cover very extensively, so she may be helpful to talk to. And also just people who've experienced incarceration supervision. A lot of people on this commission work very closely, have personal experiences with folks who have experienced incarceration. But I do think that centering the voices of especially people of color who have had that experience would likely be informative. There are other things that I'm happy to talk about. One of the things that came up in earlier meetings was the prison policy initiative scoring and how Wyoming got the best score in the US. So I did pull some of the criteria from that report. And I could also talk about New York has what's called a nonprofit called the Parole Preparation Project that works with people to prepare them for their parole release hearing. And they may also be a really helpful group to hear from, and PPI, who put together that report. So I can talk about either of those things if folks want me to, but if you want to save that to actually talk to the folks who did that work, that's also completely fine. And happy to answer questions on any of the above that I just went through, or anything else that I might be helpful in.
Yeah, Kendra, I do think, I think generally the goal was to end at 12, so I think we want to switch to questions now. So
great.
But yeah, thank you very much. And I'll just take the privilege of being one of the chairs. I just want to note Chairman Vargas did have to leave for a district event, so he's leave the meeting. But and the first part of your presentation was around risk assessment, and I'm recalling a question from Chairman Vargas, I think at the first meeting, about the dynamics of if one of the pieces of risk assessment is the city, town, or neighborhood that the person is going back to, and you know, if there's a higher crime rate in that community, you know, whether that discriminates against certain communities of color or people of color. I'm just wondering if that's something you could comment on, or if that is a concern around the at least traditional risk assessment tools.
That has been a concern that has been raised about risk assessment tools used in other places. I'm not sure how that factors into the LSCMI, which I know Massachusetts uses, but it's a very valid question because, and again, Dr. Symes might speak more specifically to this point, but across the U.S., crime and a high percentage of people of color are often co-located, and so and people of color experience higher rates of victimization. They experience higher rates of a whole variety of things that can combine to, in a statistical risk assessment, make that place compute as higher risk. So I do think that there is a danger of that confounding of race and location, and that people of color may be unfairly disadvantaged by their home communities being scored as higher risk. Whether that's exactly the case with this particular risk assessment and how it's been validated for Massachusetts isn't something I can speak to, but it's a very good question.
Great. Thank you so much. I see Commissioner Santa has a question or has her hand raised.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Kendra, for that excellent presentation. I'm just wondering, when you mentioned the nonprofit, are you referring to the nonprofit that's Stanley Richards?
I don't think so. So Stanley Richards leads the Fortune Society in New York, which is an amazing group. And actually, he's just been named, I forget his exact title, but one of the directors in the New York City Department of Corrections. He's continuing his role at Fortune, and he would be an excellent person to talk to, because he has a wealth of knowledge and experience about reentry across these various domains that we've been talking about. But the Parole Preparation Project is a separate nonprofit that specifically focuses on working with people who are approaching a parole eligibility date and assists in helping them walk through what the interview process is going to be and how to respond, what questions are likely, help them develop a home plan, identify sort of gaps that might adversely affect their likelihood of making parole. And most people in New York are not released by discretionary parole. So that is a difference between the two, but they do have an extremely high release rate. And people who are applicants who have worked with the Parole Preparation Project in New York, I think it's like 96% are still successfully in the community. So it's not just they're getting released, but they're also able to stay on the street more successfully than sort of statewide. So that's that particular group. And happy to connect you all with them if it'd be helpful to hear from them.
That'll be great. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner. And again, Director Brown, thanks for the presentation. Really appreciate it. Are there other questions from commissioners or guests? I don't see any hands raised, but we're a relatively small group, so feel free to speak up. A lot of information to take in. And just curious to Kendra, so are there particular states that I know the lab is a nationwide focus, the Justice Lab is a nationwide focus. Are there particular states you work particularly closely with, or?
Yes and no. We've done a couple of state-specific reports. So in concert with different stakeholder groups, sometimes advocacy groups, sometimes sort of system stakeholders. So we've done reports in Wisconsin, New York, Pennsylvania, and then we're starting to work with a couple of specific jurisdictions across the country. Some of those are counties, and then we're also working with the state of Minnesota, but those are in very early stage conversations, but asking a lot of the same questions that you all are asking. So you're in good company.
Great. Excellent. Very good. Well, a lot of information to take in. Just last call for any questions from commissioners or guests. Okay. Well, thank you so much for your presentation. Glad we could work out the PowerPoint presentation technology, and really appreciate your time and speaking to the commission. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. And sorry again for those technical difficulties. Happy to share the presentation. And if anyone, as you said, it is a lot of information to take in. So if anyone does have questions that surface afterward, feel free to just reach out by email. I'm happy to share whatever information I can.
Excellent. Well, thanks again. So the only thing left I have on the agenda is just our next meeting, and I know we're meeting fairly frequently, is which is good given our timeline, is Monday, July 26th at 10 a.m. So that'll be our next commission meeting. Any comments or questions or feedback or suggestions?
I have a question. Just with the thought of, centering voices of people of color who have actually experienced incarceration. As you know, I work for Prisoners Legal Services, so I'm just wondering, what is the process if an incarcerated person wanted to write into the commission or provide testimony? Is there, a certain address they should be writing to, or should that be coming directly from me? How does it work?
Yeah, for written correspondence, I'll send it to both chairs, so Chairman Vargas and myself, and we can distribute it. And absolutely want to, hear from, people with lived experience. So that could be, I don't exactly know the agenda for the 26th. We could do it for that date, or we could do it for the next commission hearing to hear from impacted individuals.
Okay.
Absolutely committed to that. Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Excellent. Well, I don't see any other questions or comments, so I think we'll end the meeting. And again, thanks to Undersecretary Pack. Thanks. Have a good rest of the week. And thanks so much for participating in today's commission hearing. Take care. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you, Senator.
Take care. Thanks again.
I will provide a supreme love for you. Start a family built on love and trust. Oh, I'm so glad for your love. That was then, and this is now. Have you now. Stay by my side. Wake up in the morning, turn on my TV. Weather says it's gonna rain all week. Get in my car and I head off to work, and everybody on the road is a flaming frickin' jerk. Get cut off twice by an SUV swerving in my lane. I get a clip fender and a dirty look, and other strangers hate it. I can't explain. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? Get to my job and my boss is in my ear. He tells me I'm a worker, not a peer. But I can't help it if I've got better ideas. Why does no one recognize what I've known for years? Tells me I've got a bad attitude, my future's not too bright. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look, and I never even had the chance to fight. Politics, sports, and household chores, there's no rest when you can't ignore the truth. I'm just saying what's on my mind, but it turns into a struggle every time. I'm not saying I'm better, just that everyone else seems worse. Man, it is so hard living with this curse. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time everybody wanna mess with me? Evening, dishes in the sink. Tuesday's takeout boxes stinky. Change my shirt, doorbell rings. My girl's waiting there, looking forward to an evening in. She steps inside and her nose wrinkles up in her eyes get small. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look and she leaves me there, standing in the hall. I'm so hard to deal with, why does everybody wanna mess with me? Nicest guy you'd ever want to meet, still everyone's offended every time I speak. If I'm so hard to deal with, why does everybody want to mess with me?
Nailed it.
Through a root canal, I've lived through a spinal tap, I've lived through a heart attack, and I can live through you. I made it through my summer jobs, I made it through public school, I made it through state school, and I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling, yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I love my friends, fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow, and I've seen some sin, and I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I've talked to a Democrat, I've talked to a Republican, I'll never do that again, but I can live through you. Yeah. Lived in small towns, and I've lived the city life, the subtle trauma of suburban strife, and I can live through you. I made it through gym class, I made it through the school dance, neither gave me half a chance, but I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling, yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I love my friends, fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow, and I've seen some sin, and I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I made it through my first kiss, and I've caught some cold fish. I might have a death wish, but I can live through you. 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 We share the best, the worst times. We can talk about it now. All the drunks are driving home, so let's stay for one more round. We were tempered in an epidemic, never caught their disease. We got problems enough of our own without choosing to believe. There are just two sides we can stand on, us and them, yours and mine. There are just two of us here, and each of us has just one life. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix, and the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. 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 I was there when your head exploded. You were there when my guts caved in. Though it might have been many years between, we never asked where you've been. I can feel you somewhere out there when I'm feeling all alone, stretching out over the curves of the earth between the places we call home. There are the places that we stick to and the places we have to be, and the dance we have to do around some people just to take a few steps free. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix, and the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. One true friend. One true friend. One true friend. One true friend.
dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams, you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls. I ran through the street calling out your name. Met you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams, you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls. Hearing your young temptation, pounding hearts, they speak too soon. This awkward, anxious tension builds up in this quiet room. I'm fueling up my vision just to build up and decide. One more lust conviction, one more kissing suicide. they speak too soon. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory of you remains. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but I'll see you again. You walked alone down that long and lonesome road, carrying with you every road, and I hope that you found yourself some relief. Hope you finally get some sleep. Oh, friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory of you remains. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but I'll see you again. Had a dream you were high above the clouds and spoke to me, but you didn't make a sound. What you said, well, I couldn't be sure, but I think I got the moral of the story. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory of you remains. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory remains. Friend of mine, friend of mine, friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory remains. It's kind of short. Make me feel like an outsider staring through a pane of glass. It's a constant reminder of the things we never had. You make me feel so all alone. You make me feel so all alone. My broken heart has turned to stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so alone. I gave you every piece of me, feed your shallow soul. I've never felt so empty, but I guess you'll never know. You make me feel so alone. You make me feel so all alone. My broken heart has turned to stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so all alone. Take another taste of the apple that you stole away. Don't you waste all the happiness that grows. You make me feel so all alone.
No, the earth has not stopped turning. The sun has not stopped coming up to shine new light into your life and your situation every single day of your life. The sky is still painted a faithful blue to prove to all men everywhere that God is true blue, faithful from one end of heaven to the other. He will fulfill his promises. And it can happen for you, whatever it is you need. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you've been. It doesn't matter what the scar. It doesn't matter what the sin. It doesn't matter how you fell. Somewhere along the way, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. He looks beyond how far you've gone. He looks beyond when you were hurt. He looks beyond who stole your song. He looks beyond what made it worse. He looks beyond what others failed to reach out to you and say, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows. It's a river that lives. It's the river of life, living waters it gives. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything, everything along the way. I have tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus' name. In the midst of my confusion, time of desperate need, when I'm thinking not too clearly. Gentle voice does intercede. Slow down, slow down, be still. Be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. In the time of tribulation, when I'm feeling so unsure, when things are pressing all about me, comes a gentle voice so still, so pure. Slow slow down, be still, my child, be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. And know that He is God. In the book of Mark, chapter 11, verse 22 through 27, the Bible tells us how to believe. Believe you receive, and you shall have. That's as simple as it can be. Believe you receive is something that you do right now. Shall receive is something that God will give to you when you're ready. He knows the time. He knows every human heart. He knows every situation. But it's up to us to do our part, for God to do His part. So why don't you, right now, just reach out with your heart and receive your healing today. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By His stripes we are healed. His love is everlasting, so join in prayer and fasting. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By his stripes we are healed. He loves you oh so much, receive his healing touch. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. The precious name of Jesus. The healing name of my Jesus.
Got a crazy baby just as pretty as can be. You think that she's an angel, but there's more than you can see. You think that you're in love, but she just takes you for a ride. Beneath that pretty angel, there's a devil deep inside. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags her way down, down, way down, down. My blue-eyed crazy baby, she just won't leave me alone. She drives around my house at night to see if I'm at home. She calls me on the telephone all hours of the night. I swear to you she does it so that she can start a fight. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags her way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes way down, down, way down, down. She knows my every move, every thought within my head. She comes to me in dreams when I'm lying in my bed. I got a crazy baby, just as pretty as can be. As long as she's around, there will be no peace for me. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes me way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes way down, down, way down, down. If you see my crazy baby, you'd better run away. just stop right in your tracks and walk the other way. She's got eyes that shine like sapphire, you just can't look away. And once they get a hold of you, there's nothing left to say. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, drags you way down, down, way down, down. Somebody saw me standing there. Somebody saw me, I don't know where. I'm on the run. Somebody saw him screaming loud. Somebody saw me in a crowd. I'm on the run. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. High in the daylight, pray for the moonlight. Don't follow me. Don't follow
still remember, but I wish I knew how to forget what once was and look to see. I need to see what can be. Oh, how I can see like the clearest of days, all of your beauty in every way, in my mind and in my soul. So please don't regret, I hope we can make it. I can't do it alone, 'cause that true love we had constantly gets in my way, keeps me awake, can't think straight. Oh, I'm so caught up in your love. I've had so many sleepless nights. How can I dream if dreams haunt me this way? So I'm asking you please to be with me, 'cause that was then and this is now. I need you by my side. So if you feel the way I do, I will provide a supreme love for you. Start a family built on love and trust. Oh, I'm so glad for your love. That was then, and this is now. Oh, I'm so glad that was then, and I have you now. Stay by my side.
Wake up in the morning, turn on my TV. Weather says it's gonna rain all week. Get in my car and I head off to work, and everybody on the road is a flaming frickin' jerk. Get cut off twice by an SUV swerving in my lane. I get a clip fender and a dirty look, and other strangers hate it. I can't explain. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? Get to my job and my boss is in my ear. He tells me I'm a worker, not a peer. But I can't help it if I've got better ideas. Why does no one recognize what I've known for years? Tell me I've got a bad attitude, my future's not too bright. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look, and I never even had the chance to bite. Politics, wars, and household chores, there's no rest when you can't ignore the truth. I'm just saying what's on my mind, but it turns into a struggle every time. I'm not saying I'm better, just that everyone else seems worse. Man, it is so hard living with this curse. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? dishes in the sink. Tuesday's takeout boxes stinky. Change my shirt, doorbell rings. My girl's waiting there, looking forward to an evening in. She steps inside and her nose wrinkles up in her eyes get small. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look when she leaves me there, standing in the hall. I'm so hard to deal with, why does everybody wanna mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you ever want to meet, still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with, why does everybody wanna mess with me?
Nailed it.
I've lived through a root canal. I've lived through a spinal tap. I've lived through a heart attack. And I can live through you. I made it through my summer jobs. I made it through public school. I made it through state school. And I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling. Yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I let my friends fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow and I've seen some sin. And I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I've talked to a Democrat, I've talked to a Republican. I'll never do that again, but I can live through you. Yeah. Lived in small towns, and I've lived the city life, the subtle trauma of suburban strife, and I can live through you. I made it through gym class, I made it through the school dance. Neither gave me half a chance, but I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling, yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I let my friends fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow and I've seen some sin. And I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I made it through my first kiss, and I've caught some cold fish. I might have a death wish, but I can live through you. 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 We share the best, the worst times. We can talk about it now. All the drunks are driving home, so let's stay for one more round. We were tempered in an epidemic, never caught their disease. We got problems enough of our own without choosing to believe. There are just two sides we can stand on, us and them, yours and mine. There are just two of us here, and each of us has just one life. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix. and the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. 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 I was there when your head exploded. You were there when my guts caved in. Though it might have been many years between, we never asked where you've been. I can feel you somewhere out there when I'm feeling all alone, stretching out over the curves of the earth between the places we call home. There are the places that we stick to and the places we have to be, and the dance we have to do around some people just to take a few steps free. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for the fix, and the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. One true friend. One true friend. One true friend. One true friend.
soul to keep inside. What I saw was a man in need of a simple plea for a prayer that was primed to cut from the cloth so endlessly. I cling to thee, but a heart of gold will sustain. What's left for you now? Peace for all time. What's left for you now? Peace for all time. What's left for you now? What's left for you now? Peace for all time. What's left for you now? Peace for all time. What's left for you now? Peace for all time. What's left for you now? Frustrated boy, it shows here clear in the pale moonlight. What keeps you tossed and turned all night? Well, I've been through this about 1,000 times. We move from left to right, feeling the motion. Well, I can finally get close enough this time. I ran through the street calling out your name. Met you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls you and I came here. A devil stands for two rivalries, just for a night. Red lips so soft and hoping for a few. Just one look from you and I know I'm alive. Romantic boy, pragmatic thoughts will forsake you now. I see through you in the realms you dwell. Well, I've been through this about 1,000 times. As you come over me, feel the temptation. The night has finally come. I'll take what's mine. I ran through the street calling out your name. Met you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls you and I came here. A devil stands for two rivalries, just for a night. Red lips so soft and hoping for a few. Just one look from you and I know I'm alive. I ran through the street calling out your name. Met you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls. I ran through the street calling out your name. Met you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls. Hearing your with young temptation, pounding hearts, they speak too soon. This awkward, anxious tension builds up in this quiet room. I'm fueling up my vision just to build up and decide. One more lust conviction, one more kissing suicide. Take me for a fool, don't mistake me. Lately I've been really hard to find. Free me from these changes I'm needing, holding all of this yearning on the inside. Darling, let your secrets out. Confess. Teach me all those things I don't know yet. Take me for a fool, don't mistake me. Lately I've been really hard to find. Free me from these changes I'm needing, holding all of this yearning on the Take me, lately I've been really hard to find. Free me from these changes I'm needing, holding all of this yearning on the inside. Take me for a fool, don't mistake me. Lately I've been really hard to find. Free me from these changes I'm needing, holding all of this yearning on the inside. Dealt with young temptation, pounding hearts, they speak too soon. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory of you remains. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but I'll see you again. You walked alone down that long and lonesome road, carrying with you every road. I hope that you found yourself
constant reminder of the things we never had. You make me feel so all alone. You make me feel so all alone. My broken heart has turned to stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so alone. I gave you every piece of me, feed your shallow soul. I've never felt so empty, but I guess you'll never know. You make me feel so alone. You make me feel so all alone. My broken heart has turned to stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so all alone. Take another taste of the apple that you stole away. Don't you waste all the happiness that grows. You make me feel so all alone. You make me feel so all alone. My broken heart has turned to stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so all alone. I don't know you, but I've seen you before. Saw your face walking through my door in a dream. Maybe deja vu. Does it seem that way to you? Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, I think it's true. Ooh, your eyes tell me a story so true, gentle sighs. Tell me more than I knew. You're an actress trying to pretend, damsel in distress, crying to contend. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, you know it's true. Ooh, ooh, do you remember
No, the earth has not stopped turning. The sun has not stopped coming up to shine new light into your life and your situation every single day of your life. The sky is still painted a faithful blue to prove to all men everywhere that God is true blue, faithful from one end of heaven to the other. He will fulfill his promises. And it can happen for you, whatever it is you need. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you've been. It doesn't matter what the scar. It doesn't matter what the sin. It doesn't matter how you fell. Somewhere along the way, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. He looks beyond how far you've gone. He looks beyond when you were hurt. He looks beyond who stole your song. He looks beyond what made it worse. He looks beyond what others failed to reach out to you and say, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows. It's a river that lives. It's the river of life, living waters it gives. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything, everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus' name. In the midst of my confusion, time of desperate need, when I'm thinking not too clearly. Gentle voice does intercede. Slow down, slow down, be still. Be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. In the time of tribulation, when I'm feeling so unsure, when things are pressing all about me, comes a gentle voice so still, so pure. Slow down, slow down, be still, my child. Be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. And know that He is God. In the book of Mark, chapter 11, verse 22 through 27, the Bible tells us how to believe. Believe you receive, and you shall have. That's as simple as it can be. Believe you receive is something that you do right now. Shall receive is something that God will give to you when you're ready. He knows the time. He knows every human heart. He knows every situation. But it's up to us to do our part, for God to do His part. So why don't you, right now, just reach out with your heart and receive your healing today. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By His stripes we are healed. His love is everlasting, so join in prayer and fasting. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By his stripes we are healed. He loves you oh so much, receive his healing touch. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. The precious name of Jesus. The healing name of my Jesus.
Got a crazy baby just as pretty as can be. You think that she's an angel, but there's more than you can see. You think that you're in love, but she just takes you for a ride. Beneath that pretty angel, there's a devil deep inside. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Starts you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Starts you way down, down, way down, down. My blue-eyed crazy baby, she just won't leave me alone. She drives around my house at night to see if I'm at home. She calls me on the telephone all hours of the night. I swear to you she does it so that she can start a fight. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drives you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes way down, down, way down, down. She knows my every move, every thought within my head. She comes to me in dreams when I'm lying in my bed. I got a crazy baby, just as pretty as can be. As long as she's around, there will be no peace for me. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes way down, down, way down, down. If you see my crazy baby, you'd better run away. Just stop right in your tracks and walk the other way. She's got eyes that shine like sapphire, you just can't look away. And once they get a hold of you, there's nothing left to say. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. Somebody saw me standing there. Somebody saw me, I don't know where. I'm on a run. Somebody saw him screaming loud. Somebody saw me in a crowd. I'm on a run. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight. Pray for the moonlight. Don't follow me. Don't follow me. Just let it be. Started in the parking lot. I ducked my head when I heard the shot of a gun. Startled me, it went so fast. Thought I saw the muzzle blast of a gun. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight. Pray for the moonlight. Look for her and she for me. The only thing that we could see was a gun. I searched for thoughts, how could this be? For there he was right next to me with a gun. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the
That was then and this is now. I still remember, but I wish I knew how to forget what once was and look to see. I need to see what can be. Oh, how I can see like the clearest of days, all of your beauty in every way, in my mind and in my soul. So please don't regret, I hope we can make it. I can't do it alone, 'cause that true love we had constantly gets in my way, keeps me awake, can't think straight. Oh, I'm so caught up in your love. I've had so many sleepless nights. How can I dream if dreams haunt me this way? So I'm asking you please to be with me, 'cause that was then and this is now. I need you by my side. So if you feel the way I do, I will provide a supreme love for you. Start a family built on love and trust. Oh, I'm so glad for your love. That was then, and this is now. Oh, I'm so glad that was then, and I have you now. Stay by my side.
Wake up in the morning, turn on my TV. Weather says it's gonna rain all week. Get in my car and I head off to work, and everybody on the road is a flaming frickin' jerk. Get cut off twice by an SUV swerving in my lane. I get a clip fender and a dirty look, and other strangers hate it. I can't explain. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? Get to my job and my boss is in my ear. He tells me I'm a worker, not a peer. But I can't help it if I've got better ideas. Why does no one recognize what I've known for years? Tell me I've got a bad attitude, my future's not too bright. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look, and I never even had the chance to fight. Politics, wars, and household chores, there's no rest when you can't ignore the truth. I'm just saying what's on my mind, but it turns into a struggle every time. I'm not saying I'm better, just that everyone else seems worse. Man, it is so hard living with this curse. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? dishes in the sink. Tuesday's takeout boxes stinky. Change my shirt, doorbell rings. My girl's waiting there, looking forward to an evening in. She steps inside and her nose wrinkles up in her eyes get small. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look, and she leaves me there, standing in the hall. I'm so hard to deal with, why does everybody wanna mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet, still everyone's offended every time I speak. If I'm so hard to deal with, why does everybody wanna mess with me? Through a root canal, I've lived through a spinal tap, I've lived through a heart attack, and I can live through you. I made it through my summer jobs, I made it through public school, I made it through state school, and I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling, yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I love my friends, fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow, and I've seen some sin, and I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I've talked to a Democrat, I've talked to a Republican. I'll never do that again, but I can live through you. Yeah! Lived in small towns, and I've lived the city life, the subtle trauma of suburban strife, and I can live through you. I made it through gym class, I made it through the school dance. Neither gave me half a chance, but I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling, yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I love my friends, fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow, and I've seen some sin, and I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I made it through my first kiss, and I've caught some cold fish. I might have a death wish, but I can live through you. 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 We share the best of worst times. We can talk about it now. All the drunks are driving home, so let's stay for one more round. We were tempered in an epidemic, never caught their disease. We got problems enough of our own without choosing to believe. There are just two sides we can stand on, us and them, yours and mine. There are just two of us here, and each of us has just one life. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix. and the energy we spend on all our little tricks. Pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. 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 I was there when your head exploded. You were there when my guts caved in. Though it might have been many years between, we never asked where you've been. I can feel you somewhere out there when I'm feeling all alone, stretching out over the curves of the earth between the places we call home. There are the places that we stick to and the places we have to be, and the dance we have to do around some people just to take a few steps free. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix, and the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. One true friend. One true friend. One true friend. One true friend.
same. Always in your dreams, you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls. I ran through the street calling out your name. Met you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams, you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls. Hearing your arms. they speak too soon. all alone.
And then
I don't know you, but I've seen you before. Saw your face walking through my door in a dream. Maybe deja vu. Does it seem that way to you? Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, I think it's true. Your eyes tell me a story so true, gentle sighs. Tell me more than I knew. You're an actress trying to pretend, damsel in distress, crying to contend. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, you know it's true. Do you remember out in the pale moonlight, outside on a dark and cold December night in the park? The old trees swaying in the breeze, the birds and the bees, yeah, trying not to freeze. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, I think it's true.
No, the earth has not stopped turning. The sun has not stopped coming up to shine new light into your life and your situation every single day of your life. The sky is still painted a faithful blue to prove to all men everywhere that God is true blue, faithful from one end of heaven to the other. He will fulfill his promises. And it can happen for you, whatever it is you need. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you've been. It doesn't matter what the scar. It doesn't matter what the sin. It doesn't matter how you fell. Somewhere along the way, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. He looks beyond how far you've gone. He looks beyond when you were hurt. He looks beyond who stole your song. He looks beyond what made it worse. He looks beyond what others failed. to reach out to you and say, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows, it's a river that lives, it's the river of life, living waters it gives. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything, everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus' name. In the midst of my confusion, time of desperate need, when I'm thinking not too clearly, gentle voice does intercede. Slow down, slow down, be still. Be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. In the time of tribulation, when I'm feeling so unsure, when things are pressing all about me, comes a gentle voice so still, so pure. Slow down, slow down, be still my child, be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. And know that He is God. In the book of Mark, chapter 11, verse 22 through 27, the Bible tells us how to believe. Believe you receive, and you shall have. That's as simple as it can be. Believe you receive is something that you do right now. Shall receive is something that God will give to you when you're ready. He knows the time. He knows every human heart. He knows every situation. But it's up to us to do our part, for God to do His part. So why don't you, right now, just reach out with your heart and receive your healing today. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By His stripes we are healed. His love is everlasting, so join in prayer and fasting. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By His stripes we are healed. He loves you oh so much, receive His healing touch. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. The precious name of Jesus. The healing name of my Jesus.
got a crazy baby just as pretty as can be. You think that she's an angel, but there's more than you can see. You think that you're in love, but she just takes you for a ride. Beneath that pretty angel, there's a devil deep inside. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. My blue-eyed crazy baby, she just won't leave me alone. She drives around my house at night to see if I'm at home. She calls me on the telephone all hours of the night. I swear to you she does it so that she can start a fight. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She knows my every move, every thought within my head. She comes to me in dreams when I'm lying in my bed. I got a crazy baby, just as pretty as can be. As long as she's around, there will be no peace for me. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes way down, down, way down, down. If you see my crazy baby, you'd better run away. Just stop right in your tracks and walk the other way. She's got eyes that shine like sapphire, you just can't look away. And once they get a hold of you, there's nothing left to say. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. Saw him screaming loud. Somebody saw me in a crowd. I'm on a run. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. High in the daylight, pray for the moonlight. Started in the parking lot. I ducked my head when I heard the shot of a gun. last thought I saw the muzzle blast of a gun. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight. Pray for the moonlight. Look for her and she for me. The only thing that we could see was a gun. I searched for thoughts, how could this be? For there he was right next to me with a gun. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight. Pray for the moonlight. Don't follow me. Don't follow me. Just let it be. Pray for the moonlight. That was then and this is now. I still remember, but I wish I knew how to forget what once was and look to see. I need to see what can be. Oh, how I can see like the clearest of days all of your beauty in every way. In my mind and in my soul. So please don't regret. I hope we can make it. I can't do it alone. 'Cause that true love we had constantly gets in my way, keeps me awake, can't think straight. Oh, I'm so caught up in your love. I've had so many sleepless nights. How can I dream if dreams haunt me this way? So I'm asking you please to be with me. 'Cause that was then, and this is now. I need you by my side. Supreme love for you. Start a family built on love and trust. Oh, I'm so glad for your love. That was then, this is now. Oh, I'm so glad that was then. And I have you now.
by my side.
Wake up in the morning, turn on my TV. Weather says it's gonna rain all week. Get in my car and I head off to work, and everybody on the road is a flaming frickin' jerk. Get cut off twice by an SUV swerving in my lane. I get a clip fender and a dirty look, and other strangers hate it. I can't explain. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? Get to my job and my boss is in my ear. He tells me I'm a worker, not a peer. But I can't help it if I've got better ideas. Why does no one recognize what I've known for years? Tells me I've got a bad attitude and my future's not too bright. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look, and I never even had the chance to fight. Politics, wars, and household chores. There's no rest when you can't ignore the truth. I'm just saying what's on my mind, but it turns into a struggle every time. I'm not saying I'm better, just that everyone else seems worse. Man, it is so hard living with this curse. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? Home in the evening, dishes in the sink. Tuesdays take out boxes stinky. Change my shirt, doorbell rings. My girl's waiting there, looking forward to an evening in. She steps inside and her nose wrinkles up and her eyes get small. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look, and she leaves me there standing in the hall. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? Through a root canal, I've lived through a spinal tap, I've lived through a heart attack, and I can live through you. I made it through my summer jobs, I made it through public school, I made it through state school, and I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling, yeah, I'm a little drunk, Yes, I let my friends fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow and I've seen some sin, and I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I've talked to a Democrat, I've talked to a Republican. I'll never do that again, but I can live through you. Lived in small towns, and I've lived the city life, the subtle trauma of suburban strife, and I can live through you. I made it through gym class, I made it through the school dance. Neither gave me half a chance, but I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling, yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I let my friends fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow and I've seen some sin, and I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I made it through my first kiss, and I've caught some cold fish. I might have a death wish, but I can live through you. 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 We share the best of worst times. We can talk about it now. All the drunks are driving home, so let's stay for one more round. We were tempered in an epidemic, never caught their disease. We got problems enough of our own without choosing to believe. There are just two sides we can stand on, us and them, yours and mine. There are just two of us here, and each of us has just one life. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix, and the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. 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 I was there when your head exploded. You were there when my guts caved in. Though it might have been many years between, we never asked where you've been. I can feel you somewhere out there when I'm feeling all alone, stretching out over the curves of the earth between the places we call home. There are the places that we stick to and the places we have to be, and the dance we have to do around some people just to take a few steps free. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix, and the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. One true friend. One true friend. One true friend. One true friend.
tension, pounding hearts, they speak too soon. This awkward, anxious tension builds up in this quiet room. I'm fueling up my vision just to build up and decide. One more lust conviction, one more kissing suicide. Take me for a fool, don't mistake me. Lately I've been really hard to find. Free me from these changes I'm needing, holding all of this yearning on the inside. Darling, let your secrets out. Confess. Teach me all those things I don't know yet. Take me for a fool, don't mistake me. Lately I've been really hard to find. Free me from these changes I'm needing, holding all of this yearning on the inside. Take me, lately I've been really hard to find. Free me from these changes I'm needing, holding all of this yearning on the inside. Take me for a fool, don't mistake me. Lately I've been really hard to find. Free me from these changes I'm needing, holding all of this yearning on the inside. Dealt with young temptation, pounding hearts, they speak too soon. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory of you remains. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but I'll see you again. You walk alone down that long and lonesome road, carrying with you every road, and I hope that you found yourself some belief. Hope you finally get some sleep. Oh, friend of mine, you left
I gave you every piece of me, feed your shallow soul. I've never felt so empty, but I guess you'll never know. You make me feel so alone. You make me feel so all alone. My broken heart has turned to stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so all alone. Take another taste of the apple that you stole away. Don't you waste all the happiness that grows. You make me feel so all alone. You make me feel so all alone. My broken heart has turned to stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so all alone. I don't know you, but I've seen you before. Saw your face walking through my door in a dream. Maybe deja vu. Does it seem that way to you? Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, I think it's true. Ooh, your eyes tell me a story so true, gentle sighs. Tell me more than I knew. You're an actress trying to pretend, damsel in distress, crying to contend. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, you know it's true. Do you remember out in the pale moonlight outside on a dark and cold December night in the park? The old trees swaying in the breeze, the birds and the bees, yeah, trying not to freeze. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, I think it's true. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
No, the earth has not stopped turning. The sun has not stopped coming up. to shine new light into your life and your situation every single day of your life. The sky is still painted a faithful blue to prove to all men everywhere that God is true blue, faithful from one end of heaven to the other. He will fulfill his promises. And it can happen for you, whatever it is you need. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you've been. It doesn't matter what the scar. It doesn't matter what the sin. It doesn't matter how you fell. Somewhere along the way, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. He looks beyond how far you've gone. He looks beyond when you were hurt. He looks beyond who stole your song. He looks beyond what made it worse. He looks beyond what others failed to reach out to you and say, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows. It's a river that lives. It's the river of life, living waters it gives. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything, everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus' name. In the midst of my confusion, time of desperate need, when I'm thinking not to too clearly. Gentle voice does intercede. Slow down, slow down, be still. Be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. In the time of tribulation, when I'm feeling so unsure, when things are pressing all about me, comes a gentle voice so still, so pure. Slow down, slow down, be still, my child. Be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. And know that He is God. In the book of Mark, chapter 11, verse 22 through 27, the Bible tells us how to believe. Believe you receive, and you shall have. That's as simple as it can be. Believe you receive is something that you do right now. Shall receive is something that God will give to you when you're ready. He knows the time. He knows every human heart. He knows every situation. But it's up to us to do our part, for God to do His part. So why don't you, right now, just reach out with your heart and receive your healing today. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By His stripes we are healed. His love is everlasting, so join in prayer and fasting. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By his stripes we are healed. He loves you oh so much, receive his healing touch. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed, be healed in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. The precious name of Jesus. The healing name of my Jesus.
Got a crazy baby just as pretty as can be. You think that she's an angel, but there's more than you can see. You think that you're in love, but she just takes you for a ride. Beneath that pretty angel, there's a devil deep inside. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. My blue-eyed crazy baby, she just won't leave me alone. She drives around my house at night to see if I'm at home. She calls me on the telephone all hours of the night. I swear to you she does it so that she can start a fight. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags you way down, down, way down, down. She knows my every move, every thought within my head. She comes to me in dreams when I'm lying in my bed. I got a crazy baby, just as pretty as can be. As long as she's around, there will be no peace for me. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags you way down, down, way down, down. If you see my crazy baby, you'd better run away. Just stop right in your tracks and walk the other way. She's got eyes that shine like sapphire, you just can't look away. And once they get a hold of you, there's nothing left to say. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down.
You're watching Lynn Community Television, Lynn's public and government access station.
Pulls me down.
Call the meeting to order, public safety. Roll call.
Council Barton?
Present.
Present. Council Field?
Present.
Present. Council LaPierre? Absent. Council Chakutis? Present. Present. Council Walsh? Present. First thing on the agenda is discussion with Police Chief Christopher P. Reddy, DPW Commissioner Andrew J. Hall, and CFO Michael A. Bertino regarding complaints from seniors and parents regarding public safety issues in and around Pleasant Street. Further discussion regarding utilizing police radar vans and installing raised crosswalks as possible solutions to cause drivers to reduce their speed in this neighborhood.
Councilor Seer.
Thank you, Chair Barton. So I did send a letter in with both Councilor Diana Jacutis and Councilor Barton to request raised sidewalk crosswalks at that location. I would also like to add to that we should make that a 20-mile-an-hour zone if it's not already. We should put signs up indicating that and possibly flashing lights. I understand that there's a cost to this. That's why I'm putting a request in that we either do a transfer from the reserve account or maybe look at possibility of using CARES Act money. The issue here is the amount of senior buildings that are there. There are at least 5. I think there may even be 6. There's 2 schools, there's 2 churches, the YMCA, and there are many people that go back and forth, especially now that the new grocery store is open back up in the old Shaw's location, that use walkers. There are people in wheelchairs. There are young kids that are in that neighborhood. You're talking a real public safety issue there in that neighborhood, and I know other communities have done exactly what I'm suggesting, or what we're suggesting to be done. Not 1, but at least 2 raised crosswalks on that street. Put more signage on there, school zones, senior crossing, YMCA. So the police have their hands filled with so many other things that are going on, but we just had an accident there a couple weeks ago where a car was flying down the street and literally flipped over and smashed into parked cars. Thank God there wasn't a senior or a student down there at that time. So I think it would, be in the best interest of public safety and all the people that live there, plus the people that are coming in on a daily basis, attending the schools or the Y. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Any other councilors? Just Councilor Walsh.
Thank you. Is this doable? Raised crosswalks, Andy? If you, Andy Hall.
We don't have any in the city currently. Andy, could you please come to the microphone so they can hear you?
Hi. So to answer Council Walsh's question, we don't currently have any raised crosswalks in the city. That's not to say that it can't be done, but we don't have any right now.
Okay. I like the idea, and the reason I'm asking this is because O'Callahan Way is in need of raised crosswalks also. And I would be in favor of this if there was enough money to do O'Callahan Way. I know the neighbors have been asking for it down there. It's been something where there's been a challenge with trying to, figure out whether they should be placed here or there. And I know in some cities and towns they do like a speed bump or a hump that's temporary to see if it's a good idea or where it should be placed, or the crosswalk itself. How would you look at that or implement that, do you know? Or
I know Salem's got something called a speed pillow, they call it, which is just like you said, it's some sort of temporary thing that's lagged into the hot top. I'm leery of this structure's impact on snowplows, but it's something we could look into, Shirley.
Right, the hump's a little bigger, so the plow will probably ride over it more than a bump, right?
It could, you know, I've seen these things in brochures. I've not seen one in person, but I understand they have them in Salem.
Okay, all right.
And then there are, you know, there's probably 8 crosswalks across Pleasant Street, and I'm not, do you know the ones, are we talking between Tremont and the Commons? Is that kind of the area of concern, or is it the whole thing, or?
So actually, in between where St. Stephen's is, there are 2 crosswalks. But the unfortunate part is, this car's parked on the side, and I think Councilor Jacutis can back me up on this. People are going so fast down that street because they're using it as a cut through. They don't even see, especially if it's someone in a wheelchair coming out from behind a parked car. So I know that there's a cost, and I know if somebody's driving a plow down the street and they go over it and they're going too fast, they can do damage to their plow. I get that. But the size of a crosswalk and the size of the hump, is it, and if someone's going that fast in a plow, they shouldn't be plowing, to be perfectly honest with you. So if we can put signage there and blinking lights and possibly do O'Callahan Way, and we can use this as an example. There are many schools in the city that are on main roads. Lewis Street is a perfect example. Easton Ave, the 2 elementary schools, we don't even have a crossing guard at Lewis Street. That doesn't make sense. But that's a whole different subject.
Right.
But I really think that it does make sense for us to really explore this and take a look at it and at least try it and see how it works.
Andy, do you have any suggestions that you could think of that we should do?
I mean, I can get a price for these speed pillow things, like, as they're called, and.
But do you think that's a good idea where, I'm sure if we do it there, we're gonna get a lot of phone calls to do it other places?
Yeah, I'm not particularly keen on speed bumps, to tell you the truth.
Right.
But I'd be willing to try it.
If I could just follow-
Council Welch?
One more thing. So, just a suggestion here. We have a city planner. Can you meet with Aaron and review what's out there in other cities and towns, and maybe he can help with placement in those areas and stuff?
Sure,
See,
yeah.
Is that something we should look at doing, and is that a
Can I
suggestion?
just add to that, though? This isn't a speed bump. There's a big difference between a speed bump and a raised crosswalk. So, and you go into Somerville, they have them. You go into Malden, they have them. On main streets, you go into Newton in Watertown, they have them. You go through parking lots like Home Depot or Lowe's, they have them in front of the store to slow people down. A speed bump is just a bump. This is actually, it's designed so that plows can go over it. It's designed that cars can go over it at a reasonable speed. So that's why I'm saying, I've looked into this, and I get Andy's concerns about putting a speed bump in the middle of a roadway. This is more than a speed bump.
Councilor Jacutis?
The problem is, this has been going on for so long. We really need to protect the elderly. I'm down there a lot, and just being out front of the building with them, the cars are flying down the street. And as Councilor Sayre said, they're trying to go in between cars and wheelchairs and walkers. People don't see them because there's cars parked everywhere. Someone's really going to be seriously hurt. And the accident that happened a few weeks ago, we're just very fortunate nobody was right there when it happened. I think this is something we need to do sooner than later. We really need to protect the people down on Pleasant Street, through the whole city, but I've seen what's going on down there, and we really need to do something now.
Councilor Walsh?
Thank you. So the CFO's here. Could you come up to the mic for a second? Is the CARES Act money, is it available for things like this? Is this something we could use it for?
Mike Bertino's City of Lynn CFO, just for the record. I don't believe we could use the CARES Act, but there is another funding source we have, which I think would be appropriate, would be the ride share money. We get money for each Uber and Lyft ride that originates in the city. So we're able to use that money for the impact of those, and traffic safety is appropriate. So I think that using that would be the most appropriate, straightforward, accessible way to fund this project.
I mean, I'm for it. I like the idea of speed humps. I think it's a great idea.
All right, before we make any motions, why don't we at least hear from the chief of police before we make any motions? I'll get you after that, all right? After the chief.
Yep.
Thank you, chief, for being here.
Good afternoon, Chris Reddy, Chief of Police. First, I would just like to say that we have received complaints, and we've spoken with Councilor Jacutis and others in recent months regarding this issue and the concerns of the residents, especially the elderly residents that live there. And the traffic unit has spent a number of days, a number of enforcement patrols down there trying to address the problem. As you can imagine, there are traffic complaints throughout the city. It's the number one issue that we deal with. But certainly where there's a vulnerable population like the elderly or students, those are more of a priority for us. We have tried to give that some attention, and we'll continue to do that. I think one of the things that can help in the short term, while you're deciding or even planning for any type of raised crosswalks or other more permanent structures, is that we will place a speed trailer down there that will help to increase awareness of the speed that people are traveling at and through that area. And by doing so, we'll also be able to conduct a survey to get an hour-by-hour survey of exactly what the speeds are and how much they are above the set speed limit, and that would help to inform any future responses as well. And in addition to that, we'd be more than happy to meet with the residents and hear firsthand exactly when the problems are happening, when they're experiencing them. I think there can be a lot of benefit to communicating directly with them about those concerns, and then trying to direct our patrols at the times that they're most concerned about as well. So, other than that, any questions?
So if you had to put those things out there to see their speed that they're doing, and you to get your data, how long would that take, and when could that start?
Yeah, Sergeant Hunter from the traffic unit is here with me now. We've been talking about this. He's going to try to have the first one out there tomorrow. And then it would depend on what the data sample you want. I mean, if we would do at least a week, I think, on a couple of different directions, and that will give an initial idea, but we can go for as long as is necessary to get an assessment of exactly what's occurring down there. And then that's just real data. So,
thank you. Councilor Fields.
Thank you. It was more for Mr. Hall. I just want to make sure when they're looking into the crosswalks that they're ADA compliant, obviously, because it doesn't, the ones that I've gone over, like Council President described in other communities, are kind of a rounded feel to them. I just want to make sure they are ADA compliant so that people with walkers and people in wheelchairs aren't, struggling to get across their own crosswalk, that we try, you're not causing one problem, by trying to solve another.
Right. Understood.
Thank you. Thank you. I see parking's here. Bobby Stillion, would you like to say something?
Actually, I'm going to put on a different hat. I'm putting on the Traffic Commission hat. I'm the chairman of the Traffic Commission. We have major things coming on where people are complaining about speeding, so forth and so on. The councilor has had a big problem down in that area because of the crosswalks, people aren't stopping, so forth and so on. I have had multiple conversations with Mike Bettino, who's been very helpful. What we're looking for is some kind of a funding source that at these areas where the councilors have the problems, it's not just this one spot where there's elderly and stuff. There are stop signs that have the red lights flashing around them telling you to stop. There are signs where they have solar, so they'll always be lit except for if we have a lot of inclement weather. But there are signs that will tell you, slow down your speeding. We have these, and this is more so a thing for the whole city than just this area, which is a big problem. This area has a lot of schools and congestion. Maybe the school department should be maybe spending some money where we're having a problem with crossing guards, where slow down, crosswalk. There are things you can actually buy. Sergeant Hunter has actually looked at a lot of these things too, and we talked in the Traffic Commission. Andy is on the Traffic Commission also. I think this is something that we got to look at for the whole city. If you could put up some things that are flashing, slow down, 20-mile-an-hour zone for the schools. I don't know if this is something the Traffic Commission should be looking at in an area, maybe talking with the planning director, but maybe the traffic in these streets should all be lowered to 20. If you're coming down, these are the calls we get. Coming across from Tech, kids are constantly crossing. The YMCA, there's constant problems. The KIPS, there's problems. St. Mary's, there's problems. We even have problems at Washington Street. Maybe all these streets should be addressed for 20 miles an hour. Maybe what the traffic they're going to do with the Lynn Police is great, but maybe we should look at the whole area doing something. There's a lot of schools, a lot of congestion in that area. But I think a funding source for the police, so the traffic commission can do something with flashing stop signs, and if every councilor thinks about it, there's areas where this would greatly help them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councilors? Any decisions, councilors?
How about we ask the city planner to look at those areas that we indicated and get in conjunction with the DPW and Parking Traffic Commission to identify the placement of these and maybe look, that's probably
You just want to notify, or you want to make that as a motion?
make a motion to have them look at that and try to install speed humps, because I agree, the bumps aren't the humps and bumps, right? The bumps are not going to work as well as a speed hump would work. That would be.
Right, but in the meantime, do we want the police chief to go ahead with what he's going to do?
Yeah.
Second.
Second, motion made, seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel LaPierre? Absent. Counsel Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, Counsel LaPierre? What do you think?
Apparently I am on it. If I knew that, I would have had some more to say, but I am in favor. Thank you, Clerk Rowe. Sorry.
Are you good? Is there anything you'd like to share with us now, Counselor?
Real quick, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry for being late. I did catch a lot of the comments being made, and I appreciate the Chief, the Sergeant, and Mr. Cillian and Mr. Bertino, and of course, Mr. Hall being here today. It's an ongoing problem. The original thought was the installation of 3D sidewalks. I'm not sure if people spoke about that yet, but that has nothing to do with a surface bump on the roads. That has all to do with an illusion that gives the impression that there's a bump, but there is no bump. It's still flat, and it's basically a 3D illusion because of the paint that they use on the surface to paint those crosswalks. So as a vehicle is driving upward and probably at high speed, they automatically have to pause, well, that's the thought behind it, because the crosswalk appears to give an illusion that it's raised, even though it is not raised. So this is really going to take, with Andy's help, a special affixed epoxy or whatever it is, paint, to do crosswalks. It doesn't solve the speeding in the streets necessarily, but 3D crosswalks were presented to us in the past that other communities are doing. Again, not speed bumps or not these things that the pellets and things, but around that areas of the seniors or other thoroughfares, just to slow down the drivers of those cars that are speeding. So that was my only little add-on piece to this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. So if I could ask Chief Reddy to come back to the podium. Chief, I think it would be a goal if, you could start, doing what you do to make this happen, so we can get some data on this.
Yeah, absolutely. We can begin that tomorrow, and again, we'll continue to do enforcement while that's happening, and you can continue to make whatever planning arrangements you want to while that's happening, and as soon as we get it. Counselor, do you want a week's worth or 2 weeks worth, or give us a better idea of what type of sample size you'd like? We would typically do at least 1 week to give a full 7-day cycle.
How about till our next meeting, next council meeting? When's our next council meeting? 2 weeks? How's that? Would that
That's
be good?
fine. We'll get a sample and we'll send a report to you prior to that.
Okay, just give us an idea. I really
Yep.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for being here. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
Is there anything else on the agenda?
No.
Did everyone
Nothing
vote?
else on the agenda?
Everyone voted?
Excuse me?
Everyone voted?
Yes.
Yes. Motion to adjourn? Motion made, seconded. All in favor, aye.
I'd like to call the Public Property and Parks Committee meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Counsel Staben?
Present.
Present Counsel LaPierre?
Present.
Present Counsel Calucci? Absent. Counsel Walsh?
Present.
Present Counsel Field?
Present.
Okay, thank you. We have a few items on the agenda and a couple more in new business. First is request from Elise Fannin, Treasurer Collector, for use of the foyer to display annual pumpkin decorating contest from October 16th to October 22nd. Elise, welcome.
Thank you. So in 2019, we had this contest before, just a little camaraderie between coworkers. Last year, we didn't end up doing it because of COVID, but this year we're hoping to display the pumpkins in the foyer and take pictures of them, post them online, and let the community vote.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made, seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Calucci absent. Counsel Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Field?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Elise.
Thank
All
you.
set.
Thank you.
Happy decorating.
They look nice.
Next is discussion regarding the Thurgood Marshall Middle School site. As you remember, we had a bid that was unanimously voted on by this body to accept the bid from the East Boston Community Development Group to purchase that site, but it had to be turned back over from the school committee to the city. Council President Sear, myself, Attorney Lamanna, CFO Mike Bertino went to the school committee, presented our findings, as well as the bid itself. As you remember, we had participation of school committee members John Ford, Donna Capola, as well as Lorraine Gately, who were here. I'd like to thank the school committee for their due diligence on doing their research, and we had an almost unanimous vote to turn that property back over to the city by the school committee. So the discussion tonight is to move forward with that so we can get that property off the city books. Council President Sear, would you like to add anything to that?
Thank you, Chairman Staben. Absolutely. So this has been a long process. So it was like climbing a mountain, and for everybody to finally come together in agreement that this is the best thing that we can do with that building, for that neighborhood, for the seniors of our city. It's unbelievable. It took a long time, but everybody got together and we worked this out. I don't want to mention any one particular person. I will say the Lynn City Council, Public Properties, and the school committee, and the law department, and the mayor's office have done an unbelievable job trying to push this thing and get it done. The CFO, everybody, ISD. I just want to say that this has been a long road, and I'm finally glad it's coming to a conclusion, and I want to thank everybody that's been involved in it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Council President Sear. I'd also like to add Tim Leonard in the purchasing department as well for their work on that. 3 times that property went out, and each time the bids came in, especially this last go around when I believe there were 5 of them, and we had books stacked up sky high. So again, I reiterate the Council President's thanks to all those involved, the Law Department, the Public Property Committee, the Council, the School Committee, CFO Bertino, and the Purchasing Department. It's a welcome thing to get that property finally, 5 years later, off our hands, a property that at one point we didn't know if we were going to have to pay $8 million to demolish it. Not only do we not have to pay $8 million, we're getting $2.5 million for it. So it'll also provide much needed affordable senior housing for the seniors of Lynn. I think it's a win-win all around for the neighborhood, for Council President Sears' Ward 3 neighborhood, who've been living for 5 years with that dilapidated property and the break-ins and everything else that's gone on there, fires and all. I think this is a win-win all around. So, Attorney Lamanna?
At this point, I think it would be appropriate for a motion to authorize the law department to enter into a deed to the high bidder of this property, the East Boston Group, and authorize the mayor to execute that deed for the ultimate transfer of the property away from the city to the high bidder.
Somebody like to
I'll make that motion.
Motion's been made by Councilor Field.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Walsh. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Walsh?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Great to have that
Thank you.
finally done. Thank you, everyone. Next is an update on the senior center. Attorney Lamanna.
So to piggyback on the third time is the charm, I think it's appropriate time for now for the senior center bid RFP to go back out. Been out twice. We have not received any bids. Our due diligence with the health department, our new elder director, affair director, we've located some properties for rentals and possible purchase in the downtown area, and we think the council authorizing an RFP going out for a 10-year lease and/or a purchase, that we're optimistic that we're going to get some bids that are going to be some good quality bids for a senior center, either on a short-term lease or a possible sale. We'll be looking for a vote of the council to authorize the law department and the purchasing department to go out to a bid for a double, two choices. Anyone looking to sell a piece of property that's for sale, and we're aware of some properties downtown that are for sale, or for a 10-year lease, up to a 10-year minimum lease for the location of the senior center.
Okay, what's the wish of the committee?
Make a motion to put out the RFP for a 10-year lease or to purchase for a senior center.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. If I could only add that we'll have an opportunity to approve that RFP before it goes out, Attorney Lamanna?
Absolutely, that's correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Council Lapierre.
Thank you, Chair Sabat. I also, Jim, the rationale for lease or buy, what's the theory behind that? And also, what's the duration? Why the minimum of 10? Why not either shorter or longer? Do you have any feedback?
Good question, Councilor. Our first RFP was for a period of 5 years. It was the people that were interested in possibly bidding. The feedback that I received was the amount of money for a build-out just did not warrant only a 5-year commitment to the RFP. Now, obviously, a purchase, we're probably in all likelihood talking about millions of dollars of upfront money, where a lease would be, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. And this will give the council and the Council on Aging and the Mayor's Office an opportunity to evaluate the strengths and the weaknesses of either one of those options, whether it's a 10-year lease, a minimum of a 10-year lease, or an ultimate, or a purchase of the property. So the purchase option has never been part of either the first two RFPs. That would be a new addition. And again, that's primarily because we're aware of some properties that have been up for sale recently, that are on the market as we speak, in the real estate market. That being said, the real estate market's hot, so some of the prices that we may be getting 5, 10 years ago, it's going to be a higher number. But this is what we have elected officials for, and our CFO and our economic team to make a decision, along with the health director and elder service director, what is in the best interest for the city and especially our seniors.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Lamanna. We all set?
Do we vote?
We have to vote.
Motion made, seconded.
Motion.
Roll call.
Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Walsh?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Field?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next up, Lynn Woods Conservation Restriction. Once again, Attorney Lamanna.
Well, this has been a long process that I started when first year in a lot of departments. A lawyer was 1997. I'd worked under former Mayor McManus, putting together a conservation restriction to put Lynn Woods in a lockbox. So there's no potential of development, no centennial parks, no hotels. Been a lot of hard work that's been put into this over the past 20 odd years with the DCR, Essex Greenbelt, the Mayor's Office. This council's been very active in trying to secure and locking up the Lynn Woods.
spent about a year and a half title search to try to ascertain the ownership of all Lynn Woods. A lot of this land was donated. Much of it was donated back in the 1800s. Some of it, the land exists, and we just haven't been able to locate the owner. So moving forward, and hopefully in the October meetings, there's a three-step process. One would be Article 97 legislation to submit to the legislature to have the legislature declare this potentially parkland. Everything that you now envision as Lynn Woods, whatever, there's trees on it and whatnot. What we envision Lynn Woods, some of that is not protected as of right now because it was not donated and there was not a restriction in the deed that it will be forever for recreational purposes. So that'll be the first step in the process. There will also be some eminent domain takings that the City Council would have to approve of land that we have not been able to, and DCR attorneys have not been able to identify who owns the land. We have no reason to believe anyone's going to come out of the woodwork. They spent a year and a half, our title attorney, to try to locate these owners. It would be protected with some title insurance that will be relatively cheap, because if you spend a year and a half looking in every nook and cranny in DPW, in City Hall, at the Registry of Deeds, and haven't been able to identify an owner, we're confident that the eminent domain would just be a simple filing. And the third part that requires some work with the City Council is a conservation restriction that restricts the use of this land for recreational purposes, with some carve-outs, as we know that the golf course exists, and we intend that it continues to exist as long as golf is a popular sport. We have a reservoir up there that is our water supply. That our city forefathers back in the 1800s were well ahead of their time in ensuring that Lynn has its own water supply. There are not many municipalities in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts that have their own water supply, thanks to our forefathers. So we're finalizing that on the city side and the water sewer side to make sure that the Water Sewer Commission is satisfied that the restriction will not restrict their ability to provide water to the city residents. And DCR, I've found, and Essex Greenbelt, who will be our third-party administrator, ensuring that there is no encroachments in Lynn Woods and ensuring that the conservation restriction is complied with, and that the land is forever to be used in perpetuity. Well, that'll be the third vote. We've been working with Attorney Vitale has been, Attorney Sam Vitale has been very helpful representing water and sewer, and we're hoping that those final bits that have to be worked out, we can have that worked out in October, and we'll have some legislation for the council to vote on. In my 20 years, 25 plus years as attorney, this is probably one of the proudest things that I've been involved in. At different times, it's been fits and starts, but this is to be able to put a lockbox and make sure that this is for hundreds and hundreds in perpetuity, that Lynn residents are going to be able to enjoy Lynn Woods. It would be a tremendous feather in the cap of all our elected officials and all our appointed officials, and we can make that happen. And the law department believes that we'll have some draft language for you, probably the October 12th meeting, and perhaps for the October 2nd meeting. Math is terrible. Maybe the 26th. That there would be a hearing on the Article 97 legislation that would give the law department a month to finalize just the last bits and pieces on our end, and then also give the Water and Sewer Commission some time to make sure that they're absolutely 100% comfortable that there's nothing in there that's going to interfere with current operations or unknown future operations. Obviously, no one can predict how water is going to be and what the sources of water will be 100, 500 years from now. So they're looking into the future in a crystal ball to make sure the language is written in such a way that in no event will it hinder the delivery of water to our citizens.
Thank you, Attorney Lamanna. I think we all offer you a lot of thanks for all your hard work on that. I'm sure the Friends of Lynn Woods are thrilled as well. Council President Steer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to reaffirm what Jim said. I was working in Mayor McManus's office when this whole thing began, and it's been a long process, and just like Marshall Middle School, but this has been a lot longer. Everybody's that close to it. I mean, there's been so many different councils that have been involved in it, park commissioners that have been involved in it, and everybody's that close. There's been 3 or 4 mayors since this began, and everybody's really worked hard. The law department has put in unbelievable amount of time and effort. Both George and Jim and Rick have just put in many, many hours, all the way back to Mr. Barry. So it's just been a long process, and I think, as Jim was just saying, hopefully at our next meeting, we'll be able to take a vote on it. So I just want to say that that's a great thing for the city of Lynn and for Lynn Woods. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President Seer. Again, I think that will put to rest all the talk and gossip of who's going to develop Lynn Woods and, all that, and it will be a great place for Lynn residents to enjoy for generations to come. So once again, to the Law Department and everyone involved, thank you so much for your hard work. Next is the request from the Salvation Army to use the front steps of City Hall on November 4th, 2021 for the announcement of the finale of their virtual fundraiser. Is there anyone here from the Salvation Army? This was an afternoon, right? Okay.
Motion to approve.
Motion been made, seconded. Any further discussion? And it is an afternoon event. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Walsh?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Field?
Yes.
I would just, I know we just took the vote, but I would just, as a informational purposes, reach out, maybe have Terry, in case there's something that there's need, it says they're using the stairs, but is there anything that has to take place after hours, let's say, that we have to provide them? But custodial or whatever, services of restroom, I don't know, but could we get involved, get in touch with them about the details of that? Okay, thank you.
Right, and we also made sure when they sent the initial email in that there was no conflict with the use of the building.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council LaPierre. Next, the property located at 314 Broadway in Lynn, Wyoma Square. This has been going on for quite a while. This is the little piece of city-owned property next to the True Value Hardware store. At one point, they were granted use of that property in a lease agreement. Foundation went in. Then it was decided that it would be best to have the property assessed and put out to bid. We did receive one bid on that property from the owner of the True Value Hardware store next door for $35,000 with the following order that would be attached to it as a deed restriction so that it can only be used as an accessory structure and not an actual building. The restriction would read, ordered that the Law Department draft the necessary documents to transfer ownership of the parcel to Timothy N. Tenney of Wyoma True Value Hardware Store with a deed restriction that the real property only be used for accessory storage as its primary use for a hardware store retail business located at 314 Broadway, Lynn, Mass. Further, electricity shall be permitted, however, the building shall not be equipped with water and sewer hookup. This restriction shall run with the land and be binding upon successor purchases. Further ordered that His Honor the Mayor is hereby authorized to execute any and all documents to effectuate this transfer.
Make the motion.
Second.
Motion been made, seconded. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Walsh?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Field?
Yes.
Thank you. And finally, in new business, Flamingos Landing at City Hall, which we have to grant permission to their landing, I guess. The election office is getting flocked by the shoemakers.
Flocked.
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 Say that with a mask on.
I did say flocked, right?
Accent.
What's the flock? Yeah.
You got a technical.
The election office is getting flocked by the Shoemaker School fundraising team, who will be placing 20 flamingos on the front lawn of City Hall on Tuesday, October 12th through Wednesday, October 13th, 2022?
2021.
Oh, it says 2022.
Voter registration.
which is the last day to register to vote for the November 2nd election. The election office respectfully requests permission for the flamingos to be placed on the front lawn of City Hall. What is the wish of the committee?
Approve.
Second.
Motion been made, seconded. Further discussion? Roll call to approve the flock.
Counsel Staben?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Calucci?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Walsh?
Yep.
Yes. Counsel Field?
Yes.
Okay, with nothing else, is there
Motion to
anything
adjourn.
else?
Adjourn, second.
Second.
Motion made, seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
For Tuesday, September 28th, roll call, please.
Counsel Field?
Present.
Present. Counsel Hogan?
Present.
Present. Counsel Lozey? Counsel Lozey? No, absent. Counsel Net?
Present.
Present. Counsel Walsh?
Present.
Present.
Thank you.
Okay, we have new taxi operators. We have Yanit DeGracia, 43 Cottage Street. Is Yanit present?
What is the wish of the committee?
Just hold on, some
sorry.
people in the hallway. Give us
Yeah.
1 second if you would.
Yes.
Do.
They're all up there. If you're here for license and you can have a seat, please come to the podium when your name is called. Thank you.
Do we have Yanit DeGracia? Come right up, 43 Cottage Street, for a new taxi license.
Motion approved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Unit Thursday morning in the clerk's office. You're all set.
Okay.
Yep, okay.
Thank you.
All set.
Kevin Anthony Fernandez, 16 Tilton Place.
Is Mr. Fernandez here? What is the wish of the committee?
Motion to table.
Motion to table, do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion is tabled.
Nolan Morel, 8 Joyce Street. Nolan.
Thank you, Mr. Morrow. What is the wish of the committee?
Motion approved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Thursday morning, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Pedro Patricio.
In the morning. They open at 8:30.
8:30?
Yep.
Pedro Patricio, Olney Street.
Is Mr. Patricio here? What is the wish of the committee?
Second. Motion to table.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion's tabled.
Julio Rojas, 120 Utah Ave.
Thank you, Mr. Rojas. What is the wish of the committee?
Motion approved.
Motion approved. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Mr. Rojas, Thursday morning in the clerk's office, your license will be ready. Thank you.
And we have Juan Carlos Valorio Diaz. Mr. Diaz.
Make a motion to table?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion is tabled.
Okay, we have a livery service license, a new one. It's Mikel Transportation, Juan Rojas, 159A Essex Street. He is the owner and also a livery operator.
Is Mr. Rojas here? Mr. Rojas? What is the wish of the committee?
Is he the same gentleman?
it's different.
No, it's different, okay. Make a motion to table if he's not here.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That license table is tabled.
We have a new flammable license, 10 Heaths Court, Unit Number 9, the Melvins Welding, Inc.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. You're all set.
And we have a new secondhand article license
Yep.
for 528 Eastern Ave, Macava Technology. Is anyone here from Macava?
What is the wish of the committee?
You knew who that was?
I don't.
Aye.
Just a couple. So is it a
Council Walsh?
second-hand clothing place, or what is it you're selling there? this in Darren's area, or is it?
528, yeah.
528.
Okay, I'm told the counselor from that area is okay with
All right,
it.
make a motion to approve then.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, you're all set, that carries.
And the rest are renewals.
Take them as a whole, make a motion to approve.
Motion approved, do we have a second?
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Is there anyone else that is here that we did not call your name for licensing? Everyone here has been to the podium, everybody's correct? Okay, you're all set. If you were here, your license is renewed. Okay?
Make a motion to adjourn if there's no.
We have a motion to adjourn, do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We're adjourned, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Ways and Means Committee meeting. Madam Clerk, please roll call.
Counsel Net?
Present.
Present. Counsel Staubed? Absent. Counsel Barton?
Present.
Present. Counsel Chakutis?
Present.
Present. Counsel Seer?
Present.
Could you please read the transfer?
We have a transfer of $13,356.51 from the reserve to the account of TBD to fund the match grant for the fire department from FEMA for PPE equipment.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Staubed? Absent. Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Seer?
Yes.
Yes.
Next,
Certify
please.
the following funds. $133,535.09 to the fire department by FEMA for the FY20 Assistance to Firefighter Grant.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Staubed? Absent. Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Seer?
Yes.
Next, please.
Certify $9,158,237.66 to the City of Lynn by the Department of Administration and Finance for the county allotment for the American Recovery Plan Act.
What is the wish committee?
So,
Council President here.
thank you. So this is $9 million that we're receiving?
Mr. Spencer?
Mr. Pereira, could you come to the podium, please?
This is part of the CARES Act.
Excuse me, for the record, Mike Bertino, CFO. It's part of the ARPA funding. Essentially, we received the first allotment about 3 months ago. The second payment is because Essex County is not recognized as a county anymore, so it's our portion of the money that we would have gotten. So it's just like the money we received before, but it's another $9 million.
I would like to make a motion to accept with the following stipulation, that any transfer or expenditure of that money needs council approval, as I did with the previous money that we accepted.
Okay, what's the wish of
Motion made second.
Roll call, please.
Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Staubed? Absent. Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Seer?
Yes. If I can also add to that, that was also a recommendation of Mr. Cronin from the state, the auditor. So that's part of the reason why I did that as well.
Okay, so what's the wish committee on that one?
I'm not making it as a motion, I'm just
Oh, okay,
stating
recommendation.
a fact.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Is anything else?
Okay. $480,000 to the Health Department by DPH for the COVID-19 case investigation and contract tracing grant program.
What's the wish?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Staubed? Absent. Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Seer?
Yes.
$55,000 to the school department by the DESE for the FY22 FC 310 McKinney Vento grant.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Staubed? Absent. Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Seer?
Yes.
Next, please.
$60,000 to the school department by the DESE for the FY22 FC 589 Teach and Learn grant.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Staubed? Absent. Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Seer?
Yes.
Next, please.
$54,933 to the school department by the DESE for the FY22 FC 734 Research to Practice Evidence-Based Early Literacy Grant.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Staben, absent Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Chakutis?
Next, please.
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Seer?
Yes.
Yes. $263,781 to the school department by the DESE for the FY22 FC 400 Perkins Grant.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Staben, absent Counsel Barton?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes, Counsel Seer?
Yes.
Yes.
Any emergency? No emergency? Any new business?
That's it.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Absent Attorney Lamanna?
Present.
Present Mr. Donovan?
Present.
Present Mr. Cowdell?
Present.
Present.
Okay, thank you, everyone. The reason I called this meeting was for an update on the 4 dispensaries who we granted licenses to, who have yet to open. As time's going on, I thought it was a good idea to get an update. Out of the 8 that we did license, 4 are open. I think even the last one of the 8 that we licensed is already open. So kind of wanted to get an update of what was going on with Tree Market at 100 Ford Street, Good Chemistry at 696 Western Ave, also known as the former Tony the Florist site, Massachusetts Green Retail at 829 Boston Street, and Essex Apothecary at 233